skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
Look around. Screens are everywhere. They allow you to immerse yourself in another world, into hundreds of different worlds. Here you can be anything you want, and we will support you in this. OG, Team Spirit, 1xBet. If you are with us, you win.
Hello, son.
Hi, Mom.
Pretty girl.
This is Eva.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you very much. Your dad's just making his favourite dinner. It's duck. Come on inside. They're all probably too gruesome to tell you while you're eating at the table. How's your food? Is everything okay? Good, good. You seem to know each other.
Yeah. This is the new ambassador for 1xBet.
Oh, I see.
Everyone felt good when Eva Elfie became the new ambassador of 1xBet.
Everybody, we're going to start here a little bit later than scheduled today, just because of other events going on, so there was some delays in the lobby, but we are going to be getting into it. And Bowie, it's going to be another full day of Dota, and we've got a couple of teams here today that are going to be running two series. I think it's going to be Mouse. Is it JustBetter as well that are running it? Is that the schedule? Production, maybe we could just throw that up there?
JustBetter plays 2 games, and then Mouse plays 2 games, but the second one is Better versus Mouse, so that's why we get to see that. And yeah, I mean, it's a very important game because JustBetter, they are in the cusp here of possibly starting to tie with the teams that are doing a bit better. And then the Lions, if they win this, they pretty much solidify their own position because Monte, just like Dandelions, only has another series left to play. So very important day for JustBetter and Mouse because, you know, these wins, if they manage to, you know, maybe get a 2-0 and a 1-1, we could actually get into tiebreaker territory here.
Yeah, I do believe Mouse, like you say, if they take these 2 victories, like 2-0s, they'll go top of the table. Monte, if they win, they'll be able to get themselves to near the top of the table here as well. So, Navi Junior, they have already played all of their matches, so have Havu, and then we've got the other 4 teams here going to be playing up to date to see how the table ends out. And yeah, we could see some tiebreakers here between Monte and Navi Junior, depending on how the rest of the matches go as well, for that 3rd slot, depending on, like you say, who wins what here. So it's still all up in the air. It's still all to play for here. The table is not settled whatsoever, and we should be, by the end of the day, well, definitely by the end of the day, because this is the last day of Group A, finding out how things are going to lie, if there is going to be any tiebreakers, who's going to be going into the top 3, and who will be dropping out in that 4th and 5th slot. And yeah, just to get into this one, there was some delays. JustBetter were in another event qualifier, so they're going to be coming into this one with the level 3 draft penalty as well, which means no reserve time on the draft, and they will be but they didn't lose game number 1. They were in just in time to keep themselves in game number 1. And it's, how rough is that though? Because I mean, you're coming in with no reserve time, you've got to draft super quickly, you've got to be on the ball. How much pressure does that put on the players in the draft mental wise?
I mean, they just came from a win. I think they're probably just, you know, hyped and happy that they were able, because they were like seconds away from losing game 1, right? I think they were like literally 15 to 20 seconds into losing that. So I don't think that's too much pressure at the end of the day. I mean, they're playing a lot of tournaments, so I'm not sure how much research they actually have for their draft. But, you know, you might as well play with 0 reserve time than automatically losing game 1, right? Even if it is a little worse, you probably will take that still.
Yeah, and I'm interested to see how the strategy time of this is going to play in here from the other team as well. You know, are Dandelions going to try and force a quick draft, you know, try and force some mistakes, or, you know, put the pressure onto JustBetter here with their draft time? Because the game doesn't start when the whistle goes, the game starts in the draft, and we'll see just how they want to play that here on the side of Dandelions. And coming into this one, have you got a favourite between the two teams, even with that level 3 draft penalty?
I think I have Dandelions as my favorites, but honestly, after yesterday and so many close games and possible comebacks we had,
Mhm.
I don't think it's by a lot. I feel like this could easily be a 1-1. And looking at the teams and the games that we have today, I would be very surprised to see 2-0s. I think we're gonna
Yeah.
have a lot of 1-1s, a lot of close games. Just better. They really surprised me with the way that they took a game out of Monte yesterday, and they are looking really good. As you said, if they do take a win, they should all even be ahead of Native Junior because they already had all of their matches. So yeah, I do think this is gonna be a close one. Maybe then the Lions will take it, but just better. I just hope they're not too tired because at least I was looking at their schedule and they're playing a lot of qualifiers, lots of tournaments. They should be screaming a lot as well. It's gonna be very taxing.
Yeah, but on the other hand, it could keep them on the ball as well. They could be in a position where they're constantly warmed up. They're not coming in cold because how many events have we seen last DPC season where you had those teams in the lower bracket group stage, whatever, before the full knockouts that were coming in and beating bigger and technically better teams who placed in the winners side that weren't warmed up. They didn't have that week to prepare, those few days, and yeah, the teams that were warmed up were coming through and winning. So I wonder if that is going to be playing it in the side of JustBetter's favor, if they're going to be the like say the hands are warm, they've got themselves engaged already after playing today. So coming in on the bans, we see JustBetter. They take out the Viper as well as the Timbersaw. Meanwhile, on the side of Dandelions, it's going to be the Magnus and the Batrider. Looking at this, what are we not seeing? The Chen is still available. Still seeing the Dragon Knight, Doom as well. So Vengeful Spirit. There is still a lot of. There goes the Chen. But yeah, there's still a lot of heroes here in the current meta that teams are picking up. So, what are you expecting to see? Because there's no tiny ban here either. Only a couple of bans left here in this first phase. Do you think either team looking for that early pickup on the tiny?
I think so. It does seem like they play Tiny on Desire, and Panda also plays Tiny, so I think that's possible. Yeah, it did get banned. But the Viper ban, I think, is very interesting to me. It is one hero that Mobe likes playing it, and I just haven't seen that hero as a first phase ban. This kind of leads me to believe they want to play some passive hero that hates being broken. Yeah. Looking at the heroes here from JustBetter that kind of fit that bill, I guess Lifestealer is probably one of them. I think it's one of the heroes that really hates playing against Viper. You could just get kited the entire game.
And yeah, I wonder if we're going to see that. The first pick going to be the Tusk. And this isn't a hero we see all too often. It's a nice bodyguard hero in the lane if they're going to be playing this as the 5. Usually you see it in front of like the Luna, heroes like that. Or, I mean, when it was in meta, the Drow Ranger too, that likes to sit in front, soak up a lot of harass, and can do a lot of crowd control work even early on with the levels. So I wonder if this is going to be JustBetter just signaling that they are going to be going for straight away. Dandelions, they take it away. Going to be the ban on the Luna.
Yeah, this Tusk is very interesting. It has lots of uses, right? It could be your +5 melee for range hero, so the likes of Morphling and Dusa kind of come to mind. But it could also be a hero to play with Darkseer. We saw some, even Shaker playing with Darkseer and actually doing pretty well in some of the games yesterday. Could also be a Dark Willow combo. I think there was a time where the hero was played a lot, but Dark Willow, just like Tusk, not that common, and doesn't seem to be something here that JustBetter. Oh, never mind. Astro actually does play Dark Willow. It's one of his most played heroes. So
okay,
maybe we're gonna get to see that.
Yeah, maybe we are. I'm just thinking, if it was that first pick to be the bodyguard for the Luna, it's quite surprising that you pick it up that early because. Like you said, it's not a very common hero, so I think they could have picked it in the next phase. They do have that pick to come through, and maybe they were worried about it, the Luna being blocked, but the straight-up block pick comes out with a ban there. And the Doom going to be taken away from Dandelions, as well. Mars is still available for JustBetter if they want to go on for that. We've talked about it before. The arena being able to deal with a Stampede, you can't run away if you're trapped in there early on before those BKBs come out, but JustBetter, opting for that Tusk first pick.
Yeah, I guess Tusk is a soft Mars in the way that you create this wall, right? Where a hero's running away with Stampede and he can get out, but it's not as reliable as Arena for sure. But it is interesting in that sense. It's also a very easy hero to dodge the Hoof Stomp. You can save people from the Hoof Stomp and the burst damage that it does. So I like it, but as you said, definitely not a hero that's popular.
10 seconds
Kind of a
remaining.
specialist type hero. You know, if someone is really good at Tusk, you give it to them.
5
Yeah.
But
seconds
it
remaining.
doesn't seem to be particularly strong right now. We'll see how they're gonna try and utilize this, as they did ban the
Dire
DP.
team pick.
Okay,
Okay.
just the DK.
Yeah, Dragonite, nice pickup. You know, we've seen it. It's currently, after years of not being anywhere near the meta, is for the past few months been one of the strongest heroes in the patch. Just being able to play around, you know, the towers. But we see the ET and the Shadow Shaman coming out straight away for Dandelions, and that Shaman, not currently one of the most popular supports, but good lockdown capabilities, you know, a lot of control, the push potential as well with the serpent wards, and it's quite nice just to, you know, the constant
10
lockdown,
seconds remaining.
and it does set up for the stomp coming out from the ET or the Earth Splitter here as well. Might be nice
5
against the
seconds
Dragon Knight.
remaining.
So there's one thing a lot of people, I think, forget about Shaman. The fact that now you get damage amplification on Hex. If you think about
Yeah.
it, you have damage amplification from his Hex and the amplification of the ET aura. Like, one double edge in the mid game is gonna be doing like insane amounts of damage if you get to use both of those effects at the
10
same time.
seconds remaining.
So very interesting to see if you're gonna see those bursts. I feel like even heroes like Lifestealer, they have very
5
tanky
seconds
heroes
remaining.
on JustBetter, and obviously the Timbersaw was banned. So I think having these damage amp sources might allow them to heal through all of those tanky guys. Well, CM, I don't think you don't need anything to burst her.
No, one of the squishiest heroes in the game. But yeah, you talked about the Viper from JustBetter being banned out.
Yep.
So Dandelions coming up with another way, you know, to try and deal with this Lifestealer. But again, it is still a Lifestealer in the lane up against a Centaur, it looks like. So in the lane at least, shouldn't have the worst time. Should be able to do a lot of damage, keep himself sustained with the feast coming through. Meanwhile, Dandelions, they go for the Morphlin, a hero that again seems to slip in and out of the event metas. That not seen it over the past couple of days, but you know, it is getting himself in there now. They ban out the Enigma. JustBetter, how do you want to answer back to this one? Because it looks like it's going to be what, mid laners for both sides.
Well, they did ban this Enigma, so they're feeling like this could actually
10
be mid
seconds
DK.
remaining.
True. Yeah.
Looking at the JustBetter lineup, I feel like they need more
5
burst damage. They
seconds
have a fair
remaining.
amount of Disable. Lifestealer is damage over time. I want to see
Radiant
something a bit more
team
explosive. Even a Zeus, I wouldn't mind seeing, honestly.
Dire team pick.
But yeah, if they're actually gonna play this DK mid, getting burst from your offlaner isn't that easy. You know, maybe a Beastmaster. Like, it would actually give this Lifestealer a lot. I think the aura benefits the DK as well. Hard lockdown on the Morphling.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah. I wonder if they're going to let the Tusk build up into a Spirit Vessel here as well. You know, maybe try and get him active on the ganks as I assume, the position 4 here.
Dire team pick.
And okay, they ban out the Darkseid, but yeah, just trying to get that Spirit Vessel out against the Morphin. Maybe something as well. You can always get the Scuddy. They go for the Zeus on Dandelions,
Alright.
so it's good burst.
I like this. It's, I mean, we're talking about the damage amplification, and it's going to be so much damage. Shaman, all he needs is a Blink Dagger, and Zeus is going to be doing insane
10
amounts of
seconds
damage here.
remaining.
I love the Dandelions lineup, but I do feel like
5
they
seconds remaining.
have a lot of pick-off, but I think their team fighting is a bit weak. You don't really have
Yeah.
a lot of team fight spells. Their control is limited to the support, but if he's jumping into many heroes, he's just gonna explode. Yeah, this is an interesting draft, but team fight wise, I feel like JustBetter, they could try and double down in that regard, and then even if they are a bit behind, they should have the advantage team fight wise. There you go. Kanka gives them exactly that. It's not burst damage,
Yeah.
but yeah, if they're together, they should always have the team fight advantage.
And yeah, no, it is the 3 big tanky cores coming through. Yo, we've seen time and time again teams having trouble bursting through them. I just wonder, with it being, I suppose technically it's 2.5 melee heroes, with the Dragon Knight being the Dragon form a lot, that if that puts them at risk of the ET, you know, the Earth Splitter coming out in these fights, the Centaur Stomps as well, being grouped up, 4 heroes overall here, in the melee forms, like say the Dragon Knight in that, just the normal Dragon Knight form, could be at risk of a good fight around by the Dandelions ET into the Centaur. So really interested to see how the position is going to be here for JustBetter and how they're going to try and play around these
10
fights.
seconds remaining.
Yeah, I know it's not common, but I would love to see
5
Kanka building a pipe
seconds
this game. I feel like they're already so tanky. If you get this pipe, it should be impossible to team fight into JustBetter. You know, as long as you have an Aegis on this lifestealer. You don't even need it, honestly. If the Dragon Knight is sieging and you have the lifestealer nearby to infest and assist, I think this game could be really hard for the Dandelions. If they stomp their lanes, though, this could be like a 20-minute game because you're going to have so much damage. You're going to have this Zeus just killing Spartan whenever he spawns from the base. Yeah, I think the laning stage is going to be really important, obviously. If JustBetter trades even in the lanes, I honestly think they have a really decent chance of winning this game. So I'm going with their draft.
Yeah, yeah, I think I'm going to go with JustBetter here too. Like I said, I can't look past how hard it is to kind of burst through these heroes, you know, and the amount of control that they're going to have in these fights. That you're really looking at the Crystal Maiden as the weak link, but after that, how do you even chunk through JustBetter here? So Dandelions, I'm not, again, I think all the matches, especially after yesterday where every single match was a draw coming into this one, I'm not ruling them out, but I think, again, maybe a 60-40 split here in favor of JustBetter. And yeah, I don't mind Dandelions draft. I just think I prefer JustBetter's.
Yeah, we'll see. It's going to be an interesting one. In case this is a win for Dandelions, I believe they pretty much guarantee to be top 3. Like, if you get 6 points, it is probably really hard, although, you know, mathematics is something very complicated. If they don't win, if somehow, you know, this is a 2-0 for JustBetter, then things get really spicy.
Yeah, if it happens to be a draw between the two, I don't know, because
yeah,
you get the points then. Yeah, okay, so we'd have to see how that one comes out. I'm looking at it, but yeah, if Dandelions win, they go above Monty and Navi Jr. They'd be on 7 wins and 3 losses, so I think they'd be sitting at the top of the table until the other 2 series got played. And yeah, so that, I think that would pretty much lock them in there for the top 3.
Yeah, it's very unlikely because the only other teams that could get to 7 points, I think, is Mouse. Yeah, they could get to 8, but that would mean they have to 2-0 all of the other teams to get there. So yeah, very unlikely here that if Dandelions takes this 2-0, that they're not going to be in the top 3. JustBetter, they need to do really well today. They need pretty much, you know, a 2-0 and a 1-1 at least, I want to say. But yeah, let's see what's going to happen here. No team fighting just now. They're just going to be filling each other up.
Yeah, and you can see that Skylark, he's just going to back himself away. I think he was trying to get cheeky there, get himself and his team an extra bounty room, but it's going to be pushed away by the 3 heroes on the side of Dandelions. And looking through this one, I'm interested to see how this is going to play out with the Centaur in the lane with the Shadow Shaman, because good setup as well. If you can get the catch out on the Crystal Maiden, you might be able to make food. Looking at the odds, Dandelions coming in as the slight favourite team, but only very slightly between the 2 teams. But yeah, the amount of lockdown that gets offered here by the Shadow Shaman, the Crystal Maiden, we've seen it time and time again over the last, or Season 1, I guess you'd say, of the rotations of the RES leagues, that these squishy heroes like the Crystal Maidens, if they get off to a bad start, they do have a bit of a hard time recovering. So I'm interested to see how the space on Spartan's going to work here, just if he's going to try and play the opposite side of the lanes to design, make sure he can't be locked down.
Looking at the top lane, ZT is trying to trade here against 2 heroes, but it's kind of tough because Morphling, it's a pretty weak level 1 hero. But I believe, you know, once you get to level 3, level 4, I would actually expect Dandelions to have the edge in this lane. They don't really have a lot of burst damage, and, you know, really hard to kill the Morphling if you don't have it.
Yeah, and how are we looking mid-wise? You know, you've got a lot of damage coming through onto the Dragon Knight. The Dragon Knight is going to be able to put out that brief fire, but every time he comes up with the last hits, will put him himself in range of the arc lineage here. And it looks like Mobe, he's got that bottle rocking, so it's a lot of damage coming through on Anami. And yeah, how do you play around this lane if you're the Dragon Knight? How do you stop yourself from being chunked down like this, or is that, do you just have to keep yourself up on the regen?
Yeah, honestly, I don't like Mobe's skill build this game. I've seen some Zeus, especially when you have a lane where like there's no chance that the enemy is gonna kill you, where you don't even learn your E and you get second pointing lightning bolt. It does so much damage. People kind of forgot how strong this spell is, and I feel like there's a chance maybe you can kill this DK. But he did go for the 1 pointing Heavenly Jump, and especially now that DK gets level 2 Dragon Blood, this is just gonna be a snooze fest. You know, he has an breathing, he has his stick, he has a bottle. He actually ended up going for extra tangos. But there's no way he dies here.
Okay, well, keep an eye on him, see if there's going to be any rotations as well, though. The Shadow Shaman got really close to death. Going to be a lot of damage coming through onto the lifesteal now as well. Blood Grenade's going to be thrown out. Can they get the chase down? Shackles do come through. First blood goes the way of Palintimos. Gets that burst damage out, and yeah, Focus. Just a little bit of... too much of a commitment, though, without the Crystal Maiden's help. Gets caught out in no man's land. Palintimos and Desire more than enough to take the lifestealer down.
Classic, I'm gonna pull or deward. Please be careful, Carry. And he does.
Yeah.
It happens every day for the best of us. And another block here in small camp. So Desire making sure that Spartan's not gonna have a way to pull in that small camp. And that's really important. This Lifestealer, especially in the early levels. We kind of talked about it because we've seen this match a lot. Lifestealer just struggles.
And yeah, especially when you're going to be able to get the lockdown at range, you're going to have the Hex coming out as well. Or level 3 or level 4 coming out here for Desire. And it is a lot of burst damage between the Aethershock as well as everything that the Centaur throws out. You know, the Lifestealer, it is a bit of a risk to him in this lane. So yeah, Focus needs to live up to that name and just keep his focus here. Make sure he doesn't get caught out like that again.
Yeah, but the CMing lane is probably unlikely that he dies, but you gotta remember, they don't have a way to stop Shackles, right? That's one reason I think they ended up picking the Shadow Shaman. They knew what the lane was going to be, and if you have... He actually went for level 2 Shackles. You just don't see that at all. But that's like an amazing Shackles lane, because you can never stop it, and even if you go on the CM, for instance, and the Lifestealer gets on you, the healing that you get from the Shackles kinda makes up for the damage early on. It's a decent amount of heal. Look at that.
Yeah, going to be able to get now the catch onto Spartan. Spartan just goes straight down to Desire. Gets it with the Aethershock now as well. And it's level 3 onto Focus, but Focus is still going to be taking damage through. And he's got that 1 point in the rage. The spells from Desire already used, so he doesn't want to try and throw it out. And still the burst damage comes from the Centaur. That's
awesome. I love this level. Like, you never see this. Usually you just see, you know, maxing Aethershock. You want to have that wave clear. But really great skilling from Desire. And they're doing really well in this lane.
And you can see that, yeah, in terms of last hits, the Centaur is rocking it above the Lifestealer here. 23 to the 16 of the Lifestealer. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, like you say, it is just a bit of a dead rubber between the two heroes because they can never really look to kill each other. You've got the leap away from the Heavenly Jump here from the Zeus and Mobe. He's just going to be able to throw the harass out on enemy. He's got just still the 2 points in the Dragon's Blood. And will just be able to, like I said, keep that regen up, just keep himself restoring, and he's even still got himself the Tango. The one's coming through, so it's going to be a hard job to get this kill onto the Dragon Knight. You know what?
Yeah,
top lane.
Definitely. Oh.
Come on.
Definitely struggling a little bit CS wise. 18 and 3. Only the DK having like a really good game. The other cores inside the Dandelions having a great time. And considering the build that Focus. Oh, wait a second. Here's Desire.
Yeah. Desire's going to be taking a lot of damage. The rotation comes through here from the Tusk. Was able to get the kill onto Desire. And the Kunkka feels safe enough here in the top lane that he can just try and do the damage onto Vichun. He'll keep himself sustained if he needs to and play that spacing quite well. And Vichun isn't the healthiest hero in the world here. Kunkka level 4, so he's going to have that second point into the Tidebringer, try and do the damage that way. And for the most part, yeah, he feels comfortable here. Over 1,000 health with the double braces. Feels comfortable just to be solo 2v1. And this might be where the Tusk, thanks to these lanes not going as well as they need to here on the side of JustBetter, where the Tusk is going to look for these solo roams now to help out the other two lanes.
Now look at that. Desire knows exactly where the supports are. They want to fight for the runes. So we have 3 supports in the mid lane. The other support is nearby as well. Oh, yeah. Desire's dead again.
What to do here? There's going to be the Shackles coming through. Did he get the damage onto Spartan? No, the Stomp comes out. There's going to be the Thunder God's Wrath and Mobe. He will be able to secure the kill onto Spartan. Damage-wise, it looks like, I mean, Astral just has to back himself away here as well. Doesn't want to get caught out by the two heroes coming out from the offlane. But while this is going on, the Lifesteal's being able to catch up a little bit to the Centaur's farm, catching up to the Morphlin here as well. He's not completely caught up, but some is better than none here. They're going to be able to get the Frostbite out onto the Centaur. Palintimos, a big tanky boy. What can he do? Tag team into the Snowball. Can they try and run the Centaur down? Centaur, there's even going to be the Blood Grenade, but he gets the Stomp off. Frostbite now. Surely they get this kill. One more right click. They do give it over to Focus. And without the Shadow Shaman being here, 3 heroes. Just with the massive amount of slows coming out from each hero and the Blood Grenade on top. Centaur, without that Stampede, couldn't get himself away from the danger.
Oh, time for the Wisdom Rune still. Kidara on the bottom side and the Tusk on the top side. This is gonna be interesting here. Oh, they find the Tusk. Can he get it? No,
It's going to be a snatch. Yeah, both sides do get the Wisdom Runes here. The Zeus did TP in for this one now as well. The Snowball comes through, so the Zeus going to be able to get the kill. And you see that Desire just shadows him to make sure that Mobe, if he doesn't secure it, then the Shadow Shaman would have got it there as well. But it does mean that that's a rotation coming out from the Zeus to try and help for that rune. And the Dragon Knight's going to get free reign in the mid lane.
Yeah, he did a lot of damage here. His catapult did die, but he was able to pump out a lot of damage. Still, I think you're happy. You know, as a core, usually you don't get to munch those wisdom runes, and now you're like, oh no, he was gonna steal it, guys. I'm sorry, I had to pick it up. Does he have any stacks here for the Zeus? He actually doesn't. Yeah, we already seeing this Zeus maybe struggle. Like, he doesn't necessarily have a place to go as they find Desire again. Oh man, this Shaman.
Yeah, do they have the damage to get the kill here? The Shackles do come through. Palentimos is going to be rotated out, trying to chase that away Spartan. Astral, but Focus going to get involved here as well. Palentimos still not level 6 just yet. Still doesn't have that Stampede. The Crystal Nova slowdown into the Snowball. There should be another kill. Spartan will be the one to pick it up, and not Focus this time, but Focus still involved. Meanwhile, Mobe will be able to get the kill onto the Kunkka. Kunkka just a little bit out of position there, and will be caught out by the two heroes. Gets the kill. Dragon Knight going to pop this Dragon Form with the Amp Rune here as well. See what he's going to be able to do with this. Is it going to be enough to take down this tower? Because he is still taking a lot of magic damage here from the Zeus and can't just try and muscle his way onto that tower.
Yeah, he has 21 charges, but even still, got to be careful about that ETR. As they find Astro, he's probably going to die.
Yeah, it does reveal the 4 heroes. Palentimos, again, still not level 6, about halfway towards that level 6 in terms of levels. They do keep that tier 1 tower alive now, and the Dragon Knight just going to go into the jungle, try and take down these stacks about halfway through his Dragon form. So, at the minute, yeah, it's that tier 1 tower in the mid lane for Dandelions shouldn't be under too much danger.
Yeah, overall, the game's pretty even. We talked about, you know, if these lanes were relatively even, expected JustBetter to do well. And I think they're in a decent spot. It's unfortunate that the Lifestealer struggled early, but he ended up even going for Orb of Corrosion, right? So he has Go Frenzy, Corrosion, and the Tusk tag team. It's really hard for this Centaur to protect himself. Like, even if he gets the Hoof Stomp off, in all the heroes, I think they still get enough chase on top of him.
Yeah.
So finally, you know, he has Stampede, but using Stampede to just get out of a Lifestealer hitting you, it feels pretty bad.
It's not the best use of that spell, so you can see that they are going to be trying to play around this one here. The Centaur got himself the Helmet of the Iron Will as well, so just going for that standard, or the new standard, I guess you call it, with the Veil. Just be able to do a lot of burst damage here, and like you say, you combine that with the Shadow Shaman with the Hex coming out as well, so the damage amp going to be on top of that as well. Might be able to make quick work of a few heroes here, but at the minute, JustBetter, they're looking to put the pressure on this mid lane. Instant rotation comes out from Dandelions here as well. They want to keep this tier 1 tower in the mid lane alive. They don't want this Dragon Knight to have free roam through the triangle and jungle.
Mobe is about to finish his Phylactery. So that's going to be a big boost of his damage. Doing pretty well here, 4-0-0. But the game is very, very slow. And when we look at the heroes on the side, I really hope this Centaur doesn't finish his Veil. I want him to rush a Blink Dagger. Oh yeah, speaking of him, I think he's gonna be sad right now.
He's not going to be happy here either. So you see, he pops that Stampede, but trying to get away from the 3-4 heroes here from the side of JustBetter. It does mean that Stampede's down now, and there's not going to be an engagement tool here because he doesn't have a Blink Dagger. The Morphlin not looking to get involved here in the fights, but I suppose this is kind of the thing, right? That it took so much focus from JustBetter to try and keep the protection to focus because of these rotations coming through. The Morphlin is having pretty much a free lane, free game at the minute, and no real pressure being put on him.
Yeah, I mean, he has 27 denies on V-Tune. This Kunkka is definitely not happy either. 32 CS only. And they find Kidara here.
Yeah, what are they going to be able to do with this one now as well? Shackles do come through. They might be able to get the kill onto Spartan. Spartan going to be in a lot of danger. Palentimos will secure the kill.
Mid lane though.
Dire's middle tower.
What are they going to be able to do with this? Yeah, they do take that tier 1 tower now, so it means that Anami, he's going to have access to the Dire jungle. Maybe going to be able to make some rotations here. Maybe trying to set up for this Morphlin, because again, the Morph not really put under too much pressure. Going straight towards the Lincoln Sphere here. Going to be a really nice item to have. And yeah, V-Tune at the minute, he's just super comfortable in his farm.
Yeah, he's just having the time of his life and going for Lincolns to prevent any funny business that this DK is going to bring once this Blink Dagger is ready. He already finished his Mage Slayer, which is definitely the item this game. We talked about the damage amplification. They have evolved their heroes. My question is whether we're going to see that pipe on the Kanka. Oh, wait a second, Spartan.
What are you able to do? The boat will be coming through here onto the Zeus. Zeus trying to get this jump away. Moby, though, there's going to be the Stampede coming out again. Splitter onto the Dragonite. What damage can they do? There's going to be the Centaur double edge coming through now as well. The waveform, and it's going to be the involvement of V-Tune. Moby does secure the kill. 5 heroes here from Dandelions. Can they get this chase down out? Tusk moving himself back, but it looks like they're just going to have to settle for the Dragonite here. I don't know if they have the pressure to put onto the tower as well. No, it doesn't look like they're just going to back themselves away.
Lifestealer is not ready to fight. I think his armlet was actually flying to him right now. He is flying to him. Maybe he would have used the TP to attend the fight, but not there just yet. And he's going to go for the Desolator build, which I think is really nice this game, but also slows his farming speed quite a lot. He's against this Morphling that already had a really good start. I think JustBetter, they need to ramp up the pace of this game once the Blink Dagger is up on Ayanami, or they're going to fall behind.
Yeah. And, well, at least it's not a Hand of Midas.
True.
But yeah, no, I mean, he does have that Mage Flare, like you said, he's coming through into the Blink Dagger on the Dragonite, so this is going to be the... Yeah, apart from the X mark, I guess, and the Snowball, the best way for them to get some rotations. And once that's up, I could see them, speaking about Snowball now, coming onto Palintimos, but you've got Desire close. What are they going to be able to do? Infest Bomb comes through, but there is going to be the Serpent Wards being dropped. Wars Punch now as well. Palintimos, they get the Shackles onto the Tusk. The damage up from the Crystal Maiden, it's not going to be off the Thunder Gods. It comes out, going to be able to get the return kill onto the Tusk. Can they get the chase down onto Spartan? It's just going to be Desire looking for this one. Was that Shackle still going to be a ways away for this one? And now the ET rotating in. Focus, he stops to try and get a little bit of farm. Shackles will come through. Was that Stomp coming out now from the ET once again, and Moby even rotates into this one. He's going to be able to get the lightning bolts out and focus. He's going to be trying to get himself out the right click damage. It's not going to be enough with the TP. No, it's not. He had that rage going, so there was no magic damage involved. And Lifestealer, by the skin of his teeth, will be able to get himself out while his 2 supports do die there.
They're struggling so much with these fights because they don't really have this DK to play with them, and the Kanka is also a non-factor. He doesn't even have one component of his Aghanim Scepter because of how tough this laning stage was. They're gonna lose the bottom tower. Yeah, they just need Ayanami to join them, or else these fights are getting out of control. The supports were already struggling. I think they got level 6 like minute 12, minute 13. And they just keep losing fights, so they will fall really, really far behind.
Yeah, and Focus...
Lincoln's done on V-Tune, by the way.
So they are going to be able to take this. Yeah, V-Tune, I mean, it's great for just blocking the initiation coming out from the Crystal Maiden or the Dragonite. It means that he's going to be able to always get that reaction waveform away if he is in danger. And building up into the... Was it the Phylactery next after the Yasha? It just, yeah, it's going to be a lot of damage coming through here on the Morphlin. And JustBetter, I don't know if they're in the right position to even try and fight in the minute, because you've still got this Lifestealer wanting to go towards the Desolator there as well to try and get these right clicks out. But
smoke breaks.
Did they get the jump in? They're going to be able to get themselves on top of the Dragonite now as well. Palintimos was that stun. Dragon Tail does come through. But is he still going to be able to get himself away from this one? Looks like they're not going to try and follow up the rest of his team behind him.
Yeah,
and I mean,
really clutch from Astro. He broke the smoke before they found Ayanami, and his Blink Dagger was flying to him as well. So they are ready. The smoke was used on the side of Dandelions. I wouldn't mind seeing JustBetter trying to find something in the map, but Focus is showing bottom. They don't really have like enough numbers to try and do something. Skunka is just farming. I don't like this. I feel like they are... You cannot really compete. The cards that they have on the side of Dandelions just farm a bit faster than theirs.
Yeah, and what do you do then? Because you're looking net worth-wise, you're looking at the Morphin at the top, the Zeus closely behind here, where the Lifestealer isn't. Do you have to try and look to take some fights to slow down the farm of the cores on the side of Dandelions?
I think you do. They are now forcing a tower though, so this might be sufficient for this Skunka to eventually join them. He is showing top. I mean, I guess they're just not going to fight. They're going to give away this tower.
Yeah, Lifestealer going to go out of his way here to... I mean, the scam comes out, so the Centaur's going to TP in now as well. Centaur, he does have the Blink Dagger. It's going to be the Shaman TP in now as well. Did he get on top of Focus? This is actually a really nice scan. Yeah, and they're going to look for the Blink. He does get it in time now as well. Do they have the lockdown? Hex comes through, and the damage onto the Lifestealer with the Shackles. More than enough. Focus says there's a ward here on the cliff, but not realizing that the ping came out just because the Wisdom Rune being there as well, not being picked up. So they just wanted to know if there was anyone there trying to take it. And they were able to set up for a good kill onto Focus.
Yeah, really good awareness from the Dandelions. They get that kill. They're gonna get a stack on the Ancients as well. This game is quickly dwindling away. Like, if you're gonna wait this Kunkka to form a full Aghanims, I don't know if that's really gonna help you. No, they're gonna TP Kunkka bottom. Interesting. I wonder if they're gonna try and make a play, but they're already under vision. Really good deep ward from Dandelions, showing exactly where Skylark and Ayanami are.
Yeah, and it's...
Oh, they're gonna be found, man. They know what's up here in Dandelions.
Do they get the jump onto this one, though? The rotation's going to be coming through. I mean, it's not everybody... No, okay, V-Tune's going to be coming through the Twin Gate now as well. So they're going to be able to get themselves on top of focus. Yeah, look at this. Thunder God Ralphie going to be committed onto this. Hex comes out. They get the damage. They get the kill. And now the chase comes out into the dust. Tries to get the ice shards, but he just traps V-Tune in there with him. V-Tune going to be able to get that follow-up kill. Really nice rotations coming out from the side of Dandelions and just making things an absolute pain in the arse here for the side.
It's a really tough game for this Lifestealer. He needs... I think he needs a Sange, but if he doesn't go Desolator, they're not going to have enough damage. He needs Status Resistance or a Linken's, but all of those items are not really going to give the damage they're liking in the fights. I guess Kunkka is at least somewhat close to the Axe, but still like 1,000 good away. Skylark never played this game.
Spartan straight up cleaned up here, and yeah, the damage coming through. It was just... I mean, there was no way Spartan was going to survive through that no matter what happened.
Yeah, tough one. Finally... They have this blink on Ayanami, but they never got to use it. The only play where they set a bottom, they got caught by their ward. So Dandelions just making all the right moves, getting vision where they want to, and being way more proactive. Despite the fact, I think they have a later sort of draft. They're even gonna get free Roche now.
Okay. I'm just being told as well that Anami, it's Thug. So he's playing. So he's standing in for Panda at the minute. So yeah, that's stuck. So we get a bit of a... that's what they were talking about before at the very beginning of the game, where they were saying, you know, it's a reunion going on between the boys.
Oh, yeah, they said...
it's
what's the name of the
Adfinum
team? Yeah, Adfinum. Yeah, true.
And yeah, so it's just for anyone wondering, it is Thug here playing the Dragon Knight, as I'm being told by our great production staff. So he didn't just come out and know, you know, it's not a new pro in army. It is a just a rename, it looks like, for Thug.
Okay. This game is out of control. I think the best bet they have is trying to defend one of these tier 2 towers once they have this Aghanim Scepter ready on Skylark, because like they already waited so long. It makes no sense to send this Kunkka to the wolves so close to the Axe.
Yeah, and he's only going to be about 250 gold away from it now as well, trying to get the creep damage out, trying to farm this up, so it's not going to be too far away once he does get the gold for that. Actually should have it close to after this creep camp, I do believe, if he gets the stacks on right, but they might actually be looking for V-Tune. V-Tune, again, Lincoln's is available on him, so you can't get the control off. You can't, even with the Crystal Maiden, you have to be perfect on that timing, the Crystal Maiden and Kunkka, otherwise he just gets the waveform away. And you can see that, yeah, they don't even try and go for this one. And they do give up a lot of damage onto the tier 2 tower on the bottom. Are they even trying to defend this one now as well? The Deso, it looks like it's being completed and flown out for the Lifestealer. Yeah, it's going to be coming out on the courier. So I think this is where JustBetter, they need to start to look for these fights.
Yeah, but it's a really tough fight. Look at that ward. Look at that deep ward on the side of Dandelions. Trying to fight around this tower is impossible. I think... Okay, they're gonna find Skylark here.
They even dropped the Serpent Wards for this now as well. Lincoln's Sphere is gonna be broken on V-Tune, but V-Tune just goes for the right click. Gonna be able to clean up the Kunkka now. Freezing Field gonna be used by the Crystal Maiden, but they have the interrupt onto the Morphling, and the damage more than enough. Palintimos will secure the kill. Serpent Wards won't be able to fully reach the tower here, but will be able to get onto the creep wave here as well. Fortification will be used. Yeah, you can just see the back lines of the Serpent Wards not gonna be able to get
setting up on Ayanami here. They have Desire.
Yeah, they're going to be able to get themselves on top of it now as well. Shackles comes through. V-Tune is going to be able to get the waveform in, doing the damage to the Dragon Knight. Dragon Knight trying to go for that TP. Was that interrupt? Anything on it? They are going to be able to get the interrupt. And Mobe to secure the kill onto the DK. So JustBetter here. I genuinely thought it'd be a lot harder in these fights to get through these tanky heroes, but to be fair, there's not been a 5v5 fight yet for JustBetter, so Dandelions have just been able to chunk through, you know, catch them out on their own and set up 2v3, 2v4 and get these kills onto JustBetter's heroes.
Yeah, I mean, V-Tune destroyed Skylark in the lane, which, you know, is expected. I don't think this is a good matchup for the Kunkka. But I think they went this the wrong way. They just decided to trade farm against the draft that, first of all, if you're trading farm, your heroes are going to be separated, so the pick-off on Dandelions is much easier to execute. But you don't even farm that fast. So, like, you have this Lifestealer, right? If you ended up going Midas Radiance, that would be one thing. But his items say, I want to fight, but everyone else is farming. Like, even DK, he barely joined any fights on Ayanami. So, it feels like their game plan, something ended up going wrong, and they are lost. Like, they don't seem to have a plan.
Yeah, and again, it's not like you say, the Lifestealer having that Radiance would have mean that he would have been able to, at least if he's farm, he would have been able to hit that flash farm a little bit faster, but because he did go for the Desolator, yes, he hits the creeps all right, but he doesn't clear camps as quickly as other heroes, you know, including the Morphin here, that can just get that waveform through, do the damage, and then just be able to get himself in and out and farm around. You can see it reflected as well. 205 here for the Morphin. Net worth-wise, he's got nearly 3,000 gold above the Lifestealer, so the Morphin having a really good time and has been enabled by the rest of the team. Again, just being able to put that aggression onto Lifestealer, forcing rotations from the rest of JustBetter, and V-Tune for the first, what, 10-15 minutes of the game was just playing a PvE game, it felt like.
Yeah, exactly. We did talk about, you know, JustBetter's team fight being better, which means that even if they are a little bit far behind, they could potentially win. But as you said, they never tried. Like, they've been far apart the map for a while now. They finally actually smoked into Astro's infested Tusk. So let's see if they can find something here.
Yeah, you see these the Zeus solutions here as well coming through. He has that shard, so he's going to have the attack range, and his attacks have the arc lightning. So we have the full right-click Zeus coming out. He's going to be going towards the Blink Dagger here as well.
Oh, Ayanami. Spading. They
actually
find the Shadow Shaman. That's a big one.
Earth Splitter's going to come out. Backline, so like you said, the dive comes in. What can they do damage-wise? So they're going to be able to clip onto the Tusk. Thunder God's Wrath will come out. Chase down V-Tune. Going to try and look for Skylark. Skylark trying to dance his way out of danger. He's going to be stopped here now as well. Drops the boat. Is he going to live before the boat hits him? Gets that run buff off, but he's still going to be taking a lot of damage. The waveform comes through, and V-Tune still gets the kill onto that Kunkka, and Focus will fall next. Only the Dragonite stands. Crystal Maiden going to go for the retreat here as well. Spartan, he's being hunted down. Like you say, that deep ward coming through. Palintimos, he's looking for the angle. He's looking for any information. I think he was just behind the trees there, Spartan, so Palintimos won't scout him out, but this should be, with the tier 2 tower in the mid lane being so low, maybe a push onto high ground here without the Aegis on the side of Dandelions.
Yeah, they know that the boat is on cooldown. The thing is, they tried to fight now on JustBetter, but he only had 3 heroes. Both Kunkka and the Crystal Maiden were way too far behind, and now they're going to try and get Palintimos here. They're not going to get it.
Yeah, they do get it off now as well. Freezing Field's going to be a little bit too far back to affect the Morphin, so the Morphin just get the tier 3 tower. Will be able to back themselves away, but the chase is on the side of JustBetter. Desire going to be in a little bit of trouble now as well. The Stomp comes through, but the Dragonite still gets the kill, and in fact, Kidaro, is there anything to interrupt this TP? There's not. Oh. Spartan was so close, but just couldn't close the gap in time there to lock down the ET.
Yeah, those paws were lifting up, but with TP, I mean, at least they punished Dandelions a little bit, but no Roche timer. I don't think there's anything that they're really gonna get out of this besides buying time. But you know, if you look at Dota Plus, the prospects are a bit grim, let's say.
Yeah, it ain't looking great here for the side of JustBetter. You can see that's a 96% win chance probability coming up for the side of Dandelions. And, I mean, you said it. If they had a good start, if they really rocked the lanes, they would be able to take advantage. And that's exactly what they've done here. 20-5 and a 12k net worth lead coming out for the side of Dandelions. So they are completely in control, it feels like, of this game. And I don't know if there's going to be enough in it here for the side of JustBetter to fight themselves back into this game. Maybe if they were able to take a fight, get a quick Roshan, but there's still tier 2 towers standing. You know, it's still really hard to get through just V-Tune himself. So you can see that he's even going to full strength morph before he picks up that shield rune as well to get the full benefit from it.
True. Oh, you're right. He's going to have a 2,400 shield barrier going on there. Yeah, I like that Lifestealer ended up going for a Sanj. I think he really needs it. They're gonna break the smoke here with the dragon. Nicely done.
Yeah, the black dragon there as well has the lifesteal inside. But V-Tune with this shield now, I don't know. Do you just try and go for high ground again? Because I mean, it's gonna be super hard to try and shove through this again. Serpent wards will be dropped. There is a fortification available if you want to try and spend it here to protect the rack, so maybe make something happen here. But with the serpent wards being down, I think they're gonna try and save this for one of the side lanes. Just let V2 get through. They're gonna try and cancel the TP coming out from Astral back lines though. Do they get the kill onto the Shaman? Shaman's gonna try and do what he can. Spartan's gonna go down in trade here as V2 comes through. The right click's coming out onto focus. Look at the damage coming through onto the Lifestealer. Lifestealer tries to pop that rage, gets himself on top of Moby now as well. Moby, can he get the heavenly jump away? He does. They get 3 out of this. The buyback comes out from Spartan here. Spartan trying to do what he can, but that's going to be the dieback. Look at V-Tune. He's just ripping through absolutely everybody.
Yeah, they don't have the damage whatsoever. Their team fight, they didn't get a single 5 versus 5 fight. Like, the Skunka gets picked off by a really good ward placed by Dandelions on the low ground. He casts all of his spells, doesn't do any damage. This was a really discombobulated game from JustBetter. I think once they lost the laning stage, they really didn't know what to do. They just farmed, but they didn't draft for farming, and you know the result is there. I'm not surprised at all that this game was as quick as we're seeing it be.
Yeah, and you don't have the Crystal Maiden for 30 seconds here. You don't have the Lifestealer for another 5 seconds, so you are going to lose a second lane of racks. And do you think Dandelions even stop? Are they just going to rotate out, look for Megas, or do they want to go for the safety blanket? You know, maybe get that Aegis on their side first.
Yeah, it looks like they're going for Roche. You know, they waited enough because of the delays in this series, so I don't think they're really in any rush to finish this one off. Just get Roshan, and this should just be a really easy high ground siege. I would be really surprised if JustBetter can defend. I don't know, maybe it's literally 0% win probability right now.
Yeah, it's going to take a miracle, it seems like, here to try and get this game back in JustBetter's favour. Unfortunately, he's playing for someone else, so the jump comes into the pit, and you can see that they are going to start on this Roshan. It is going to be the first Roshan of the game here. Second Roshan? First Roshan? I don't remember.
I think it's second. Yeah, it's second. They did pick the first one very early. Yeah, I mean, okay, they're gonna try and smoke. I guess the move is probably take a fight outside of your base so that whatever happens, you clear the wave, you make it a bit more awkward. Maybe you surprise them, but they are smoked. Dandelions, they seem to be aware exactly of this move. They have 2 good wards though on JustBetter. Smoke breaks.
Kadaro, yeah, they do break the smoke on both sides. You have the waveform coming through, the Morphling to be able to get on top of Spartan once again. Now the scout comes out from the Thunder God's Wrath. Spartan trying to keep himself alive. The extra armor from that freezing field, it's not going to be enough. They've got the lockdown onto the Dragonet now. Again, the boat will fly through, hitting onto the 2 heroes on the side of JustBetter to keep them alive a little bit longer. Moby eats that cheese. What are they going to do? Earthsplitter comes out now. The damage. They take down Astral. Kadaro will full focus. He's trying to go for this one, but the Dragonet is in trouble. Moby gets up just barely alive and will be able to help V2 now take down an army. And that is going to be Thug and Focus. What can he do here? Trying to get the lifesteal back, but he's going to be hexed up, killed off, and GG will be called. Game number 1 in 29 minutes will be going the way of Dandelions.
Oh yeah, this was a really quick one. Yeah, I have, you know, it's tough because this Skunka was put in a really tough position in terms of his laning stage. He didn't have a lot of gold, and pipe is a really expensive item, but I can't help but feel like, oh, I think my camera broke, by the way, production, so I might not have my beautiful face. I don't think I can fix it right now, so you can probably jump to
just me.
But yeah, I think if he had a pipe, this would have been an easier game, because maybe you can put this DK or this Lifestealer to soak a lot of damage. After the first volley of spells is over and they're still alive, you can actually turn it around. We saw some very close fights, despite the fact they were 22k gold behind. I don't know. It was a tough one though. Can't really expect this Kunkka to farm anything. And that was a less pay Kunkka, right? So they expected the lane to be good, but Vitun just crushed them. And I gotta say, even in the other games that we cast, he had some amazing performances. He was like super far behind and outfarmed in, or when he's ahead, he just never makes a mistake and ends the game so quickly.
Yeah, and usually you do see that Kunkka going for the first item, Blade Mail, something like that, but like you say, he went double braces into the Aether Lens, into the Aghanim Scepter. It just didn't work out for him here. 0, 4, and 2 on the Kunkka. So that is going to be it for the first game. We are a little bit behind schedule, so we'll rush through. It's going to be a 10-minute break, and we'll be back with the second game of JustBetter versus Dandelions after this break.
1xBet and Eva Alfie present betting on all esports events on the website and in the 1xBet app. 1xBet. Play with Eva.
What if Kunkka knew that he could not only play Dota but also place bets? zlého.
OneXBet Bookmaker Company.
Chances of breaking items in a tournament match are non-existent. Chances of winning at 1xBet are always real.
Join with me.
At your service.
Stealing Aegis from Roshan is very difficult. Winning at 1xBet is super easy.
Use your skills into gaming. 1xBet.
Look around. Screens are everywhere. They allow you to immerse yourself in another world, into hundreds of different worlds. Here you can be anything you want, and we will support you in this. OG, Team Spirit, 1xBet. If you are with us, you win.
Hello, son.
Hi, Mom.
Pretty girl.
This is Eva.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you very much. Your dad's just making his favorite dinner. It's duck. Come on inside. They're all probably too gruesome to tell you while you're eating at the table. How's your food? Is everything okay? Good, good. You seem to know each other.
Yeah. This is the new ambassador for 1xBet.
Oh, I see.
Everyone felt good when Eva Elfie became the new ambassador of 1xBet.
Welcome back in, everybody, to the second game of the first series of the day. Dandelions are going to be going 1-up, which means that they are going to be even closer now to securing that top 3. But JustBetter want to get that fight back. It does mean that I think JustBetter can only go 6-4 maximum, which will be the same score as Na'Vi. So, hell, we might see some tiebreakers after all here. But Bowie, coming into this second game, what are you expecting now in terms of the JustBetter fight back? Because that last draft felt a little bit slow in terms of trying to get online compared to what Dandelions were doing.
Yeah, I think the biggest problem was the lanes in the draft for me. I really commend some of the bans. I think they banned the Dazzle that we saw Mobe actually playing really well. But I think letting that morph through, especially if you pick the Lifestealer before it, was a bit of a slip up, a little bit of a mistake.
Yeah.
Also, the read of picking Kanka into it, he just got demolished in the lane. I want to see them forcing V-Tune into heroes like the Ursa we saw him pick. I want them to make him scrape for like that bottom of the barrel rather than like giving... Morphling is probably one of the best heroes of the patch, and V-Tune is one of the best Morph players. So I was not a fan of the heroes they gave to him, but I think the mid lane was fine. I think having the DK against the Zeus was okay. They even banned that Viper first phase, which honestly, I think DK can even lane against that. I've seen lots of matchups where the DK seems to like hold his own, or at least even if you struggle, right? We saw DK time and time again recover, and I think Viper is a way less useful, versatile hero. Like the way you have to play is way more simplistic with the Viper. So I would say don't ban Viper first phase. Make sure that the Luna and the Morphling is removed and see what happens. Obviously, ban the Dazzle second phase against Mobe, and that's probably the way to go.
Yeah, we'll see how they want to go with this bans. Like you say, there is some heroes that maybe you just don't let V-Tune get. And even, I mean, he did okay. Did he do okay on the Ursa yesterday? Am I lying? I think I'm lying just a little bit. But maybe if you'd have gone for a different build on the Ursa, maybe go into that Diffuser Blade, like a Maelstrom kind of build, something like that. But yeah, to me, at the minute, Battle Fury heroes just feel dead. They are at the bottom of the barrel for me. So they're going to start off the draft again, JustBetter, banning out that Viper once again. Dandelions, we'll see how they're going to respond, because obviously it does mean that you're going to be letting one of the stronger heroes through. The Centaur or the Bat Rider, the Tiny getting through, something like that. Timbersaw there as well. So we'll see what their options are going to be. As Dandelions do ban out the Magnus once again. And seeing a little bit, I mean, hell, if it worked for Dandelions, if it's not broke, why change it?
I feel like this Viper ban has to be some Scream PTSD. Like, there's no way that... I mean, this hero is barely picked. I think one of like the two players I see like playing this hero constantly in pubs is Mobe and... actually, Einkrad also plays it. But Mobe, Einkrad, as well as... what's the name of Falcon's mid player? Man.
Malrine.
Yeah, Maureen. So they do play Viper. And I think the hero is fine, but maybe they're just a bit afraid here. Maybe they don't want to play the DK again. So if you're not playing DK, then banning the Viper does make a bit more sense. I feel like DK is one of the the only heroes that can consistently sustain himself, besides maybe like Alina, which I'm not sure he plays.
Yeah, and you look at these bans, the Undying being banned out as well by JustBetter. So these are, they're not your standard bans that we're seeing every single game. So there are going to be a couple of good heroes, one of these top tier, quote-unquote, top hero picks getting through here from both sides. So we'll see how they're going to try and prioritize this. And once again, looking at the Dragon Knight or the Tiny, something like that, Bat Rider, you know, there's only 2 bans or 3 bans left, including this one that's going to be coming out. So yeah, there is still heroes on the board to come through. And now JustBetter, they do have the reserve time back in the second game, so they can take a little bit more time, think about what they want to be banning out, breathe just a little bit more, you know, make sure they don't panic on this one. But at the minute, yeah, Tiny's going to be taken up by the Dandelions, and Centaur goes this time. Off lane, yeah, again, Kunkka, Mars, they're both still going to be here as well. So I wonder if JustBetter ban out the Dragon Knight this time, or if they're going to pick it up first phase.
I really like the Dragon Knight. I feel like the hero seems, you know, good enough, versatile. They banned the ET. I was going to say, that ET was doing so much for them. I feel like Hidaro is kind of a name that we don't really talk about too much when Dandelions is playing.
Yeah.
But it felt super strong. But once again, you get the Timber for yourself, but you give away V-Tune his Luna into a very easy matchup for the Luna. You know, it is one of those classic Timber Soul counters. Interesting decision here from JustBetter. I wonder how they're going to try and abuse this. It is a first pick Luna. So maybe you can abuse this with the next couple of heroes, and we'll see what they're going to do.
Yeah, and there is still a lot of shields coming through for the Luna, you know, to be able to sit into this lane, offer some protection. You can see that with the Timber Sword pickup, JustBetter here, trying to take away these burst heroes. Like you said, the Viper's gone this time. They ban out the Zeus as well. The Zeus did quite a lot of work. It wasn't really a kill lane in the lane up against the Dragon Knight, but coming into the mid game, into that late game when the 5v5s, or again, it wasn't even really ever a 5v5 between the two teams, but it was Dandelions hunting as a pack, and that Zeus did a lot of work. So yeah, this time JustBetter, like, we're not going to give it away again. You know, you're going to have to play something else. Taking away the Bat Rider. We'll see what Dandelions want to be taken away here. What do you feel a little bit uncomfortable for? I'd still... what do you look at? Maybe the... Okay, they ban out the Darkseer and pick up the Rubik here. Not too sure... I assume this is going to be the 4, you know, maybe looking for something tanky to be this 5 here alongside the Luna.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I wouldn't be mad with the Rubik because I think it's a lot of magic damage. So, because Luna already gives the aura to the Rubik, you might be able to out-trade him.
Yeah.
I do like this Shadow Demon pick, though. It is going to be interesting to have against this Luna, although gotta be careful not giving away this disruption to Rubik himself. I don't want to see DK being banned, and maybe not even picked by JustBetter, because I want this Timbersaw to maybe be flexed to the mid lane.
Yeah.
I feel like if they end up with a melee position 2 on the Lions, you can actually put the Timber there and find a better matchup in the lane against Luna, and that's probably going to be good for their offlaner, because I feel like Skylark really struggled in game number 1.
Yeah. Just looking at it as well, yeah, the Shadow Demon pick going out against the Luna, going back 8 years, I think, when this was just, that was the meta, that every team had to get the Shadow Demon, because if not, you gave it away to the team that were picking up the Luna. So the push potential coming through from this one. JustBetter, again, they go back for the Tusk, and I really wasn't impressed by it all that much. I think it made a good couple of kills with the slows, with the Crystal Maiden and the Lifestealer in the lane up against Palintimos, but for the most part, I don't think it had the impact that JustBetter wanted it to do. So I'm surprised they go back for this Tusk as the second support here for themselves.
Yeah, it really seems to be comfort more than anything. I think the problem with Tusk support is that he heavily relies on farming that early Blink Dagger. In that game, he got it pretty late. He was a position 5, obviously, so you don't expect him to get that much farm. And now they steal the Crystal Maiden here for Dandelions. So probably that Rubik 4 you were talking about. And now they have the choice to pick mid or off lane. They don't see the carry. So maybe picking mid or a flexible hero like DK is fine. Oh, they go Brew.
Yeah, and I don't mind that. Especially if they're thinking that JustBetter might be going back for this Lifestealer again. You know,
Sven
you've got
Gaming,
some...
maybe?
Yeah, true. Who would you're looking at? Are you preferring Sven? Yo, who's a good answer to the Luna coming into this draft, do you think?
I think it's really good. I think Sven is a good response for Luna and the Brew, because you obviously kill the Brewlings. You're very tanky. You have the eggs to get close on her. They're gonna go for the Lina first. Could be carry, could be mid. So they have this offlane mid and carry mid flex going on. Pretty cool.
Yeah, and We'll see how they're going to respond to this here, Dandelions. I think if you're going to be running this, JustBetter, they need to be super aggressive with this, though. You can't give the Luna the time to build up. Like I say, it's not like the Sven that's going to match the farm speed of the Luna. But if it is going to be the mid lane, I'd expect to see some really good early rotations coming out from that Lena. Looking for just to try and get kills, and again, try and put the pressure onto these side lanes here as the bans do start to come out. So JustBetter, they take away that dazzle. Yeah, I think we saw it yesterday. The dazzle just being able to get those saves off, just especially with the explosive damage that the Lena has, all that burst damage there. A good shallow grave after the spells get spent for the Lena. Not really a lot left in the tank because it's not really a right-click build that you go for anymore. And the dazzle could really put a stopper in what the Lena can do impact-wise in this game.
I honestly want this Lena to be a carry now. I feel like having it against the Brewmaster is probably going to cripple his lane a lot, especially if the Tusk is going to be the 5. So it's just a really classic shards into LSA. I feel like they picked that Tusk game number 1 even earlier than this game, but they didn't have a combo where the shards felt meaningful. Yeah. And now with this Lena, I really want these 2 heroes from in the same lane. I think this Brew is going to struggle quite a bit to lane against that. And then you just need to find either your mid laner / off laner. DK is still in the pool, by the way, so I wouldn't mind seeing that.
Yeah, both sides could look to pick that one up. Great tower taker, your big tanky boy. Yeah, the Tusk in the last game, it was a first pick, right, from JustBetter. It was the first one they locked in. So yeah, they have thought about it a little bit more now. Maybe again put under some pressure with that lack of reserve time in the last game. But we can see that both teams now, they've got comfortable. They've got themselves. They've actually used a minute each on this reserve time, just over a minute each. And what are you looking at here, last pick wise? Dandelions, like I say, Dragonite still available. I wonder if either side ban that out coming into these final picks.
You mean Alchemist?
No, the DK.
Oh, yeah, I think DK is probably better for JustBetter. I think they lack the lockdown to kill this Brewmaster before his ulti, but if you have Dragon Tail into Tusk Blink, LSA, Timbersaw, that should be enough damage to burst him down. And, you know, Wind Ranger is the same thing. Shackle Shot has a pretty long duration. To me, that's the most important one. But they actually take... Wait, what? So they think this could be Lena mid. And they bend the Gyro. I mean, it is damage onto the Brewlings, kind of similar to a Sven. But it's interesting that they actually bend Gyro over, and now DK gets bent by JustBetter. Okay. So it is going to be carry Lena, but they get the puck instead. Okay.
And yeah, I wonder, Dandelions here, they ban out the Gyrocopter. I wonder if that's signaling... Yeah, you don't go core Enigma anymore, right? It's purely been the 4 and 5 from what I've been seeing. So, you know, maybe that's not going to be a thing. I'm just wondering what else they want to be picking up. And I suppose that the Gyrocopter has great farm speed with a flat cannon coming out as well. So they just want to be taken away. Again, I don't know, because the Lena farm speed, is it going to be enough to match what the Luna can do in this game? Because it felt like VTune, they had the synergy down here to buy VTune space and time. So JustBetter... They need to live up to the name, and they need to be JustBetter coming into this one, and they do go for the Alchemist mid-alch against the puck.
Apparently, yeah. Okay, well, this is going to be an interesting one. I'm curious. I think we saw... I think it was a South American team, right? It was... who was it? It was, I think, Dark Mago playing the Alch, and he got trashed. I forgot the name of the team, but they never got to play it. Yeah. I hope he doesn't go Radiance. I want to see some sort of, Blink Dagger / whatever, I don't know, Phylactery Alchemist build you can find.
Yeah.
If he goes Radiance, it doesn't even make sense, because Brewmaster wants to go Radiance as well. So I think you have to play fast with this Alch. It is a really good lane. Like, Puck and most of his range heroes struggle a lot against the Acid Spray. The wave just shoves into them. The Alch should have a good time. The question is what exactly you do with the farm that his Alch's going to be getting. That's a new one. Mobe is very versatile with his picks. The mid Alch is not something I've seen recently from him.
No, it's not something I'm used to either. Yeah, it used to be... Ramses used to do it a lot, that you'd have this Brewmaster and the Alchemist, and they both go for the Radiance, but the Alch would break it down into... He did it with the Wraith King as well. You know, you break it down into the... It was the Nullifier and the Butterfly. Later on.
Yeah, I mean, he has one game in Dota 2 Pro Tracker, and he did go Radiant, so I think that's exactly what's going to happen. But then you have, like, 3 heroes that want to farm. Luna just wants to farm. Brewmaster is a hero that fights every 160 seconds. this is a game I could see JustBetter if they play a bit more aggressive than they had in game number 1. I could see them winning.
Yeah,
it's all about how much Skylar's going to get out of his lane. I think, I was maybe expecting this Timber to be mid, especially once they pick the Elk, right? But they are sending the Timber Saw to the mid lane. I'm sorry, to the off lane.
Yeah, and it is, like, say, JustBetter, they do need to get aggressive here. I think if they can, if they don't fall into this farming trap, if they get their items, get the level 6s up and start to look to roam, get these kills onto the side of Dandelions, they can take control of this game. But if they do try and match the farm coming out from Dandelions, it's just... They're way more built on the side of Dandelions draft-wise to be able to get this farm out. And, yeah, they've got to be fast. They've got to be aggressive here, JustBetter, and to take this game number 2. I think they've got to get themselves in these fights as soon as the ultimates start to come out.
Yeah, and I mean, honestly, it ends up being a very similar situation to game number 1. They have a greedier lineup on the side of Dandelions, and you have this offlane of JustBetter in kind of a tricky, sticky situation. If you get yoinked on the Timber Saw, I just hope we're not gonna see this Timber farming some, I don't know, some Bloodstone, just AFK farming for 20 minutes. I hope they find a way to be aggressive. Yeah, a bit salty about this Timber ended up being the offlane, but I guess you wouldn't expect Alk mid, right?
No.
Even, especially when you see the Timber on the other side, you're like, yeah, I'm gonna pick Alk here, and it's gonna be okay.
No, yeah, I wasn't expecting that mid at all. Yeah, Timbersaw wise, I'm expecting the Veil into the Sanj Kaya into a Blink Dagger, something like that for the Timbersaw. Those 3 items, to just get yourself off the bat and go get yourself some fights. What are they talking about? Oh, Thuggy to come back there to matchmaking. He's got a 100% win rate. Okay.
Okay. I'm glad some people are getting a mark because they're not happening to me.
I've actually not been to... I'm playing at a way lower level than anyone here in this lobby, but, I actually got quite a bit just running the Faceless Void over the past few days, and putting... Okay. You know what's surprising? Putting the Weaver in there as well. Yeah, I'm playing at a level where people don't buy Reveal, so Weaver is super strong for me.
I mean, Weaver's nice. I think it's a really good pub hero. It scales a lot. It farms well. I think it's good.
Yeah, as we see the Alk. Well, I mean, thematically, he's a bit out of date here, this Alchemist. But yeah, he did cross the river down. He actually checked for the ward. He did see that there was. He took a couple of tower attacks, so they know that there is going to be that Radiant ward on the other side of the river. Whether they try and go for that D ward here or not, especially with JustBetter moving through the map like this, if they do try and step up, there is going to be 3 heroes here, so probably not going to be worth it for the side of Dandelions to try and go for this D ward. But the Luna, is she trying to go for the rune snatch? Because the Timbersaw is still here. So we'll be coming across the Timber now as well. Skylark is, there's a Shadow Demon close where they want to try and risk trading this off. It looks like they might try and make a move for the Radiant Bounty Rune.
The battle begins.
LSA is going to connect. Who's going to be able to get it? It's going to be 3 Bounty Runes going the way of JustBetter here. Fade Bolt does fly through, but it was a really nice LSA catching up both of the heroes. And yeah, just wasn't able to pick it up. Skylark was able to claim that Bounty Rune.
One thing that's pretty interesting to me is how Venge somehow seems to be disappearing. Like, that hero was so popular first phase in the past, and
yeah,
it is one of the standard combinations to play with Lina, even though it's a range hero. Just having that swap in the later fights, I think it's a kind of an easier way than what Tusk's supposed to do. I'm surprised that they... Oh, LSA just find a Rubik.
Yeah.
They end up getting this Tusk rather than a hero like Venge.
I do like the Tusk just because once the animation stack is lowered for Lina, you can get off these good right clicks. The tag team's going to be super useful, I think. So being able to have a hero that takes advantage of that in the Tusk, like I say. Oh, another LSA here. That's going to be 3 for 3, and Palintimo's going to be in a lot of trouble. Can he get himself away from this one? Tag team comes through. Spartan gets the kill.
Yeah, this lane is definitely way harder for Dandelions than it's going to be in. I think, the Timbersaw also gets slightly counter to what they have on the side of Dandelions, but it takes a little bit longer.
Yeah.
You need level 3, level 4 on the Luna. Not even sure they're gonna get Lucent Beam level 2, but that's usually how you counter this Timber. You get that extra magic damage, and especially with the CM aura, it allows you to just spam those spells a bit more.
Yeah, I have been seeing the Lunas go for more of that fighting build as opposed to the farming build over the last couple of events that we've done. So whether VTune wants to go for the points into the glaives as well as the aura, or whether he does actually want to go for the Lucent Beam into the Eclipse, that I'll have to wait and see how he builds it up. But I don't think there's a particularly wrong answer here for VTune, whichever way he wants to go. If he does want to get aggressive here, get involved with his teammates, then the Lucent Beam, the Eclipse is going to be way better than the farming build. But if he does feel comfortable that his team can 4v5 for the first 15 minutes of the game, then, by all means, the aura into the Bouncing Glaives will do him well.
Now, this mid lane, that is really the interesting thing about this game. Is having a pretty free lane, which you expected to happen. And is he just gonna rush a Radiance, man? I'm not sure I like it, but it seems, it's not the first time we're seeing pros doing it.
Yeah. I mean, what else would you go for if you're not going to go for a Radiance? Would you just go straight like Blink Basher, trying to get aggressive and engage with your teammates, look for those rotations?
In the past, Solar Crest was really the option because you could actually use it on enemies, right? It was really good for mid-alk. I don't think there's really an item now that you can play fast tempo. Like, maybe you can go Armlet Blink, but it seems a bit weird. I've seen Mjolnir as well, just because you farm really fast, but it's also like it gives you more damage in the fights because attack speed and all. But I don't know. I guess you have to go Radiance. I don't want this to be the norm. It just seems wrong in so many ways.
Yeah, it is a weird hero to me to be picking up anyway for the mid lane, especially like you say when you already had that Brewmaster and the Luna out. That they are fairly greedy heroes anyway. The Puck's going to try and get the Disrupt in here, but what's Thug actually going to be doing? Because these creep camps, he have been cleaned up. Tries to get in with the Waning Rift here, stealing away. The skeletons are up, and you can see that he's just trying to interrupt his farm, and those skeletons going to be worth a lot taken away from Mobe here, and Thug gets him with the orb. So Mobe, he misses out on 2 waves to try and get that camp, and I think he lost about half of it, or he shared half of it though with the Puck.
Very nicely done. Sometimes you see, players just trying to over-deny and ignore the fact that Alk's in the jungle, but he goes for it. He doesn't even have... I guess there's one deep ward there, so that's how he got vision of the Alk doing exactly that. And, his Water Rune's also going to be stolen by Astro. Very nicely done.
Yeah, they are controlling this Alchemist. I mean, this is... I don't know what I was expecting for the Alchemist mid, but being able to get these rotations in the control. He's not a high-mobility hero. This is... it's going well for the Puck, and last hit-wise, he's keeping pace. Yes, okay, the Mobe, he's going to have the Greevil's Greed. He's going to be able to get himself a little bit more out of this one, as long as he's farming. But Thug keeping pace here. He should be able to hit that 6, make some good rotations. And item-wise, he's going to be able to get online, I think, a little bit quicker. If it is going to be the Radiance build here for the Alk, he's going to be able to get online a little bit quicker, and maybe start to threaten these side lanes a lot earlier than the Alchemist.
Yeah, this is a game that I think this is not a game that the Lions are going to be able to win in 25 minutes like we saw game 1, because it's just way too greedy. Somehow greedier than game number 1. As Spartan, though, really good shards. God damn, he was 100% dead in my screen, but he got some really good shards bottom.
And it looks like Focus, how's he doing farm-wise? Focus is a little bit behind the Brewmaster, so even after getting the kill on the board here for in this lane, it's going to be a little bit trickier for him, especially with these Fade Bolts flying out like this. Yeah, he's going to have to rely on the Dragon Slave maybe for those long-range last hits. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, they're going to be setting up here onto Mobe. Mobe can get himself away from this one. Looks like the Shadow Poison's ticking through, but the Disruption, it wasn't used here, so Mobe will be able to get himself away from this. And as he pull Focus out, Focus will be able to get the kill. Palintimos immediately gets a return kill here. Actually chasing down into Focus. Can he get his kill onto Focus here? Palintimos looks to be chased away. LSA does connect. It's going to be a lot of damage. Even the neutral getting involved here. He gets that clap off. Palintimos trying to run himself away from the damage coming out. But the Lina, with that such a long-range attack, that it's a lot harder for Palintimos to get out of dodge here against the Lina.
Gonna be a rune on the top side. Mobe picking it up. Has his level 6 as well, so should be just fine. Can they get the lift? No, they can't.
Stable comes in. It connects.
What?
Did he not have the phase shift? He didn't. It was on cooldown. The orb was on cooldown there as well. They baited out the spells in the puck. He just wasn't able to get away from the unstable concoction.
Yeah, that's the thing with mid-alch. You know, that's why I like this hero playing high tempo, because he has so much early damage if you just get a blink dagger. That these low armor mid heroes, like only 3 armor on puck, he just melts to that physical concoction.
Yeah, and you can see that now bottom lane, there's going to be the snowball coming through, trying to waste a little bit of time here, but Palintimos should be able to get the setup onto Spartan. Spartan drops that tag team, but there's going to be the unstable concoction coming in now as well. The Lina too far forward, the 3-on-1. Focus over-committed there with trying to get the dive out with the Tusk, and Palintimos lives through that, and he's going to be getting his level 6 off this next wave.
So much value Mobe was able to acquire in like 30 seconds. He came from 450 net worth to first. He heals this puck, goes bottom, gets a double kill, and he was, you know, struggling, having his water runes stolen. There was a lot of resources involved in shutting him down, and he still finds value so easily.
Look at this Thug, he's just all about stealing out of the camps now as well, because the Luna trying to do a little bit of farm. It looks like...
Find a stack.
Yeah, he's going to get some from this here as well. Should be able to with the Wind and Rift as well, as the Orb gets some. Crystal Maiden trying to stop this from being stolen out, but the Luna not going to try and rotate and contest into this one. And it doesn't take Thug, you know, he's not a quick taker of the stacks here at level 7, but again, he will be able to take this away from the Luna. So, putting the Luna a bit on the back foot, and it looks like Vichu's been forced out of the lane here as well by this Timbersaw Shadow Demon combination.
Is going to be found.
Did he get a kill?
He
LSA.
anything.
Unstable concoction comes out. The acid spray there as well. The damage more than enough, and Palintimos will be able to get the kill.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
I'm baffled. But at the same time, I'm really happy that Mobe, you know, regardless of which item he's going to pick up, that he's playing like this. Because all of the heroes on the side of JustBetter are very squishy. They are not as tanky as they were in game number 1. I guess only the Timbersaw is slightly tanky. And, you know, he's having a decent time, even took that tier 1 tower top, but your Lina dying twice like this hurts so much. I guess, you know, Vitun is also poor, but Luna needs Maelstrom to increase her farming speed, whereas the Luna is already farming really fast.
Yeah, and yeah, like you said, right, even if the Luna's been forced out of lane, it's still better than dying a couple of times here. Still able to bob into the lane, especially underneath a tier 2 tower like this one. Get some farm and then move to the stacks in the jungle. I'm surprised there hasn't been a rotation here, especially with the Timbersaw push right up to the tier 2 to maybe shut him down. But the map control Dandelions are getting for the rotations from Mobe here, this Lina really struggling now. Going to be forced into the Maelstrom.
Going Orchid. I love this. This is so good against the puck.
I mean, it's so good against everyone. I mean, what's the Lina? If you can't get the spells off, can't build those fiery soul stacks, what's the Lina really going to do? Because the right clicks at base level without the fiery soul stacks, not the greatest thing in the world here for focus.
I'm sold on this Alk. I'm 100% sold. Just Orchid Blink, become Quap, but with a stun.
And you see the jump in now as well, jump capability that the Alchemist rotating around. Going back to farming, like I say, just to finish off this Orchid. Do you just keep the pressure on focus here once that Orchid's out? Is that your main job here as Mobe?
Yeah, I think killing either Tug or Focus is good enough, right? The matchup... Oh, hello.
Freezing Field, mid lane. Are they going to be able to get the kill onto this one? Spartan Blue Grenade comes out. Oh, Snowball. But it's only going to lead him to his death. Buying some time here. The Alchemist will be able to pick it up in Mobe. Yeah, he does confirm on that kill. Unstable Concoction coming up in 1 second. Does he get the steal? He does. An Amy. Excuse me. Yeah, Thug. He gets that steal on the regen rune. Was able to get himself away. So really good pickup in Mobe. He just had that Unstable Concoction come off cooldown, but wasn't able to channel and get the throw off there onto the puck.
Yeah, very nice. Valentimo's here fighting Focus. He has the OT.
Does he want to go for the kill onto Focus, though, with the rotation coming around here? It looks like, are they still going to be able to get the cleanup coming through? Cyclone comes out onto the Tusk. Still going to be a lot of damage onto Focus. Focus, what are they going to be able to do here? Split will be wearing off in the next couple of seconds, so it looks like not going to be able to get this kill. Split was off now, but Spartan got to be careful. Ice Shard's going to be stolen by the Rubik. Couldn't find the kill here, so both team members just to be backing away. And both teams, don't get anything from that. I suppose it forces out the split. Well, it doesn't force out the split, but the split gets used there. So that's going to be a big opening here for the side of JustBetter.
Oh, they're going to smoke, knowing that there is no split. And, I mean, Skylark is gigantic. He just got his Blink Dagger as well. This is a really good time to fight. I'm going to find this Rubik. I don't think he can get out.
No, it's a lot of damage onto Desire, and he did steal the Chakram, tried to throw that one out, but it will cost him his life. Palintimos as well as Mobe do get away now, and you are right, the Alchemist could be going towards that Blink Dagger, so with the way that he's farming, not going to be too far away from this here, Mobe.
I really, really like this. Also happy that Skylark is joining this fight. He finally got a really good lane, and, you know, did go for a pretty aggressive build. Once the Witchblade is done on Puck, I really want to see a full, you know, a 4-man move on the side of JustBetter. They have the OT on the Tusk, they have the OT on Shadow Demon. Anyone can die, but there's actually a quicker move. Oh no, Joyanami, they have that Orchid as we said.
Yep, Smoke's going to break now. The jump comes in. They're going to be able to take the Silence and Stable Concoction. Going to be channeled now as well, but the Disruption. Is it going to be a self-stun now as well? It is onto the Alchemist. That Disruption lasted just long enough. Now Bobe stunned up. They're going to be able to turn this fight around. Kidaro going to be chased away now as well. The Puck jumps in, doing a lot of damage here to the Crystal Maiden. Crystal Maiden Timber Chain comes through. Skylark cleans him up. Disruption turns that fight around there, and the Alchemist self-stun took so much damage that there was nothing that Dandelions could do to follow that up.
That was so good from JustBetter. They showed this Tusk, but they had everyone behind him. The way they were moving around, just making sure that the Tusk breaks the smoke, but the people behind him do not. That was a huge bait. And, you know, the Elk was farming this Blink Dagger. He lost like 400 gold from that death, I believe. This is going to slow his timings quite a bit, because with only the Orchid, it's hard to kill this Puck. You need that gap close, which he has a haste. So that could be used, but still pretty sad that he dies. He was having a really good game.
Skylark's going to be able to get down to the low ground, but it goes right into Palintimos' waiting arms. The split comes out here from the Brewmaster. Snowball's going to be there, saving out the Timbersaw for a little bit longer now as well, but the Timbersaw doesn't have a lot of mana. Chakram going to be stolen, turned back around on its master, and Vichun gets himself a double kill coming through.
Astro.
And this... Does he get the damage out for the kill here now as well? It looks like he's going to be able to take down the Shadow Demon. 3 heroes from that big group up from the side of Dandelions, and even the help of Vichun getting involved there. So you can see that Luna not going to shy away getting involved early on, and yet Alchemist, that's going to be more gold towards that Blink Dagger.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, Tusk tried to quote-unquote save the Timber. He just bought time for Dandelions to connect. I think he could have probably get out if just the Timbersaw dies. Instead, they both die, and Mobe uses that haste, as I said, to get the kill. A bit unfortunate here for JustBetter, but it is time and space for focus. He's still the lowest of the lowest, but he's supposed to surpass this surpass the Brew and the Puck, because he already has his Maelstrom, so should be farming very fast starting now.
Yeah, I'm going to be going to the Gleipnir too. Oh, they do get the kill to Kidaro in the bottom lane. Just a little bit too far up. I think the Crystal Maiden was trying to do some warding here. Yeah, so it's going to be the Gleipnir coming out for the Lina, so it's going to be some good control, but I don't know... You know, if you do get that one off, you're going to have your teammates to follow up. Is it going to be enough here for the next couple of fights? I think that the Lina might just be, again, just going towards that farm, and doesn't really do it as well as the Luna, so it is going to put focus on the back foot.
Yeah, but it is a good matchup for the Lina, because she outranges the Luna. So even if you are a little bit far behind the network... Oh, wait a second here.
Do they get the kill? Self-stun comes out, but it does also connect onto the Tusk here. Stolen Snowball there, and Spartan will fall.
LSA?
Will he fall? He surely will fall in the end, but Palintimos, he's going to go down at the same time.
Laguna.
Great damage coming out from Focus there now as well. What can he do? Lina, yeah, he's going to be able to chunk down, and Desire and Nami helping him out in the trees. So good rotations there, and great kills for the side of JustBetter. Only losing that Tusk, well worth it.
Yeah, really good jukes from the Tusk, forcing the self-stun on Mobe, buying time for them to connect and get all of those kills. I mean, this game is honestly looking way closer than game number 1, and you know, even though I want to be sold on this Alchemist, I think we're seeing why this year isn't picked as much. He has a really weird power curve, like you want to farm those early items, and even though I like this Orchid Blink, it does take a while to get all of those items, which allowed this Lina to actually recover a pretty awful game. Like, Focus was very, very much shut down, and is slowly climbing here, already ahead of Palintimos, should surpass Ayanami in no time. Thug.
Yeah, Alchemist-wise, I was surprised because in South America we were seeing a lot of the Venge Alchemist first picks for that safe lane. And then, like you say, yeah, both heroes just seem to have dropped off the face of the map.
Got a smoke here. Good awareness from Spartan. He knows they're there and he breaks the smoke on Desire, but the tower might just fall. We have split here and Radiance on this Brew.
Yeah, so fortification will be used. Palintimo's going to be forced away for a little bit, and the catapult will be taken down, but he does have this Amp Rune picked up now, so going to be able to come right back into this one, take down the creep wave, and go into this one, but they get to catch out onto the Crystal Maiden. Crystal Maiden, again, just behind enemy lines, I guess helping out the Alchemist, but he gets caught out, 3 heroes on top of him, and no way that Kadaro was going to live through that at all.
Yeah, Alk went from a blind stun, thinking that Delina was going to farm the Ashes, but she didn't go that way, so he self-stunned. It's honestly kind of lucky that only the CM dies, because you don't want Mobe dying again. He has a lot of that turf on him, but gets actually surpassed by V2 now. Already has a Manta looking pretty fresh once again.
Focus is going to show. Alchemist, is he channeling this for the jump here as well? Okay. No, he doesn't actually go for that one.
He is.
Oh, he is. Okay, I mean, the Tusk jumps himself in now. There's going to be that damage coming through. Do they get the damage coming through onto the Lina, though? With the Orchid, War's Punch comes out. He's going to be trapped in. No, the Shard. Snowball will be here, though. Going to be some protection out for a little bit, but that split coming out from the Brewmaster. Do they get the damage out now as well? There's going to be a really nice freezing field, and it's going to be 2 kills going the way of Dandelions. The rest of the teammates weren't close up, but they might try and focus out onto the Luna in the mid lane. And V2, you can see it's going to be a little bit unsafe for him, so he just plays back towards that tower.
Yeah, they do find a Rubik at least with the Timbersaw. He also gets a Courier, but in the mid lane, they find another one.
Shadow Demon came in onto that one, and Mobe was here to help him out. He just disappears.
Yeah, what happened in the top lane is very similar to game 1. Like, this Tusk is following the course to supposedly protect him, but he doesn't have Blink Dagger. So his distance is way too big for the Snowball to be of any use. And, you know, we're seeing again this Tusk, I think, underperforming a bit. Like, he got some nice shards sometimes, but I struggle to see what exactly he's supposed to do pre-Blink. At least he's very close now. He literally has the Blink Dagger now. The gold advantage is not insurmountable by any means, especially considering there's an Alk on the dire side. But yeah, we'll see if they're now going to play active, because they have Blink on both Ayanami and Tusk.
Yeah, and this is kind of the thing, right? You can kind of see why the Tusk is out of the meta, because he does have a quote-unquote save, but if he's using it and it's only a team fight going on, it's just a roll into Doom at the minute.
Yeah.
You know, it's not you've got this escape. It's not you've got, you can go, oh, I'm going to snowball and we're going to go away from this fight. It just means that you are taking whoever's being ganked right into the waiting arms of the side of Dandelions. And yeah, it's really not paid off at the minute. 1-6-6 on the Tusk.
It is pretty much what we saw like 2 times in this game already. The Tusk trying to save the Timber, but you're literally just buying time for... like, they have 2 saves that are very similar in that sense, but Disruption can also be the same thing, where you think you're saving someone, but you are also buying time for the enemy to connect onto you since you're stuck there.
And we'll see as we do get some balls. Go on.
Skylark is gigantic. He's been quiet, right? He's 4-1 and 2. He only goes for these very fast pickoffs, but he has Kaya, he has Veil, he has Whisper of the Dread. Oh, and as I jinx him, he might be dead.
The Eclipse comes out, but he's going to be lifted up as the Timber Chain connects, and that is just... If you ever want a textbook example of a caster curse, clip that and send it to Bowie every time you feel like it.
That is a free Roche, though, so very good awareness here from JustBetter. Maybe this was intentional. That's an intentional jib bait right there. Focus, do you give it to Ayanami or do you give it to Focus? I think Focus should have it.
Yeah, with the escape tools on the perk, you know, if the Lina gets caught out, there will be a little bit more risk, so Focus will be one to take it. Item-wise, it's going to be the BKB next, so don't mind this into the Boots of Travel. Yeah, good control with the Gleipnir as well. But the Aegis will be, you know, if he does get caught out like this, don't need to snowball him into the enemies, because he can just go for that respawn, maybe try and get that BKB out if it is in time as well.
Speaking of BKB, Mobe very close to his. Luna also has one. Even though the Aegis on the JustBetter side, it feels like this is going to be a farming Aegis for them, because team fighting right now seems really hard. Unless you're getting a pickoff and you like burst someone before BKB, I don't really think JustBetter has what it takes to stand toe-to-toe against Dandelions, even with the second life.
Yeah, and we can see that, I mean, Focus is still farming. Yeah, the BKB is going to be nice, but yeah, like you say, the damage coming through. I mean, Alchemist alone at the minute will freezing field. They're going to be able to take this Tormentor, so Kadaro is going to get that extra protection with the Crystal Clone. Just another thing, I mean, gets jumped on by the Timbersaw. If he takes any damage, you know, he's going to be able to protect himself with the Crystal Clone. It's a good setup as well. If you get that Crystal Clone out in the middle of the fight and it breaks, you're going to be getting Frostbite out into maybe 2 or 3 heroes here, and they lock down. It means that VTune will be able to just rip through them, net worth-wise as well. You can see that VTune, he's got himself 4,000 gold over the Lina, and this is just what the Luna does. I'm surprised that they went for this Lina carry when that farming hero in the Luna was already picked up.
Yeah, I mean, maybe they expected the lanes to be a bit better, right? But that Tusk did struggle a little bit. I think the early laning stage was fine, but then, you know, Lina just got ganked twice by the Alchemist. Really good moves by Mobe. I think to me, he's the standout player this game. He got nerded in the mid lane. You know, water room stolen, just ganks on him, and he still was able to find a lot of value despite all of that.
And jump. I think it'll be fine. No, and I mean, he's in the trees. He's going to be away from this one. And yeah, I suppose that's one of the nice things. The puck might not have, you know, shot off in this game, but only 1 death to its name. So it's not really like the. I still think Puck's a little bit of a snowball hero, but not as bad as something like a Storm Spirit, as where if you're not like 5-0 and 6 in 20 minutes, your game's pretty much over. You know, the Pucks still have a lot of impact in this game, and yeah, just keeping those deaths low, even if you're not picking up the kills, it's still a nice feeling on the Puck. Well, speaking about keeping your deaths low, Skylark, yeah, 4-3-2 here. So without that BKB, is it a bit of a risk? And he's still about 1,000 gold, 900 gold away from picking up that BKB. This might just open up. Do they get the kill? They do. They take down Astral, and now they might even be able to open up this tier 2 tower. But TPing into the mid lane.
Stolen Demonic Purge, by the way.
Through. Yeah, do they get the damage now? And again, this might have just been. Do they get the Puck away? Puck at least will be able to leave here, but it's going to cost Spartan his life, and Anami going to be able to get the haste rune, so we'll be able to escape on foot if needed.
So BKB is flying to focus now, but they have 3 dead heroes.
Yeah.
JustBetter. This Aegis, even though they have these Aegis, it honestly feels like it is on the Dandelion side. JustBetter, they're just bleeding kills everywhere. They're trying to use this to farm, but it is honestly weakening all their positions around the map because they're all by themselves.
And
you can see that, again, I think they started off quite well, JustBetter, but they needed to make these fights, you know, worth something. They needed to make rotations, maybe shut down this Alchemist in the mid lane, but they've just not played to the tempo that I was expecting here. That's why we're seeing the 10k net worthly here for Dandelions, the 17 kills, and VTune, he wasn't shy about getting involved early on when he only really had that Mask of Madness as well.
It will finally smoke, but it does feel like Dandelions is aware. BKB finally finished on focus, but I mean, just level-wise, that Luna 4 levels ahead of focus. Even this Alchemist, he's been very active, keeping up in levels with this Puck. Maybe you just hit this tower mid, honestly. Oh.
What are they going to be able to do here? They're going to be able to follow this one up. There's going to be the TP coming in from the Rubik. The Rubik is going to try and close this gap out now as well. Glimmer Cape going to be used, and they might be able to get the jump onto Lina. Lina has his Aegis for the next 37 seconds. Disruption going to keep it going for a little bit longer. There is going to be that Crystal Clone coming out, so the Frostbite will be here onto the Lina. And yeah, it's going to be enough damage here, it looks like, to at least pop this Aegis once. Surely, focus getting low. Glimmer Cape, Frostbite comes out once again, but Spartan comes in trying to protect his carry now as well, and it will now be enough damage to pop this Aegis. The Freezing Field is still going from the Crystal Maiden. Half the channel gone now, but the Telekinesis onto the Lina is going to be dragged back, pops that BKB, physical damage still going to be enough here, and Focus, he needs to run himself away from this one. The Eclipse comes through, just going to be onto the creeps and illusions here. Focus though onto the high ground, still got 3 heroes, and now that split comes out from the Brewmaster. They're going to be able to get the kill onto Plintimos, and Focus, he gets taken down. The stun coming through onto Astral. Can they get any more from this one? Once again, Snowball will be used, trying to get into the middle of the mosh pit, but the damage, they've not even got the kill onto Mobe just yet. It will be the Rubik Fawn on the end. Astral, a couple more right clicks, but then comes out from Kidaro, and with that boulder toss, should tick down to this one, will go down to the Blood Grenade, and Plintimos, he's going to get the credit for the kill. There's a DD rune now in the river as well. What is he going to be able to do with this one? And Perk trying to get himself away, but he is going to be silenced from the Orca from the Alchemist. Chased down, they go the wrong way. He's tucked into the trees. Do they get out? He's trying to do his best. Orb will fly through. You've got Kidaro waiting now. He doesn't have the mana for the Frostbite, using those 1 charges. It's still not going to be off Kidaro, but he's out of tools to get away from this one. Phase shift. Was that blink out into the river, but the Unstable Concoction comes out. Another silence and another death, and still that double damage rune in the river, so VTune going to be able to pick it up. Now maybe march down the mid lane, take another tier 2 tower.
That was such a good fight from the Brewmaster. He tanked so much damage. He had his split the entire time, but he waited for JustBetter to use everything on him. That Lina just used both lives to try and get a Brewmaster kill, and they never managed to do it. It really feels like the control was lacking on JustBetter. You have this Timber, you have this Buck that have a decent amount of net worth, but they're so afraid to go in, even though they have really squishy supports on the CM and the Rubik. I'm not sure why Koi was just so late in that fight.
Yeah.
But I don't know. It feels a bit discombobulated. Even though they were smoking, it was obviously a nighttime fight against Dandelions, so this Luna has an advantage. They didn't really had a lot of vision going onto the Dire side. But yeah, I feel like Dandelions is just pressing their buttons better. They've been playing better the entire series, to be honest.
Yeah, and this Alchemist is 800 gold away from a Hex. Oh, they might be able to get another jump onto Focus. Focus showing in the lane. Are they going to be able to get onto this one? V-Tune coming forward. Yeah, another unstable concoction. Into the Crystal Nova. Snowball comes out with the Frostbite. It's not enough. They get the lockdown. They get the stuns. They get 2 kills out of this one. And that is now going to be enough for them to take advantage to push down this tier 1 tower in the top lane.
Yeah, this is looking pretty hard now. This Lina. It felt like she was recovering, but then you die 2 times again.
Yeah.
The Timbersaw finally finished his BKB. He was very scared of joining the last fight. But it seems like everyone's already so farmed. This Luna, they don't have the control to kill her, honestly.
No, and again, you look at the net worth difference between the two teams, 16,000 gold, 7,000 of that is between the Lina and the Luna here. V-Tune, he's just got so much more out of the map in game number 2 that the Lina Focus just hasn't been able to keep up with it. And I think that's been the thing, right? That game number 1, and game number 2, you've picked these carry heroes that want to get fighting early on, but they're being outmatched by they're trying to farm up, and they're being outmatched by the farming heroes that are being picked here from Dandelions.
Yeah, no, Dandelion's not afraid of being greedy, and because it seems that they just play the lanes a bit better, they can always get away with this with this greedy play style.
Yeah.
They are just out farming them, out maneuvering them around the map. They're gonna get a shard here for Spartan, which is not bad, but overall, this is just gonna be a free Roshan here for Dandelions. It's gonna be a long wait because it's a 2-minute spawn, but I don't think JustBetter has what it takes to contest it.
No, and now Moby has that Hex coming out as well, so it's going to be extra control against the Puck, and this has kind of been his entire thing that, yeah, we weren't sure what the Alchemist was going to build, but it looks like he's just built completely to counteract the Puck, make sure she doesn't get these escape tools out, and even if there is going to be, which is not, there's going to be the Accept coming out for the Puck, not a BKB, but they can control the Puck here so much just through this Alchemist, and they don't have to rely on extra stuns coming through, extra lockdown. If the Alchemist gets on top of this Puck with the Hex, with the Orchid now, the Unstable Concoction, I'm pretty sure he can solo kill her.
Yeah, he definitely can. He definitely can. Yeah, I mean, at least it is buying a bit of time here for JustBetter to farm. Very good positioning here. Oh, wait, they're actually contesting this.
Do you think? What? I mean, the Tusk came up, maybe trying to scout it out, because the Roshan, it's been a minute now. It's still going to be another minute before the Roshan respawns, so maybe thinking that you could get in here and scout out, see what was happening. But Spartan, yep, 3-4 heroes around. Dandelions, they don't want to give up control of this pit, though. It's going to cost them a tier 1 tower on the bottom lane, maybe even some pressure onto the tier 2 here as well. Okay, they're going to TP to defend this one.
Okay.
Big wrap coming. Do they get on top of them? They do. There's going to be the Hex now. Disruption. Saving the Puck's life for a little bit longer, but there's going to be an Unstable Concoction coming through. And damage was more than enough. Skylark, can he get himself away from this one? He's going to try and get this Blink away to safety. And the chase out. Yeah, Astral did his best to save his Puck's life, but the Unstable Concoction channel was just there in time. And now another one coming through Moby. He's hunting, but won't be able to find a vision. So it's going to be another self-stun. Just going to get some farm out from these neutral camps.
All right, so Dandelions, they got sick of waiting and having the farm just being a bit higher on the side of JustBetter, which it's a fine move. It's not like losing their position on the Roche side is really gonna change things that much. Yeah, it's gonna be on the Radiant side. It maybe allows JustBetter to try and contest it, but as we said, unless they have pristine position, they have really good wards, and then the Lions just barge in, well, as they are doing right now. They don't have enough heroes to punish this Alchemist by himself.
What did Roshan respawn then? Like, he respawned it came through the twin gate, and now he's going to go back through the twin gate. Just, okay, because I just saw him walking out from the twin gate. They're going to be able to get the kill on Skylark while this is happening there as well. Sorry, I got distracted by Roshan just not respawning actually inside the pit.
Yeah, he's fine now. This is going to be bottom. Just free Roshan here. We are at still a 14% chance, so despite the fact that they have a way bigger net worth advantage, not that grim or JustBetter, but they've been... honestly, this entire series, we barely got to see them fight together. That one Aegis fight was the one fight they tried to do it. But, yeah, you know, not a lot of vision. They didn't really pre-plan. The Aegis was expiring. It felt like they were just rushing the fight to try and, you know, make use of that second life. Yeah. Whereas I think Dandelions way more chill. They are not afraid to go greedy. They are not afraid to let VTune get his items before they're ready. Yeah. I expected this to be a bit closer, but today it does feel like Dandelions is kind of a tier above.
Yeah, they've turned up to play here. They're really having a good time. You can see that the VTune, he doesn't want to stop. He's got this Aegis. You know, they're going to be able to put some pressure on. And they've had some unique picks coming out on the side of Dandelions, but they've completely made this work. You know, they've had these game plans, and maybe this is something that they've been theory crafting, maybe screwing up here as well. And at the minute, JustBetter, they're falling to the... to this practice, to these pocket strats coming out from the side of Dandelions, and VTune wants to push out onto this tier 3 tower. Can they break it? And if they do, how quickly is this base going to fall? Fortifications are still available if you want to use them here. Backline, do they want to try and go for this jump? You can see Palentimos, he's itching to just walk himself in there and get this split off. But Spartan's going to jump himself forward, gets the punch onto the real VTune. Disruption going to save his life a little bit longer. Telekinesis still used, so he gets dragged down onto the low ground here. Jump up, Spartan, does he get himself away from this one? VTune again still has his Aegis, has that Satanic now as well. They get the kill onto Spartan. They can go for even more if they want to do it now as well. Yeah, the coil lockdown, and again, no BKB onto the perk. So going to take the full brunt of this one. Skylark jumps himself in, gets the kill onto the Crystal Maiden. What else can they do with this? The split has been used. Cyclone in the air on the puck now as well. But those racks are exposed. Skylark looks like he's just going to try and waste some time here. But again, Dandelions, even being a hero down, they just go straight back to the buildings. They're going to try and break this base.
Yeah, they even got a kill on the Crystal Maiden, but it doesn't seem to phase Dandelions whatsoever. They have the shard on this brew, so the duration of the split is so long, and oh my god, Astral.
Once again, yeah, Lockdown Stun comes in. It's going to be the BKB being popped from the Brewmaster. Like I say, he's already used that split. VTune, though, going to be able to clear up onto Astral. The damage coming through. What can they do for this one? Skylark, he's going to be in a lot of trouble. The Eclipse is going to be connected onto him now as well. He pops that Shivas, but maybe he might be able to go for the chase down once again. Timbersaw going to be able to get the Timber Chain away. The 4-staff pushback onto Mobe, so he won't be able to get on top of Skylark. Skylark, though, the Hex comes out. Palentimos, he wants to carry on going on this one. He's wasting time. VTune comes in, gets the kill onto Skylark. What can he do from this one? The Timbersaw's going to be dead, and there's still that Aegis now left on VTune, so VTune gets himself on top of Focus. He gets ripped apart by Mobe. Astral comes in. That's a dieback there from the Shadow Demon, and it looks like this might just be the beginning of the end. Do they have the lockdown? Was this puck going to try and blink himself away? Two goes north. Just waiting here, though. Telekinesis. Not going to be able to get the control. They do actually find the Tusk, though. Tusk, the Frostbite, it's enough for the kill. Dream Call going to be used for the puck, the last one alive. And maybe here, Dandelions just trying to stamp their dominance on top of their match by going for that 5-man kill before they go back for the tier 2 tower in the mid lane and look to take another set of racks.
Yeah, I mean, they have no buybacks. There's going to be, they're going to cut the wave here with the puck, but there's enough creeps in the mid lane that the backdoor protection, I think this is at least another set of barracks. They do have tier 2 top side, and I don't think they're going to go for tier 4s. But this is a really commanding position that Dandelions has. I mean, for the entire game, honestly, they had it.
Yeah, I think they're trying to force out buybacks here to try and, take any fights, but the buybacks have already been used on the side of JustBetter, and if they wanted to, okay, the creep wave, like you say, is going to be cut. They still have this bottom creep wave coming in, though. Are they just going to try and hunt out the puck? Skylark, he's even TP'ing himself out of this base. So both the Puck and the Timbersaw are looking to cut the waves here, but it doesn't save either lane of racks. And you can see that Dandelions are going to group up. They want Megas. They're going to guide this creep wave in. The banner even gets dropped here now as well. So they push this one in. And yeah, I don't know if the Puck, is he going to be able to split this wave of 2? Because it feels like Dandelions, they're going to guard these waves, make sure that there's no shenanigans going on from the side of JustBetter.
Yeah, I think the move is you just buy time for this Aegis to expire. I think you might have enough time, and then you try to take a fight. Maybe you even heal VTune and go in once it's about to expire. The thing is, they don't have Glyph, and that Loon is so farmed. It's going to be close. Like, they really need to destroy this wave as fast as possible.
But even if they do, I mean, there's going to be the jump in. Skylark gets onto B2 now as well.
Oh,
B2
no.
still has the Aegis for 25 seconds, and Skylark just disappears now. Backline Split's going to be coming out. Did they get a chase onto Spartan? Spartan's going to try and do what he can on the edge with the tag team, and you've got Focus trying to go for the right clicks. But again, that stolen Dream Call, it does connect onto the Lina, and the Lina could be in a little bit of trouble here now as well. They get the kill onto Spartan. Astral, once again, he's already used that buyback and the glaive. They just start to bounce through absolutely everybody, ripping through the base, the heroes, the creeps, and this is going to be another good game, and it's going to be Dandelions taking the 2-0 here, get themselves for at least this series to the top of the table.
Yeah, they definitely deserve it. They played really well. I think they had some pretty inventive drafts. Both sides have inventive drafts, right? That Tusk showing up a lot, but it just feels like Dandelions are really meshing as this tournament develops. Very nice watching them. This is their last game of this group stage, and they pretty much solidified their position. I think, I'm no mathematician, but I think they should be safe for top 3.
It puts them on 6-3. So, no, it puts them on 7-3. 7-3, right? Yeah, so 17 points top of the table here. JustBetter won't be able to catch up. Mouse might be able to, but it doesn't knock them out. It would knock either Navi Jr. or Monte out of this one. So, yeah, I'm pretty sure Dandelions, like you say, they are secured to a move at least to the quarterfinals of the playoffs, and hell, top of the table, they might even be able to lock in top spot.
Now, the next match is going to be JustBetter versus Mouse. They're coming from a 0-2. Mouse, they had a decent day yesterday, but maybe not as good of a day as they wished. So very curious to see how they're going to perform here against JustBetter, because JustBetter now, can they even make it? If they 2-0 this, I think it's really hard. Like, Mouse has to go 0-4 and JustBetter needs to 2-0, right? Or something of that sort for them to qualify.
I don't think they can.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. They can't, because Navi Jr. is already 6-4. Yeah.
Yeah. They would have to. No, they couldn't.
Yeah, they can't.
I think JustBetter. I think they're locked out here, and it's just up to Mouse. If Mouse can take a win against JustBetter and Monte, they'll be able to climb the table. But if Mouse lose to JustBetter and lose to Monte, Mouse are also going to be out here. So JustBetter, I think it's nothing to play for now, and Mouse fighting for their lives in these next couple of series. So we'll see how they're going to play out. But first, we are going to take a little bit of a longer break. I think it's going to be about 15 minutes here while we get set up for the second series. So we'll see you guys after this break.
1xBet and Eva Alfie present betting on all esports events on the website and in the 1xBet app. 1xBet. Play with Eva.
What if Kunka knew that he could not only play Dota but also place bets?
Better the best black hole.
1xBet, bookmaker company.
Chances of breaking items in a tournament match are non-existent. Chances of winning at 1xBet are always real.
Join with me.
At your service.
Stealing Aegis from Roshan is very difficult. Winning at 1xBet is super easy.
use your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
Look around. Screens are everywhere. They allow you to immerse yourself in another world, into hundreds of different worlds. Here you can be anything you want, and we will support you in this. OG, Team Spirit, 1xBet. If you are with us, you win.
Hello, son.
Hi, Mom.
Pretty girl.
This is Eva.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you very much. Your dad's just making his favorite dinner. It's duck. Come on inside. They're all probably too gruesome to tell you while you're eating at the table. How's your food? Is everything okay? Good, good. You seem to know each other.
Yeah. This is the new ambassador for 1xBet.
Oh, I see.
Everyone felt good when Eva Elfie became the new ambassador of 1xBet.
Welcome back, everybody, to the second series of the day. It's going to be Mouse versus JustBetter, and Mouse, they need this one to climb the table. We did take a look at it just before the break to see how that broke down, but they do need to win, I do believe, both series to get themselves into the top three. Otherwise, we will be seeing Navi Jr. as well as Monte and Dandelions moving through here. And we could see, if they just win the one, I do believe we might see some tiebreakers coming through if they lose to Monte a little bit later on. But yeah, JustBetter, Bowie, in that last series, they just didn't seem to be at the races. What do we have to do here in the second series to, end on a bit of a high?
Yeah, I mean, it feels like their game plans are a bit weird, and their hero pool doesn't help either. They, that Tusk they're picking. I think, lane-wise, we actually saw it shine a little bit more, but I guess, it's also easy to just harp on the heroes because I do feel like they were outclassed skill-wise. Yeah. And against Mouse, I'm not sure it's going to be necessarily much easier. I at least had Mouse as one of my favorites for top 3. They did drop a couple of games that maybe they shouldn't have. Mm-hmm. But, if they really want to bounce back on JustBetter, I think they have to focus on the lane so that they don't get swamped. Even though they have a standing in the mid lane, I kind of want to say he was the standout performance in both games. Like, the DK had a pretty decent game number 1. I think the Puck was one of the few heroes that really seemed to be having an impact later on. The Timbersaw, I think, dropped the ball, right? He had such a good laning stage, but never got to really fully utilize all of that advantage. And maybe that goes back to the supports that they pick. They don't really pick supports that can, smoke gank that easily. I think they had Shadow Shaman Tusk, and the other game had Tusk CM, I want to say. I don't remember, but there's something weird with their drafts. Yeah, they even when they get advantages, they rarely get to fully pressure their opponents.
Yeah, the first game was Tusk CM, and then the second game, which was up against the Shadow Shaman as well as the Elder Titan, and then the second game was the Tusk Shadow Demon. And it just felt like, every time that Tusk jumped in to save his teammates, there was no target to jump away to. There was no neutrals. There was no creeps that were kind of leaving the area. So it delayed the fights. It delayed the deaths. But it never felt like the Tusk did that job of saving any heroes. It just made the fights last that little bit longer.
Yeah, exactly. And that's the thing. Okay, your Tusks, you're safe. But what do you do when you're actually playing from ahead, right? You want to be pressuring, you want to be ganking, and both the Tusk and the Shadow Demon, they're both saves in a way. Sure, you can gank with them, but I wouldn't say they're necessarily the best at it. It felt like their supports, at least in game number 2, were they had the same role to fill, and both of them couldn't really do it as well because they were so far behind. So hopefully they're gonna find some better drafts here. I don't know how much preparation they have into malls, but they have a pretty long day, right? This is their third series, just one after the other.
Yeah, I would have thought that Mouse would have been watching as well, not only this series, but the qualifier matches before as well. So Mouse probably have a good idea of how JustBetter want to play coming into today. And yeah, JustBetter, a bit of a marathon day for them here. This is going to be, like you say, at least their third series today. So how they try and stack up against Mouse, is it going to be the fatigue setting in now, or are they still going to be ready to go? Are they still warmed up? We'll find out how we get it, how it's going to happen as we get into game number 1. This draft as well, Mouse right off the bat, they take away the Chen. I wonder if JustBetter, if they stick to this Undying, the Viper bans here as well, or if Timbersaw are going to be taken away, or if they're just targeted bans. Okay, so it's going to be the Dragon Knight. So at the minute, not touching onto that Undying or the Viper, which, like you said in that both of those drafts, really, that not heroes that we're seeing all that often. So it's surprising to see them JustBetter targeting those bans in both games against Dandelions.
Yeah, I really want to see the Primal Beast banned. I think it was banned pretty much the entire, all of the series yesterday.
Yeah.
And when Force was able to play it, they looked so good on Mouse. I think this is one hero you have to ban, especially because they have first pick on the side of Mouse. That's definitely a hero you don't mind first picking.
Mm-hmm.
Curious to see, especially if you have the Timbersaw ban, one of the few heroes that I think actually have enough, burst damage into that guy. I'm gonna take the Tiny away. Oh boy. Okay, they're gonna let that Primal. I think this is a very easy snatch for Mouse. I would be surprised if they don't take it.
Yeah, and Mouse do have that first pick in the next round as well. So like you say, they can pick that one up here if it does go through. And I completely forgot about it, at least in that last series. But neither team touching it. But Mouse, yeah, like you say, they might just be able to drag this one out here. Because they don't have to ban it now, They, like I say, they do have this next pick out after the ban. So they can immediately lock in that Primal Beast. And it's going to be up to JustBetter to try and answer back. And like you said, yesterday, the Primal Beast absolutely ran the show when it did come out. So they actually go for the Shadow Demon, banning out the Doom here. So not going to touch on that Primal just yet.
Okay. The Shadow Demon definitely counter to the Primal Beast. So maybe they felt like, especially because they played it yesterday, maybe they feel like if they play Shadow Demon, getting the Primal would be a bit sad to play against SD. Now they can't really pick the Primal just because it's very annoying, even with BKB. There's no itemization that kind of allows the Primal Beast not to care about SD. They just get this NP instead. Okay. I hear that honestly struggles against Primal, so hopefully gets banned second phase. Because it is just looking better and better, at least in my opinion, for Mouse to have that hero.
And I'm surprised that JustBetter didn't try and do this in the last series, because yesterday we did see the Prophet coming out. Was it JustBetter that ran it? And had that global presence.
Maybe it was. Oh, it actually Mouse that bans the Primal. What? Okay.
Okay. And who? I know I saw the hero yesterday. I just don't know who picked it up.
I think it was them, but I'm not 100% on that.
Yeah, but
was the first series probably? Who played the first? I think it was JustBetter. It was JustBetter versus.
No, it was Mouse. Mouse played it against Navi Jr. in that second game. Yeah, and they took the global. They took some global. And this again, the Bat Rider coming out as well. It just means that in the lanes, you are going to be able to get the slowdowns. If you can get that TP in, you're going to be able to do a lot of damage that slows the blood grenades to come out as well. I'm interested to see how Mouse are going to try and deal with this global presence of the Prophet in that early laning stage, because yesterday Navi Jr. just didn't have an answer for it.
5 seconds remaining.
It's very annoying. Bat Rider, Nature's Prophet can always come from angles you don't expect. It is, I guess you can pick tanky heroes if you want to go that route. They get the Gyro, so some flex here. You don't know if it's going to be carry, if it's going to be support. Oh, yeah, is this going to be a support Leshrac? Because that's something that started to grow in popularity.
Yeah, and I mean, I've seen it both as the 4 and the 2 still. It's still that middle Shrek, still a really popular hero. I wonder, excuse me. Like you say, if it is going to be that flex here. Funnily enough, banning out the Weaver, I know we were speaking about that in the last series, but not a hero you're seeing a whole lot of in the pro games.
Yeah, that's true. Now, this Leshrac, at least from the games I've seen here, the professional games from Supreme, he has not played Leshrac yet.
Yeah.
But in his Dota 2 Pro Tracker, he actually has one match, only one game. So there's a fair chance this could be support Leshrac. We're gonna get a Magnus, so flexing here the off lane and the mid lane. And what do they lack? I think they need burst damage. They have fair amount of control, but I would like to see. I think it's not. I think Puck looks really good for JustBetter, even though it's not 18 pick.
5 seconds
Yeah.
remaining.
I was thinking maybe just better go for the Faceless Void here as well, you know, to kind of get some more control out in these fights. Get on top of the... I suppose you'd have to catch the Shadow Demon, you know, stop those disruptions coming through on anyone in the Chronosphere, but just being able to group it up, you know, good RP into the Skewer back into a good Chronosphere, you could take these fights, and Mouse, even with the Gyrocopter being there, not the tankiest hero in the world, might be able to right-click through them. But again, I think that kind of falls into what JustBetter want to do, right? Because the last series, Game 1, Game 2, both carries wanted to be farming up, but they got outpaced by the farming carries on the other side, by Dandelions. So Faceless Void being like that actual farming hero might be something they're going to be able to work around here on the side of JustBetter.
Yeah, I think Void is fine. It is a bit early, though. I like the Puck because they have no catch for him.
Mm-hmm.
They're going to go for the TA that they did play once.
Okay.
And that's actually something that they do play on Mouse as well. I think it was Supreme that had a pretty good game against a Pango mid. And it's a flex, because you don't know if the TA is going to be carry or if it's going to be in the mid lane.
Seconds remaining.
Yeah, like you say, being able to keep this, both the Magnus and the TA, flexing between the 3 and the 2 and the 1 and the 2. Might just keep Mouse guessing here, and like you say, that do they lock in potentially the carry and not know what offlaner they're playing against? So do they play, you know, lock in the mid laner here, if this is going to be the Lesh support, and not know what mid laner they're going to be playing against? So
I'm not sure. I think you cannot play. I mean, you can play Lesh support now, but in general, Lesh is supposed to counter TA, right? Because you have a lot of damage, instances of damage that break refraction really quickly.
Yeah.
But if you are support Lesh, you kind of get two shot by TA. You don't have a lot of armor. You're not necessarily a tanky hero. So yeah, I like this as Enigma. I mean, the flex on Mouse is crazy. Like, what in the... Is this all playing Enigma or support? Leshrek's flexing 2 roles. Gyara's flexing 2 roles. You have no idea how they're going to play.
Yeah.
10 seconds.
I'm just wondering if it is going to be the support Enigma, because we've not seen
5 seconds
the
remaining.
offlane, at least for in Europe as far as I've seen, we've not seen that offlane Enigma come out. I think it is focusing, maybe might be the Gyro Enigma in the lane, and looking potentially for an offlaner here for Mouse.
I think it's a grief to play, like, if you just play offlane Enigma here into this carry TA, I mean, I think they will play carry TA if you do that.
Yeah.
It's a free lane for the TA.
Yeah.
I don't think Enigma can do anything into those side blades. She gets so much farm. You don't really have that much Q potential. Like, you can put the Gyro there, but I guess, yeah, I don't like it. I hope it's a 5 Enigma. You don't lane the Enigma at all close to the TA. And then, yeah, like you play Gyro Enigma in safe lane. And you pick something flexy again, since you don't have overall last pick for Mouse, and you find lanes that fit, right? Because this Leshrac could be your 4, and you pick an off lane, or it could be your mid, and you pick your off lane. Yeah, I guess that's what he can do.
They go for a... Is it the Enigma? Because, I mean, JustBetter were banning out carries there. So they've got the read on this. Are they thinking this is going to be the support Gyrocopter off-lane Enigma?
Is this core Rubik? Damn, it's going to be mid Rubik.
Okay.
This game is all over the place. What is happening? It's going to be an Enigma into that TA. I mean, I like the prospects here for JustBetter. I think this TA lane should be nice. This Rubik into Leshrac is super interesting, because I think the Leshrac is supposed to win the lane, but once you can steal any of the Leshrac spells, you are so strong. Like, getting Edict, you're just gonna dish an absurd amount of damage. If you get the OT, you're also happy. Like, there's no spell from Leshrac that's not gonna feel amazing here for Yanami. It is definitely an unorthodox hero that can fall flat super hard sometimes, but it's gonna be entertaining to watch. I like the JustBetter. You know, they're being a bit clowny, but overall, I like where their heart's at with the picks they have.
Yeah, and I wonder if Mouse, in terms of this Enigma, whether they're going to be ignoring the Eidolons. You know, you go for the Midnight Pulse as well as the Malefice. You get the stuns off onto the TA with the Malefice into the homing missile, Rocket Barrage as well as the Midnight Pulse, being able to clean up those refraction charges, do a lot of damage. You know, whether they... Because, like you said, if Focus, you know, gets these Eidolons in a row, he's going to be able to farm those up with the side blade. So I wonder if Force just completely ignores those coming into the laning stage.
Yeah, it's a weird choice, because I get where you're coming from, but it's here if he cannot farm, he feels so useless.
Yeah.
Like it's a nature's prophet as well. He has an absurd attack range. He has a lot of damage. He can kill those Eidolons really quickly. This is for sure a buckler lane on Force, but even with the buckler, I wonder how bad this is gonna look like. So, I'm not sure if they felt like Focus was not gonna play TA carry, but they were wrong. Very curious to see, how that's gonna happen. I really feel like this is one of the best drafts we saw JustBetter get in this tournament. So I expect them to look good this time.
Yeah, I think, again, they are playing for pride here, coming off that loss and no longer being able to qualify for the top 3. So they just want to get themselves into as good a position as possible to end this one. So maybe that's going to be the driving force that gets them into a winning situation here in game number 1, as we will be able to dive right into the game, see how this one is going to play out. Smoke coming through right off the bat here for Mouse. Let's see if they're going to be able to make anything happen level 1. And skill-wise, never mind. Enigma did go for the demonic Eidolons, the demonic summoning. Here, level 1. So, no Malefice, no extra lockdowns, nothing like that, no midnight pulses. So, I guess just using the Eidolons to get some scouting out here up onto the high ground, see, if there's any wards down or anything like that. But, yeah, for the minute, Force, I'm not sure if I'm fully impressed with Eidolons level 1.
Yeah, we'll see. Okay, so he did not buy Buckler. He is going for the magic one.
But doesn't matter. I mean, look at this one. The disruption comes out, sets up onto Spartan. The damage is going to be here. So that level 1 was there for Mouse. And Supreme is going to be able to take that first blood, which is going to be really nice here for the Lash. It's just a boost on gold. And I wonder if he's going for the wand here early on the Lash.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see how he kills his points, because anything that he gives away is gonna be hard. But at the same time, Rubik's not a hero can gap close as well as Leshrac. He builds quite tanky on the Lash, whereas for Rubik, you see, Dagon sometimes, or just Blink. Regardless, though, like when he has Shard on Rubik and he's still Split Earth, it's gonna be insane. This is the dream game for Rubik. There's Black Holes to steal. Disruption also feels pretty good.
And yeah, I was just looking at this one. Supreme, he did actually go for that one first. He's still going to be on 400 goldish after the bounties as well. So he's going to be able to get himself to a quick bottle here. And Thug on the other side, he's going to be a little bit behind the bottle, but only by about a last hit or so. But it does mean that he's, obviously the disadvantage that he doesn't have the wand. Just going for the branches here on the Rubik. So
should be fine though. Not Rubik is a really strong laner. Is one of the best laners in the game. I think a lot of people underestimate how strong this hero is.
Yeah.
Once you get to level 2, level 3 Fate Bolt. So he should. Leshrac doesn't care that much because he has many ways to get CS with his spells. But yeah, overall, I also feel like Supreme is playing pretty well. Always playing away from the range creep, so he never gets Fate Bolted and loses his attack damage as well.
Yeah, and he doesn't need to worry about this, the creeps pushing in as well, because he's got himself the Diabolic, he did, like I say, the Lightning Storm, so he will be able to push those creep waves back out. Meanwhile, on the bottom lane, Focus, he's being bullied a little bit here. He's only level 1, so he's not able to get off the full bounce. Maybe around level 3, level 4, he's going to be able to clean up these Eidolons with the side blades. But yeah, for the minute, it feels like, okay, that they don't actually have the wave clear. He's not finding the angles to get these Eidolons out, but Spartan coming in with the Sprout will be able to get a couple of those. And yeah, Force, I mean, it's a nice cooldown. Every few seconds he is going to be able to get these spawns off. I say few seconds, it's every 40 seconds at level 1. He's going to be able to get the Eidolons off, so it's nice in lane. Obviously, it feels bad that you can't deny the range creep any longer, but that was a little bit unfair in the lane anyway.
Yeah, I mean, now that you get that Sprout, even like that's level 1 TA with no refraction, just destroying those Eidolons.
Yeah.
As you get more points.
Mid lane, TP comes in now as well. There's going to be the Blood Grenade. Supreme is going to be telekinesis up into there. Did they get the kill after this one? Supreme is going to go down. It's going to be Thug that picks that one up. While that happens, though, Focus will go down on the bottom lane. Loses not only Focus, but Focus's courier. And Spartan maybe abandoning his carry just a little bit too... I mean, again, similar thing as we saw in the last game, right? The support leaves the lane, says, play safe. And Templar Assassin goes right up to the Dire Tower and loses a life.
Yeah, and maybe that's what Mouse were thinking with picking this Enigma, even though the lane's supposed to be really good. This NP is just he's itching to go to the side lanes, and it will weaken the position of focusing the lane. And TA is not a hero that can afford a lot of deaths. Even though you can recover in the jungle, you want to be playing from ahead the entire time. And Sven is honestly having kind of a bad time as well, but at least level wise, he hasn't been, he didn't die or anything.
No, farm wise, is it just straight into the Echo Saber Blink Dagger you want on the Sven, or are you looking for, because he's got the Mask of Mana queued up as well, so you're just looking purely for farm here, aren't you, if you're on Ulnet?
Yeah, I think Blink Dagger is being kind of discontinued now that the Aghanim Scepter got some buffs.
Yeah.
So I think he's going straight up, Mom, Echo, BKB eggs, and you just keep on disassembling your Echo Saber every time you need the Ogre Club. It's probably going to be something of that sort. I don't expect him to deviate too much from this build.
Okay.
I mean, T is jungling level 3, mind you. This NP is laning by himself. The Enigma's dominating the lane, and Spartan might even die.
Yeah, look at this damage coming out onto him now as well. Going to be chased down, and Narman, he's got the refresh onto that Rocket Barrage. Going to be able to get in range, and Narman gets a kill because it's not right clicks. Tower doesn't aggro onto him either, and Narman going to be hunted onto the TA. He should be able to now. Focus eats himself through these trees. Going to be using his Queln Blade to try and get himself out of this, but Narman's on chase. He is just trying to lock down and make this game as hard as Focus as possible.
This game is a disaster. Focus is... Yeah, he has 24 CS. It's pretty deceiving, but a lot of those are Eidolons or are jungle creeps. His net worth is definitely not looking good. He also died once, and this is an Enigma fully controlling the wave. Sure, you don't deny a creep, but you have so much power to deny with your Eidolons that it pretty much doesn't matter. Look at the amount of creeps dying in the tower. No one to soak experience. It's pretty much as if they don't have a lane. They're playing 2 versus 3.
I genuinely thought this would be a lot easier of a lane here for the TA. The TA is going to be coming in now as well. The rocket, homing missile into the rocket barrage. Mel's going to be here. The sentry wall gets dropped underneath the tower. Sprout comes out. Midnight Pulse will be used. There's going to be the TP in from the Batrider now as well. Narman, does he get himself out of this one? There's going to be enough damage. The creeps actually finish the job, but both heroes get something on the split on the credit there. Yeah, I generally thought this lane was going to be a lot easier for the TA and Focus. Maybe he just needs a couple of levels under his belt to get those side blades out to be able to clean up these Eidolons, but for the most part, like you say, I mean, look at the tower already, down to about 2/3 of its health.
That's insane. And I think, it all comes down to the first blood, you give away extra money, and then when you get into the lane, they did a really good job at zoning the TA early on. I think they definitely knew what they were doing. Oh, TP to the mid lane here.
Do they get the damage out, though? There's going to be the bounce back onto the Gyrocopter here with the Flame Break, but it looks like, is the Blood Grenade going to be enough onto the Batrider? The Batrider taken down here, and it looks like, is it? He's just sticking around on 10 health. They get the kill onto Supreme. Supreme, in the end, will get some revenge out here. Narman, does he get himself away from this one, though? Because Spartan's chasing down. If another Sprout comes out, Narman will go down. Has that Queln Blade, but I think the Flame Break, going to be able to get the pushback now. And it looks like the Gyrocopter taking a little bit of heat from this, but there's going to be the backup from Bengen. Astral, homing missile comes in. They tried to deny it off, but the Shadow Poison stacking up. Now the disruption for that one last Shadow Poison into the Battery Assault. Excuse me, the Battery Assault. Wrong hero into the Rocket Barrage. That was just more than enough to finish the job, and they don't even get the kill into the Gyrocopter. Gyro gets out with 20 health on the board.
He might be able to... Oh, okay, he's going to deny. I thought maybe he was going for the Wisdom Rune, because it was pretty close, but he will deny himself. Mid lane, though, Supreme. Ayanami, he is level 6, so because of those 2 kills on the Shrek, he gets the advantage, gets the Lightning Storm still. He's very scary right now. Yeah, and if you're looking at this coming through as the Rubik, what can you do to... Oh, bottom lane, I'll come back to that in a second here, because Force, 3 heroes around him. Drops that Midnight Pulse, might be able to get the kill into Astral. It's going to be the Protective Sprout trying to block the Eidolons out here, so the Batrider will be able to get himself away. They get the kill into Force, and Force just a little bit. I mean, look at how low he got 2 heroes out of that, though. If Narman would have been there, he is going for the Wisdom Rune, so you can't blame him, but if Narman had been there, that might have been another double kill. Speaking about kills now, the Disruption comes out onto the Magnus. Can he get this one now as well with the lockdown onto Supreme? Supreme rotates round, and it will be his kill. The credit goes his way. Stormhammer did a decent amount of damage here as well, but 3 heroes. Supreme making that rotation around, making sure they get both Wisdom Runes from this. Yeah, that's huge. They're gonna lose the Wisdom Rune. Sure, you kill the Enigma, but supports are definitely gonna feel the impacts of that. When you look level 5 on Bengen, this Gyrocopter is about to hit level 6. They get the top tower. Really good moves, and I mean, that's a level 3 Edict Le Shrek, he decided to ignore Split Earth, maybe because he's against this Rubik. But I feel like stealing that Edict also feels pretty good.
Yeah, it's just... I guess it's just not as good a setup as the, like you say, that Split Earth coming through, the telekinesis into the Split Earth. It could just be a hero killer here early on. Homie Marcel onto the Batrider. Do they want to carry on going for the chase? Thug has that Invis rune pop, so they don't go any further for that. Regen rune, though, Supreme should be the one to get it, and if not, Bengen's in range for the deny. Yeah, so the telekinesis can't come through. Spartan gets another kill onto Force. I mean, Force, he had a good start, but he's being left alone more often than not. So the 2v1 isn't something that the Enigma is famous for, and it looks like he is just being taken down every time he gets left alone in the lane.
Yeah, I mean, the recovery here from Focus has been absurd. I did not expect that lane to be savageable, but yeah, Batrider and Nature's Prophet doing a lot of work, just isolating this Enigma by himself. Sure, what happens is this Magnus gets alone and you lose your tower, but he still has decent CS and he's not gonna take too long to head to Blink Dagger. So overall, you know, out of the towers you could have lost, I think losing top is probably it's not one you're gonna care that much about. I think this is fine.
Oh, there's going to be a 3-man rotation coming down now. Yeah, the TATP's away here. They did find out Spartan. Spartan had literally no health left anyway, so Narman was able to get that easy kill. Don't even think he needed the homing missile for that. Rock Barrage was enough to finish the job. Supreme, they're hunting around. They take this tier 1 tower on the bot now as well. Going to make things a little bit more awkward for the TA, as, like I say, the little corridor that he's farming in can be invaded. The jungle could be warded up as well, but again, Enigma at the minute isn't the hero that's looking for those 2v1s, and it's just... every time they step up to this one, they get focused low, or Enigma gets focused low, excuse me, but they are able to finish the kill. So now Force, are they going to go in the mid lane, or what are they going to be able to do? There's going to be the homing missile coming through, the Supreme runs in with the damage, and it's going to be more than enough damage. In fact, they might be able to get the Batrider F now as well, and they do. They keep Norman alive once again. This dude is just straight up Houdini in every fight, getting allowed on just barely any health, but he's living through it and escaping absolutely everything.
This buff to Edict is insane, and you have this Enigma now with Vlads. They are gonna melt these buildings. 3k gold lead already. Oh,
Disruption comes through. Skylark slowing down. I think that's going to chase down now as well. Yeah, a lot of damage coming through onto Skylark. Skylark, well, he just has to stand because those Shadow Poisons, it didn't matter what else happened, those Shadow Poisons would have finished the job, so he just stands and fights. And see the odds on the screen, JustBetter, well, they ain't better odds as Mouse. 1.14 to the 5.15 of JustBetter. It looks like they're going to be able to get another tier 1 tower out of this. Pushing in Supreme, going to have those 4 points into the Diabolic Edict.
Yeah, they're going to have the Mag in 8 seconds. It's not fast enough. No glyph. No. Third tower falls, and Mouse, they are playing really fast, and that's Sven. Just gets to do whatever he wants. Literally uncontested. 82 CS, 10 minutes. Is living the dream.
And again, we talked about it in the last series for JustBetter, that when their carry comes under pressure, it doesn't feel like they can counter pressure the enemy carry here. So yeah, Allnet's just getting a free game. You've got Mouse, the other 4 heroes, able to look to take these fights. And how do you kind of recover for this on the side of JustBetter? Because you've got these stacks coming out, but the TA is not going to be taking them. It's going to be the Batrider here, who wants to get himself towards the Blink Dagger.
Yeah, you need the Blinks. You need the Blinks and the level 6s on the supports, because Astra's still level 5. NP is 6, but you do need Skylark. If he's 500 gold away from his Blink Dagger. It's going to be like 1 or 2 minutes of farm for him, and that's when you can probably fight, because the Blink on Batrider is going to take ages.
Yeah, you can see that he's trying to get these the pull out onto the ancient stacks here, Skylark.
Focus.
But they are hunting once again. TA, there's going to be the homing missile tracking him down. Refraction charges do come through, but on the other side, there is going to be a Lesh waiting for him with open arms coming through, and the damage onto it. It's just, again, stacked up Focus. He just can't catch a break. Oh, backline. Supreme, he gets low.
Yeah, that was a really good rep from Nature.
It's fine. It's fine.
Dire's middle tower is under
Oh, and it's stealing some stacks here. Pretty good.
There is going to be the Sprout coming out here, but again, he is the carry. Going to be carrying a Quelling Blade anyway. Gets himself away, has that Mask of Madness, but doesn't want to use it there to steal those stacks, like you say. Just scouts them out, and I wonder if Mouse start to apply pressure. Maybe look to steal away that stack, in a bit of a team fight.
That's so unfortunate. If the Maga had Blink Dagger, maybe they could have punished that move from Sven, but instead Own It just gets back at farming. Blink Dagger is flying to Skylark now, so I wonder if they're going to try and force a move. does feel like they have to, and they will.
And what are we looking for mid lane? They're going to be able to try and go for, once again, onto the Rubik. The Rubik, though, homing missile does connect onto him, steals that rocket barrage. But again, Rubik not really the hero that you want, getting super close with this one. They get the lockdown. Scarlet, no, there's going to be a 3-man RP. There's going to be a great one to get the fight out of this one. And the damage coming through, but there's going to be the heals coming out now. And Supreme survives for a little bit longer. Disruption going to stop that lasso from doing damage with the Firefly being here. So Supreme lives through it. Focus gets himself a good double kill. Going to be the triple kill now, stacking up for the TA. Can they even get the fourth? Nah, it looks like Bengen's going to be able to run himself away. But yeah, that RP after the Yule Scepter, everybody got way too close. Just made it so easy for the Magnus to lock them down. And then the follow-up damage was more than enough.
What a clutch RP. Like, that was max range. Just a bit over zealous for Mouse. And this puts them back into this game. They were starting to get way too far behind. But Skylark does find a way. And obviously, both the carry and the mid surviving through all of that is huge for JustBetter. The gold advantage still, 2k, but I think the heroes that matter are starting to recover, especially TA is actually ahead of everyone else right now.
Yeah, and the damage coming through, you can see that Allnet just continuing to farm. And what are you looking at as this Sven, item? So he's already got his Echo, but like you say, he actually does have that Blink Dagger queued up and not the Aghanim Scepter before the BKB. Interesting.
Yeah, we'll see how that's going to pan out. Desolator, though, ready, 14 minutes, focus. A menace at the moment.
And are they going to be able to get this dive in focus? Whereas the rest of the team, they are going to be smoked behind focus now. So looking for this backstab to come through. And Bengen's going to be close here. Do they want to try and make a dive happen? They're going to try and come out into the Sprout. But Bengen, again, holding that Quelling Blade. Every support in the game, if you're up against the Nature's Prophet, make sure you have that Quelling Blade. And does keep himself from getting taken down. That smoke gang from JustBetter not going to pay off this time.
Look at the DT boards for Mouse. You have one after the tier 2 tower bottom and one very deep into the jungle. So they really want to find where the TA is farming. But she's not there. She's actually in the triangles. They find Enigma. Does have a mech.
Yeah, and chase down now onto Spawn. Skylark going to be pressured once again. And with this disruption, they should be able to set up. Yeah, the Shadow Poison this time. Going to be more than enough. Supreme will be able to pick up that kill.
Alright, so this might be that tower. It's a catapult wave move. And yeah, this Magnus is pretty much the only team fight they have right now before the Blink Dagger is picked up by Astro. So if he dies, you pretty much have to give up on defending this tower.
Yeah, and no way for them. Yeah, like you said, there's no way for them to defend this one. Supreme. Fortification will be used. Did they try and fight this one out? It looks like Focus, he's just going to try and put pressure onto the tier 1 tower top, but not actually take it down himself. So once this fortification wears off, Supreme, he can come back in. Use that. Oh, did they get the jump? They're going to be able to get the lockdown onto the Sven. The Sven, it's in more than enough danger here to take him down. The Spirit Vessel should be enough to finish the job. The right click's disruption keeps him alive for a little bit longer, but Byron is right on top of him now as well. Yeah, he can't lifesteal his way out of that. And it will be Thug that gets the kill while this is going on. Skylark, once again, is that going to be that homing missile to come through? It's going to be Skylark taking a lot of damage, but do they have enough for the kill? They do. Skylark just kind of, again, he knows he's being taken care of, so he just has to stand and look for the right clicks, and there was nothing he could do there. Taken down twice in quick succession.
Yeah, that still favors Mouse, though, because they get the tier 2 tower. TA, in general, I think, relies on having a perfect game a bit more than Sven. Yeah, this is tough, and they didn't even use Black Hole for that. This is the second time that Magnus dies. And they're playing split, right? They're trying to kill this Sven. So I don't think they should even posture bottom, because you can't really set up for those fights if you don't have more heroes, as they will get Norman.
Oh, he steals the Rocket Barrage again, I think, there onto the Rubik, and he was. Yeah, it's just, if you're going to be in close and do the damage like that, sure enough. He has the Phylactery on the Rubik. He's gone for the Aether Lens as well, so obviously going to be able to do that extra damage at extra range. And it's just funny that it's a Rocket Barrage. The one place he doesn't want to be in close.
Force
keeps getting that spell. The damage coming through, yeah, Force. It feels like he started off well in this lane. Midnight Pulse going to be dropped, but yeah, he's just not having a good time. Once again, caught out. Hex. Is that the Hex? That's the Piggy Pole, right? Yeah, it's the Piggy Pole coming through. Still not enough to get him out alive, though.
Yeah, that's finished his Guardian Greaves, but even still, they get the kill anyways. More charges for the Vessel of Spartan. And he goes going straight up here for the Shard on the MP. I think he can Roche for JustBetter. I feel like they are in a position where this TA with Empower can definitely take it. They just need to take this tier 1 tower top, and sieging has been a problem. It's only TA that can hit the towers, and they don't have any saves. It's just a very fragile position for Focus to be in.
Yeah, and well, they might be able to get a jump onto Focus now as well.
Blink Dagger's flying.
Yeah, are they going to try and go for this one? The Batrider gets himself in, but he just gets himself in the middle of 3 heroes. I think he was trying to get cheeky and go for the lasso here. Supreme does get low. Spirit Vessel still ticking him down. He's got that bottle charge. His backlines as well. Spartan trying to do the damage. Supreme even getting involved with the neutrals here. They do get the kill to Spartan, but Focus takes down Narman. Not a bad trade. If you are on Mouse, you know, losing that Gyrocopter for 2, even if it is just a support for the 2 supports.
Yeah. It is... the vision on Mouse has been much better than the vision on JustBetter. You have that cliff ward on the triangle that has not been dewarded, so that's how they're able to go for these moves. That ward deep into the big jungle, still there, so should give vision of Ayanami no time. Whereas there's actually no vision from JustBetter. They obviously didn't take the tier 1 towers, so it's hard to get that deep vision in. But they also don't seem to be able to take the towers. You need to smoke and get a fight, but how do you get a fight if you have no vision?
Yeah, and it just feels like, again, that Mouse are taking over the map here. Like you say, the no vision really paying off, but it just feels like there's heroes being caught out of position, like Skylark. He just keeps getting caught out. You know, they can't really get this momentum going here on the side of JustBetter. Every time they get something from it, the Mouse either come back and trade even, or they get another advantage here as well. So I like that JustBetter are making a move towards the Roche Pit, while Mouse have shown on the other side of the map. And with this TA8 here, with the damage that they can stack up, they should be able to make quick work of this.
Yeah, they do want to stop it though. They are smoked, they're running. They are a bit far. I don't think they're gonna get it in time. I wonder if they're gonna take the fight, even if the Roche gets picked up by JustBetter.
And I mean, it is taking a little bit longer than I thought it was going to be to take this Roshan down, so they might be able to take the fight on the edge of this one. In fact, Roche, is he even going to go down before the side of Mouse get here? He's still on, yeah. Look at this. Focus is trying to burst him down, but the jump comes in. Sven's going to be right into the pit. The God Strength comes out. Telekinesis will be here. The damage coming through, though. He actually wants to finish up the Roshan and then take this Aegis away. Sprout comes out and gives the Rocket Barrage damage. Aegis on the pit. And Focus will be able to pick it up, and Radiant do get the credit for Roche there as well. But immediately, the Aegis has been trapped. You've got Thug. He's just trapped in this Roche pit. The Black Hole comes over. Focus no way away from this one. And Skylark, again, like you say, nowhere near. Spartan has to run himself away. And that was just, even though they lost the credit for Roshan, even though they didn't pick up the Aegis, Mouse just completely wrecked JustBetter though.
Yeah, I mean, that's very, very weird that the Magnus doesn't come. Obviously, if you show the Magnus, it makes the move a little bit less obvious that they're smoking. Yeah. But if he was there, they would also just get the Aegis. He was trying to farm, finish his BKB. And I gotta say, the entire days, not only in this series, Skylark plays very greedy and by himself, but it's not like... There are offlaners that are greedy, but eventually they get online and you see the value of allowing them to play this way. It feels Skylark's never finding his place in some of these games, and you know, he's just farming forever.
Yeah, and the initial blink coming out for him, like I said, because usually you do see that Echo Saber coming out for the Magnus that helps him find a little bit of farm, and I don't think it's a greedy lineup here with the Rubik being that mid laner, so I think we could have gone back for the Echo Saber Blink Dagger in. RP's going to come through onto Supreme though. What damage can they do? They should be able to, will be able to clean up, and the Batrider even using that lasso there to make sure they got the kill.
Yeah, I mean, now that RP's on cooldown, they don't want to fight anyway, so it's probably fine to use the lasso, because it's unlikely you're going to find another pickoff until the RP is back up. You know, at least they get the kill. Focus. Who actually got the kill? It was Spartan. Not ideal, because it has like 1100 gold he got, but he's now working towards his eggs.
And you can see that, yeah, they probably wanted it either onto this Magnus or onto the TA themselves. Wasn't able to pick it up that way. But Focus, they're still farming through the jungle. It did create a little bit of space now with this Lash being down, so they are going to be able to take full advantage of this one. Meanwhile, Force on the bottom part of the map, he's just trying to live up to his name, maybe force this lane in, put some pressure onto the tier 3 tower, so the mag at least will be coming through. Has that Empower, will be able to clean up this wave. And yeah, they're not going to be able to take advantage, maybe catch Skylark out of position. The rest of the teammates aren't here, so just some easy extra farm here for Skylark.
Force did get a Blink Dagger now. No BKB yet, but yeah, this is a really hard game to get those black holes off. Unless you're using on the Rubik, you're always scared of having it stolen, and even still, there's a fair amount of cancels with the less of DRP. And even the TA trap silence, which she already has on Focus.
Yeah, and
okay,
they come around, either wrap around, though. The traps were down. We guess the Blink, the homing missile is going to actually come through, but Focus, he should be able to get himself away from this one. Do they hunt for anyone else here? The homing missile with the rocket barrage, it does try and come through. In fact, I think they're going to try and go for the jump. They might be able to. Yeah, they get the Malphite Stuns now as well. The Midnight Pulse comes out, and he doesn't have those refraction charges. It was cleaned up by the rocket barrage coming through from that homing missile. Focus, I thought he was away from that one, but the homing missile just changes the plans, and Mouse were able to get that kill.
That was a clutch play from them. They actually smoked. Oh, they cancel Astra's TP as well. But they smoked the Leshrac, so TA didn't know and couldn't pop the trap to slow him down. So that's why he actually had another trap. Felt pretty safe, but really good smoke timing on Miles, allowing them to close the gap. And now they're going to steal the Tormentor as well with Onid and Supreme. Very clean game. Relatively close in net worth, but momentum-wise, I can't say it feels like JustBetter is like close at all to win this game.
No, and immediately Onlit TP's down here. He wants to go towards the Skylark onto the Magnus. The Magnus is going to get the blink away. God Strength does get used, but Skylark, with those Spidey senses, he gets that blink out, TP's himself out as well. And at least this time, God Strength not going to be super effective, which is a good thing if you are on the side of JustBetter. But you can see that's fine. He's got the BKB, he's got that Blink Dagger, he's going towards the Harpoon now as well, AC to come out as well. He is incredibly, incredibly deadly, and he's got more than one way to try and deal with the Kite on the side of JustBetter too.
Yeah, he's a big, big boy. Oh, okay. BKB, just making sure it's working.
Yeah, no one's gonna see that, so
we saw it.
We just pretend it doesn't happen. Yeah.
Okay, all right. Never seen that. He never shined. As Focus might be found by Supreme here, but he doesn't get the slow with his arc lighting. Lighting storm. Never mind.
And yeah, Supreme just continues to farm as well. The Bloodthorn, pretty nice. In terms of items, or what else is he looking towards? Because, I mean, kit-wise, he's not got a whole lot of protection outside that Yule Scepter, so I wonder if he goes back for maybe a BKB of his own.
Yeah, BKB is nice. I wouldn't mind seeing a Blink. Lincoln's is not bad. There's definitely... he could also go for Shiva's, just having that attack speed slow. It's pretty good, amplifying all his damage. The item did get a slight nerf, so it doesn't seem to be bought nearly as much as it used to be. But it was... Yeah. One of the reasons Lash saw a resurgence at the beginning of the patch, but then, they nerfed Bloodstone, they nerfed Shivas, and the hero... once Kaya Sanj got buffed, then they're like, okay, let's play Lash again.
What are we looking at as well? We're looking for... So it's not going to be the Dagon coming out on the Rubik, even as a core. It's going to be going in for the E-Blade for the Rubik as well.
Pretty good against the Sven. Gonna amplify Rubik's damage, and they're going for the fishing build on Skylark. He actually has the money for his eggs, and getting this Enigma or getting this Lash out of position is going to prevent Shadow Demon's disruptions to save people. And overall, sure, maybe I harped a little bit too hard on Skylark, but when he joined fights, he's actually having a lot of impact. It's just that it feels like the style of JustBetter is very separate, right? They don't necessarily like fighting very often. Oh my god, Rubik was so close. There's a dire
just playing it on the edge. But yeah, I mean, I suppose Mouse once again weren't in the place to take advantage of. That's like you said, he was just able to get himself away. It looks like TA, he wants this tier 2 tower now. Going to be able to come right back in with the refraction charges, try and go through this tier 2 tower. Will be able to do the damage. Got the rest of his teammates behind him as well. Drag back, but it's just going to be onto the illusions now, and there's going to be the purge coming through onto Skylark. Skylark, can he get himself away? Homing missile, the pull down's going to be there. The split earth connects now as well. Skylark, he pops that BKB. It is going to be about halfway through, but it doesn't matter. The physical damage coming through onto the Sven. Black hole gets the lockdown now onto the Rubik. The Rubik's going to go try and steal this one. He's not going to be able to. He's going to be killed off anyway. And backlines, another disruption comes out onto the Bat Rider. Going to get the chase down now once again. Narvin trying to come in with that rocket barrage coming through. Astral with the Force Staff out. Does he get himself away from this one? Is there any blinks, anything to catch up? As Olnit will be able to catch up with that Nature's Prophet. Gets that kill. Split Earth half a second too late as the Bat Rider does get the TP away.
Yeah, that's whenever it is Skylark being the first point of contact on JustBetter, like their fight is over. You need this hero to be the one initiating, and if he's 10% HP, it's going to be really hard to get any fishing, get any RPs going. And that has been a problem because the vision from Mouse has been superior the entire time. So it is always them choosing who they fight, choosing who they go on to. And Skylark just doesn't have the same vision, the same level of awareness to play this fishing build. I guess you do have the TA traps. They actually started getting some decent vision on the Dire Jungle, but they don't have the map control to be there. The traps are just laying around. Maybe now we could see Skylark finding someone.
Well, I mean, it's actually going to be doing a lot of damage here with the homing missile onto the Bat Rider, but the rest of the team not in a place to take advantage of that, so he does go down 2-1, and his focus was the
they know where Onit is. There's a trap there. There we go. They're going to fish him.
Oh, RP! But no,
RP!
the disruption! It's going to stop him from getting RP, getting control. The Sprout is still out now as well. He's sold that Quelling Blade, so he's going to be trapped in lockdown. Bat Rider has the lasso. Only going to try and do what he can. The BKB is going to be here. What's he going to be able to do? Second Sprout comes out now, and it looks like Sven is going to be able to get himself through and away from this one because he's just being controlled and kited out. Now his BKB is down, but the damage coming through. Narman gets one. Are they going to be able to get the kill onto Skylark? Skylark chased down, killed off by Supreme, and they might be able to get even more onto this one, but Astral trying to bounce himself away. No, they're not going to be able to follow up onto that, but 4 heroes dead. I thought the Sven was going to be absolutely kited out there in that fight, and to be fair, he was, but the rest of his team doing work in getting those kills.
I mean, that was a disastrous fight. Such a clutch disruption from the Shadow Demon. The TA ends up in Nowhere's Land. Tried to man fight on the Leshrac, but he's so tanky. All of that spell lifesteal from the Bloodstone as well made it impossible. Even if the Dale is for focus to kill him, he doesn't even have only 12 armor on the Lash, so very impressed that he was able to stand his ground. Overall, Mouse, the vision just makes all of this fight so much better. They had vision of the Sven because of a TA trap, but once the RP got whiff because of Bengan, there's nothing they could have done.
That was so clutch as well coming in from the Shadow Demon.
Speaking of
Shadow
Bengan.
Demon could be in trouble though. Yeah, backlines. Bengan. There's going to be a disruption coming out onto the Bat Rider now as well. Bengan, is he tanking enough to waste the time? He is. It's going to be the Sven coming in now with that Stormhammer stun. Spartan trying to run away from this one. Going to be slowed down. Shadow Poison's come out again. One more right-click telekinesis, so it might save Spartan's life. That Shadow Poison surely not going to be enough to get the kill onto the Nature's Prophet, but Supreme coming in. Backlines looking for the chase down. Bat Rider has to go for that Force Staff away once again. Blink away from focus. Trap might be dropped here. Midnight Pulse not going to be enough. They tried to go on Tsunami, but there's going to be the blinking now as well from the Sven as well. The Stormhammer comes out. Should be able to get the kill onto this mid Rubik. So they don't get the Nature's Prophet, but hell, they get a way better target there, taking down the mid lane core. And Roshan, it's a respawn. They're going to have the perfect timing on this.
The supports on the side of Mouse are so tanky. Like, the Shadow Demon has 2k HP, has a Craggy coat. The two supports on the side of JustBetter can't even kill him together.
Yeah.
And then you have the Gyrocopter, 17k HP. Look at his armor. Like, he has 50...
17k?
What?
You said 17k HP.
Oh, yeah, sorry. 1700 HP, but he has like 50 armor when there's Warcry and the Enigma's nearby. They cannot kill these heroes, so you need the Magnus to be the one initiating, but the teamwork on JustBetter has been lacking for a bit, and they're gonna smoke. Let's see if they find someone separator, because if they don't, this is a death sentence. They have the Aegis.
And jumps coming through now again. Smoke coming out. Bengan could be in trouble this time, but once again, this time. Okay, Gyrocopter's going to be interrupted on his TP. Should be able to get the kill. They actually drop the lasso to make sure they get it. And the RP onto Bengen. Well, this time, Disruption, it comes out. Surely they still get this kill onto Bengen. Yeah, he's going to be controlled out. Killed off. Focus gets himself a double kill on the supports. But that was a lasso and RP used just to get a kill onto supports. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, they're going to be able to get the lockdown. Once again, Rubik is dead. Supreme gets the credit.
Yeah, this Rubik is really struggling. I think he needs a 4-staff. He just... Whenever they get the gap closed on him, he doesn't even survive to cast the Ethereal Blade on him. And even when he does, that Leshrek's all magic damage, it really doesn't save you from that. Not sure this Blade paid off for him. Ever since he finished it, I think he just dies. Every time he shows up in a fight, they jump him, he dies.
And he is going to be going towards that Ag Scepter, which means, you know, he gets that second spell slot. Gets the upgrade of any spells he steals there as well, if they do have an Agnum's piece to the spell. But at the minute, like you say, net worth wise, he's closer to the Gyrocopter than he is to the Leshrac, and that is just how rough the game has been here for this Rubik.
Yeah, it is. He had a good start, but that's the thing with mid Rubik. If you don't snowball, this hero can feel really, really bad, and they are at this point where, even though they should have really good team fighting with this Magnus, they don't have a hero to posture, right? Because who do you show? The Magnus cannot show because you want him out of vision to fish someone. The Rubik he has less HP and armor than the position 5 Shadow Demon. And there's no other hero you can show. This TA also dies if she shows. I think that's the biggest problem. If you don't have Aegis on a hero on the side of JB to be able to posture them and then fight off of that, I guess you have to show your Bat Trader, but he's also your Initiator. Maybe show the NP. It's just awkward. The way their fights have to function once they are behind is really awkward.
And you can see here that Mouse are hunting through on the smoke. They're going to use the Sven to push out this bottom lane, and the Enigma uses Eidolons to push the mid lane here. But you can see that Gyro as well as Lesh, they're looking to... Okay, they're going to skip this wave. I thought they might have been looking for a kill. They're not going to be able to find one here. TA, though, might lose the courier. Nothing on it, pulls it back just at the right time, so Supreme won't be able to see it. But yeah, it feels like Mouse... Especially with this Age, is still being on board for the next 2 minutes. They want to try and close this trap now, you know. They want to make it really hard for JB to find anything around the map and choke them back, push them right back into the base.
Yeah, Focus wants the... He wants the Nullifier to deal with the Warcry, but once Sven buys a shard, which costs 1,400 gold, Warcry becomes undispellable. So his timing here is not going to be very wide. I think as soon as he sees the Nullifier, he's going to buy it. So...
Genuinely, what can you do? It's going to be the... Maybe? No. Okay, no catch there. As the Prophet is trying to force out this bottom lane away from the tier 3 towers. You can see that everyone on the side of Mouse grouped up. I'm surprised they haven't 5-manned here to try and, especially with Supreme being the one with the Aegis, to try and at least force out the fortification onto the tier 3s. You know, they've not made a move towards the tier 3s at all here, with Lesh being one of the best high ground breakers in the game, especially with this Aegis.
Yeah, he did finish his Vise, but they're looking for an opening. They're not finding it. They still have 1 minute, so they could try to YOLO this Aegis a little bit. Try and force JB's hand and see what happens. They're sizably ahead, but their heroes are kind of separated. I don't think, especially the Sven being bottom, that they're gonna try and do something. In fact, Onit's showing here. Yeah, there's no way TA can go for this.
No. TA just leaves. TA's just like, no, thank you. I am out of there. They are starting to group up now, but like you say, this Age is down to 39 seconds. They've not made the most of it, I don't think. They've been looking around, looking for kills, looking for ganks, but most of JB are going to play inside the base, so unless you're going to look for that base dive, and the TA is fairly loose enough. Focus shows, gets that blink out, doesn't stick around too long, going to go for the TP, and the blink in, disruption. Oh, the last second finds it now. Focus. Supreme comes in. Focus. He doesn't have the BKB, so he's not going to be able to get himself away from that one. Okay. He
was out of vision, right? Did he just blind jump at the SD? What?
No, the scan came out. They knew roughly where he was because there was a scan on him.
Okay, I didn't see the scan because he didn't show in the wave, but alright. That makes sense because... Oh, they're going to find another one. Good lasso.
Comes onto the Sven. He's going to be dragged right back into the base now as well. The RP just get committed. They've got 4 heroes on top of him. And now there's going to be the Horn toss back to the tier 4s. But Olnit, he's a big tanky boy. He's got himself that Satanic now as well. The Lotus Orb comes out onto the top of him. And Sven, he's going to be able to walk himself away from this. And looking none worse than were after that big engagement coming through. All of those commitments on the lockdowns. There's going to be another skewer back here on the Sven. But he just says, cool, you're giving me a target to right-click here. I have lifesteal. I'm just going to come back and right-click you down. They take the kill onto Skylark. Skylark has no buyback. Dead for 77 seconds here. And I think this is where Mouse, they start to look to break the space.
They forced the buy and they get nothing out of it. There was no buy on the Magnus. He played really well, right? He got a lot of skewer backs onto the Sven, but he's gigantic. Pops the Satanic first, saved the BKB. Very cautious play for Monet. I think there was a couple of games where he wasn't as sharp, but he played really well there. Very patient. Didn't really panic at all.
Yeah, and if you can see, again, top, they're going to be able to go into Spartan, and Spartan, yeah, no way away from that one. He actually, did he try and TP out? Because his TP just went on cooldown there. So, it looks like Supreme got the interrupt to get the kill. And now they're going to be able to set up. You've got Supreme pushing down this top lane, while the mid lane is pushed in as well. You've got pressure on all 3 lanes here, and Mouse, surely this is where there's still no Magnus for 25 seconds. They at least look to try and, you know, take some chip damage on a tier 3. Yeah. Olnit comes in. The E-Blade comes through, but it doesn't matter. It's purged off immediately. They're going to be able to get through onto this tier 3 tower, forcing out the damage. Rax fortification will be used. TA, Focus, he's still trying to push up this top lane. But I suppose it makes sense because you still don't have that Magnus, so you still don't have this Nature's Prophet up. So just try and find the farm, try and take the pressure off the third lane here as Focus.
Yeah, Mouse definitely playing really well. Like almost no mistakes. I think they're very patient the entire time. JustBetter had a couple of moves here and there, but in general, it always felt like Mouse was ahead, and they didn't really YOLO, right? As you said, they have just the Shrek. Maybe you would expect them to try to brute force the things too hard or try to end the game very quickly. But no, they're like, okay, we have map control over the entire map. The Sven is farming. This TA has 7 deaths. Like, we're no problem.
Drag back on to Supreme. He's got that AD rune now as well. They've got the control. Yeah, he's got so much regen coming through from this one as well that they're not going to be able to. He even just pops the Bloodstone onto this after getting skewered back. Runs into the middle of everybody. Gets most of his health back from this one, Focus, trying to run himself away. But again, there's no Magnus now for 73 seconds. Already used that RP. And with the ultimates being popped here, Focus, he's going to be forced after away. Do they have the damage? Split Earth does still connect. There's going to be the Hex coming through now as well. Jump in from Olnit. They get the blow up Focus though. There's going to be that E-Blade. Do they get the kill? He gets it with the cleave. And the GG is going to be called here. 38 kills to 17 and a 28k net worth lead here. At 39 minutes in, Mouse will be able to take game number 1.
Yeah, very nicely played. They were patient. I think their draft was very good. I liked, you know, the clown. I guess clowning is not even the right word, but they were inventive with this mid Rubik, and it looked fine. But this hero falls off really, really hard if you're not constantly getting map control, getting things going. And yeah, I think the biggest takeaway is that in general, I just feel like they don't play as fast as they have to on the side of JB. I'm not sure if it's because they're constantly not winning their lanes hard enough, or if they're just too slow for European teams. But that's something they have to work on, because that always happens. Like, they're somehow ahead in some of the lanes, but then Skylark always takes a bit too long to get online. Some of the other heroes start to fall off, and they never click. There's never a fight. No, here there was like maybe one fight that looked okay, but all of the other fights were pretty mediocre.
Yeah, and that is going to be it for the first game. JustBetter on a 3-game losing streak. We'll see if they're going to be able to break that one, get themselves a win before the end out their time in the RES European League Season 1, or if it's going to be Mouse going through with that clean sweep 2-0, like they need to climb up the table, We'll find out how it's going to go after this break.
1xBet and EVA Alfie present betting on all esports events on the website and in the 1xBet app. 1xBet. Play with EVA.
What if Kunka knew that he could not only play Dota, but also place bets?
Better the best black hole.
1xBet Bookmaker Company.
Chances of breaking items in a tournament match are non-existent. Chances of winning at 1xBet are always real.
Join with me.
At your service.
Stealing Aegis from Roshan is very difficult. Winning at 1xBet is super easy.
Let's go.
Use your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
Look around. Screens are everywhere. They allow you to immerse yourself in another world, into hundreds of different worlds. Here you can be anything you want, and we will support you in this. OG, Team Spirit, 1xBet. If you are with us, you win.
Hello, son.
Hi, Mom.
Pretty girl.
This is Eva.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you very much. Your dad's just made his favourite dinner. It's duck. Come on inside. They're all probably too gruesome to tell you while you're eating at the table. How's your food? Is everything okay? Good, good. You seem to know each other.
Yeah. This is the new ambassador for 1xBet.
Oh, I see.
Everyone felt good when Eva Elfie became the new ambassador of 1xBet.
Welcome back in, everybody, to the second game of the second series here between JustBetter and Mouse. And JustBetter, they are on a bit of a spiral here, so we'll see in the fourth game of the day if they're going to be able to pull it out of the nosedive, or if Mouse are going to be able to take this one 2-0, which they do need to climb that table, maybe look towards getting themselves some tiebreakers, maybe even take over one of those top 3 spots. But Bowie, coming into this this fourth game, the final game here for JustBetter, you've spoke about them just not being up to snuff. What are you looking for in this fourth and final game here before they do call it a day for the Group A?
I think they should probably try to have more stable mid picks. I think the Rubik was cute, but it didn't work out. And specifically for the offlane, I think I want Skylark playing heroes that don't necessarily need gold to get online. So something like a Centaur, something like a DK. That they can actually create pressure on the map. I really want something like that. Maybe even a Death Prophet, not that popular as an offlaner these days, but just as an example of a hero that just gets levels and does stuff. That's what I want to see, because it does feel like they struggle to really, I guess, place the cores that have the right net worth to do things early on, and that has really been the problem for them. They had to go even in the laning stage, but they always have such a wonky mid game.
Yeah, and we can see that the bans coming out just going to be the same standard bans that we've been seeing most of the day. Again, no Viper, no Undying, but it's going to be the Chen, the Dragonite, as well as the Timbersaw being taken away. And I think we saw last time the Primal Beast made it through to the second phase. We'll see if he comes out any earlier today as Mouse. They do take down that Tusk, which JustBetter did play both times in the first series, didn't really work out for them. So Mouse just maybe not wanting to pick up this comfort hero, taking it away from them in the first phase.
Yeah, pretty interesting that they banned the Tusk. They didn't really get that much success with it, but it's going to be interesting to see. I guess if you want to play the Primal Beast, this Tusk could be annoying, right? Just having the shards to block his path once he goes for his W. Maybe if they want to ban the Shadow Demon as their last ban, they could also snatch the Primal in the first phase, because they did get banned second time. So it's now JustBetter. Do you leave that open? Are you afraid of something more than you are? I don't remember the other 2 bans they went for. I think it was what?
Radiant team
they do ban the Shadow Demon. Okay.
Fair enough. Yeah, it was looking fairly strong. So in the last game, ban-wise, JustBetter took out the Tiny as well as the Centaur, Brewmaster, Medusa, and the Naga Siren. Meanwhile, on the side of Mouse, it was the Chen, the Tusk, the Doom, Weaver, Primal Beast, Faceless Void, and the Puck were the full ban list there.
Okay. All right, JustBetter. Just chilling here, not really pressured, it seems, to get the bans rolling. I would ban the Primal Beast, man. I would definitely take that out, especially if you remove the Shadow Demon, because there's no Tusk already. I guess a response they could go for is Rubik. I think Rubik 4 is pretty good against Primal Beast for multiple reasons. But I'm not sure if they play it, right? Did they play Rubik on post 4 today? I don't think so.
I don't think they have, no. I think it's gone apart from that, the last one that we saw in the mid lane there, I don't think they've played that Rubik 4. And looking through the games, I couldn't say that they played it in any of the games that I'm seeing here from JustBetter. No.
Yeah,
Ludwig's-
looking at Astro's games, he has like a lot of Dark Willow, Techie, Sky, Hoodwink, but not really Rubik. Still been the Tiny at the end of the day. A lot of time to think and then still ban the same hero, right?
Yeah, and Centaur comes out immediately here for Mouse. I wonder if JustBetter, again, that Primal Beast is still in there, if that's something that they want to play, maybe throw it in the mid lane, but for the most part, it seems like both teams in that last game, that they just wanted to ban it out in that second phase. Neither team wanted to pick it up first phase, which I suppose makes sense here because it will be the big focus of some of your team fights. So if you pick it up so early on, you do allow those enemy teams to go for counters. But they're going to go for the Pugna here. A hero I've not seen in any region, I don't think, for the past couple of months.
Okay, I was definitely not expecting that. I don't think this hero is particularly good against center. Have no stuns. Very squishy. Very interesting pick. I don't know what to say. Just odd. And you know, we kind of talk about it, right? They have some really odd first picks on JustBetter. Very off-meta picks, the Tusk, the Pugna. And, you know, if they're winning games with it, maybe it's easier to make an argument for it. But it does seem pretty odd as they ban the Lifestealer, they ban the Kunkka, just those standard counters here to center, making sure that Force is going to be enabled. Pretty much guaranteed it's going to be a core center as well. Are they playing some like Storm? I feel like if we're picking this Pugna, it has to be related to, you know, giving mana to some hero.
Yeah.
But it feels like, you know, these days even Lions seems like a better option to do things like that rather than the Pugna. So we'll see what they're gonna try and do.
Yeah, when the Lion's giving back mana, he's not giving any life up. You know, it's not putting him at a risk, especially in these fights. But maybe they are. They're going to go for, you know, maybe the Storm Spirit or the Medusa to come out here. Something like that does synergize quite well with the Pugna. Okay, no, never mind. They're going to go straight in for the Luna. So it's going to be a Luna up against a Centaur lane. The Centaur, if you can get a setup stun, or maybe like a Vengeful Spirit in there, something like that, that can swap the Luna in. The Luna could be at risk of the damage coming through. They're going to go for the Bane Lash combo, though.
Okay, interesting pick. Bane, also not a popular hero, but just overall pretty strong laner. Not sure if it's going to be a 4 or a 5. Usually he is a 5. And I'm curious to see, I guess this Pugna is supposed to be a soft counter to Shrek, right? The Nether Ward is pretty strong against him. Not nearly as good as he used to be. And they picked the Rubik again, huh? So they're very confident. I'm assuming it's going to be a mid Rubik. Just looking at Astro's games, he doesn't seem to care for Rubik that much.
I mean, the mid Rubik didn't do too bad in the lane stage. It was kind of like everything else. It, you know, kept getting caught out later on. It didn't have any defensive items. There was no Yours, there was no BKB, no Force Staffs, anything like that. So it just meant that every time the Rubik got caught out, it was more than likely dead. But with having the mid lane go their way early on, they might feel comfortable picking up this Rubik again. Maybe just going for a little bit of a different build here for the Rubik.
It's another really good Rubik game. You have Stampede to steal. You have So Easy to cancel. Fiend's Grip steal it for you. So overall, I like it. Luna Beastmaster is a very strong combination.
Ooh.
You know, we're kind of talking about heroes that Skylark can be active on and only needs levels. I think Beastmaster is definitely one of them.
Is this a Centaur 4 then? With the Darkseer, maybe even the Centaur 5? This is a support Centaur. And the Luna is already on the side.
Because they banned the Lifestealer and the Kunkka, so they're like, okay, they're definitely picking core center, but interesting curveball here. I like it, right? Shrek with Iron Shell, theoretically super strong. He just gets even more damage. You can surge him up. Even stealing both the Luna and the Beastmaster aura with your wall is awesome. But you can also steal the wall as Rubik. So interesting game. I like it. I think Darkseer Shrek is overall a really good combo. We saw, you know, the vacuum into Echo. This game you have vacuum into Hoof Stomp. Not as impactful, but still pretty cool to see.
Yeah, and what are you looking for carry-wise here for the side of Mouse? Because they've got one pick left. Would you go back into that Sven from the last game from Molnar? Because it seemed to have a really good time. You know, getting themselves in, doing the damage. Or do you think that the Beastmaster might dissuade them here?
Yeah, I don't like it. I think Beastmaster Pugna, there's a lot of kite. I think Morphling was amazing. Void is decentish, but you are against that core Rubik, so very easy to give away the Chronosphere. Okay, they go Gyro. All right, you don't care that much about giving away any spells. Rubik stealing Flat Cannon doesn't seem that impactful.
No. Oh, Oracle.
Ooh.
So this is... Yeah, it's definitely going to be either the bin... Yeah, okay, back to the mid Rubik here. I don't mind the Spartan Oracle. I think it's quite nice, but I look at this lineup and I think if anyone gets caught out on the side of JustBetter, they're going to get blown up. You know, fight potential-wise, the side of JustBetter, again, okay, so they've got this farming hero now. They can kind of match what Allnit wants to do. But yeah, I think if Centaur gets on top of them, like a Centaur +1 here, heroes are just going to disappear on the side of JustBetter. So it's definitely... I'm definitely, I think, leaning towards Mouse's draft here between the two of them. I think Mouse is, to me, the better draft of the two.
I like JustBetter because it feels like finally they can group up and they are strong together. Like you have this little Beastmaster, supposed to be really strong. Like you get an Aegis and you group up with this draft and having the Oracle to save people. They don't really have a lot of backline jumpers. The only one is Centaur, and it's awkward. He doesn't have instant initiation. So I kind of like what they have. It's going to be dependent on the lanes a lot. This Beastmaster plus Pugna lane is relatively strong, but the Bane pickup... wait a second. Oh, it's actually Gyro 5. Yeah, honestly, I like it then. I think this Beastmaster Pugna should do really well. The Luna with the Oracle, right? You have the Dispel for the Iron Shell. So in general, it doesn't seem like there's going to be a lot of aggression. It really depends on how much this Leshrac going to do in the early game. And we did saw the Rubik actually trading farm and doing just as good as the Leshrac. So I know I might just be a contrarian here, but I want to go with JB because they had it rough today. And I do feel like this might be one of the best drafts they had. Which, you know, doesn't say that much, but I do like it. I think it has more potential. A lot of the other drafts were, like, they had good heroes, but it didn't have any synergy.
Yeah. And, well, I suppose this is the last chance for JustBetter to have an impact here on the standings as well. If they win this one, it makes it a lot harder for Mouse to break into that top 3, especially seeing as they're playing Monty in the next in the next set. So yeah, JustBetter, even though they're on the way to the top 3 here, they could still mess it up here for Mouse. So Mouse have to be on the top of the game, and JustBetter, like say, if they do take a good game, could spoil the party here for the side of Mouse.
Darkseer scouted the ward there, even pings the right location. Nicely done by Force. The group up here of JB looks like they're gonna be very cautious with their positioning. Nothing too crazy. Just make sure they get 2 bounties. And yeah, I think if they don't feed any first bloods like we saw in some of the other games, their lanes are very strong. I think they should do well in both side lanes.
Yeah, so we'll see. It looks like the Rune Snatch is just gonna be the 2 for 2. Yeah, no one getting a bonus from that one. So yeah, as the Spartan moves back 3, we'll be able to get the 2 for 2. And looking at it, you've got Bengen on this Bane that we're not used to, coming through with the Pugna in terms of your lane trades on the supports. How do you see this lane going just between the two? Are you still looking to get the harass out? You'll be able to get the brain sap off on the Bane. You'll get him in, try and set up a couple of these nightmares for the homing missiles, or do you think that the Pugna should be able to avoid being one of the fastest heroes in the game? You know, should be able to avoid the damage that Bengen could do.
Normally, you would expect the Bane to trade really well against Pugna, but if there's one thing Bane is really bad is trading against the boar. So at the same time, they do have a gyrocopter. So it's really gonna... Skylark has to be very careful with how he positions the boar, you know, out of vision so the flat cannon doesn't kill him. But as long as Pugna has both the boar and himself trading against the Bane, look how hard it is for Gyro to kind of assist him in that fight. So you can trade actually pretty well once you separate both heroes and have the boar helping Astro trade.
Okay, well, you see the Gyrocopter there find the right position to get a couple of hits onto the board to set up for the Bane to get that last hit onto him. But yeah, you can see that now Pugna caught between 2 heroes here. It's only going to be level 2 onto it with the Rocket Barrage coming out. No homing missile to follow up onto this Pugna, but he won't be able to get the Disrupt onto the ball, I don't think, as the Bane should be able to get the half pull off, which he has done, and it will mean that this lane should push back in favor of the Dire.
Yeah, that's on Astro. I'm pretty sure he could have placed the sentry to not allow this camp to spawn.
Yeah.
They're going to lose like 3 creeps here. It's only 1 melee that's going to be back. So this is already a pretty decent advantage that they're able to squeeze out of this lane. But let's see if Astro gets to block it this time. Maybe he tried to body block but got nightmared. No, he's actually level 1 on Vanguard, so that's not even possible.
Yeah, it was just... he was running himself... I guess he didn't want to be caught out because he was trying to run himself when he saw the gyrocopter moving over. I guess he didn't want to be caught out with a full rocket barrage shut up into the brain tap. It might have been enough to get the kill onto him. So yeah, he just moved himself away here, Astral. And yeah, still level 1. So you can see that both cores in this lane are going to be soaking XP. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Rubik pushing right up here onto Supreme. You're pushing onto Supreme's high ground. The Fade Bolt coming through as well, making it a little bit harder for Supreme to get these last hits in. So the deny's coming through from Thug, and you're trying to rely on that lightning bounce here. A little bit trickier than just going for those pure right clicks on Supreme. So in terms of the last hits, it is fairly even, but you can see that Thug, he's just trying to do what he can to disrupt the Supreme laning stage.
Oh, Spartan's courier. It was filled with so many items. Really unfortunate he lost it.
And how's it looking for the Luna here? 11 last hits. The Centaur, being able to get into his head. I suppose it's not a ranged hero, so you can't fully get off the harass. Darkseid doing all right on his last hit. 10 and 6 in terms of denies there as well. But yeah, the Centaur, it's going to take a little bit, before he's going to be able to close this gap onto focus. And yeah, I don't see Force going for an early point into the vacuum just yet. In fact, he's going to hold that point just in case.
Oh, blood grenade. Trying to go for it, own it, but they're going to be fine. Bottom lane. As I said, the CS is looking pretty decent-ish. This Oracle just makes the lane amazing here for JB. Like, there's not going to be a lot of aggression.
No, and yeah, you are always going to have with the purifying flames coming out here for the Oracle. Luna only needs to back away for a few seconds to be able to come back into the lane and then resume full farm mode.
Honestly, a decent amount of denies on the Darkseer. Didn't expect him to get that much, but in general, Spartan's always going to be ready there to have the Fortune's End, and I believe Focus this is probably going to be the best start of a game he had, at least today, and we'll see if that's going to be enough here to propel JB to a more comfortable position. I don't think there was a single game that they played today where at like 15 minutes it felt like they were like consistently ahead. They were even in some games, but never they never had a moment where like, okay, they have the advantage, this should be their game.
And they are going to be able to make a move onto Darkseid now as well, with the Centaur moving off the lane, but Surge comes out from the Darkseid. He did hold that one, wasn't able to get the kill onto the Darkseid. Will still be waiting on that first blood a little bit, but level 4, they go for that point in the vacuum. I think he just tried to use it as a long-range farm tool there, as Spartan looks to try and push Force back once again.
It's very hard to see as with his Iron Shell, so he needs other tools to get his farm. I kind of like what they were doing. Like, they were using Iron Shell and Arm, and he was just like farming jungle creeps because there's not much to do in that lane. And now once you separate Spartan, maybe you can get a kill. They're gonna connect with Supreme. They have the Hoof Stomp. This should be it.
It's a lot of damage, and now the chase down comes through. There's going to be the lightning bolt for the slowdown coming through as well for Supreme. Blood Grenade comes out, and yep, Supreme gets it with that last tick of damage, and will even be able to come in and just put some pressure onto the creep wave as well. Well, he's got this catapult wave. I wonder if he wants to go for the Diabolic Edict and maybe force some damage onto the tower, but Rubik will be able to use that Fade Bolt, clean up the creep waves here as well, and Supreme won't even have the window.
All right, this has been a hard game here for Skylark. His net worth is pretty low. I guess having to use a lot of consumables because of the... hello.
It was just, yeah, I mean, the ward was down, but the brain sap was more than enough damage there. You could see that he was trying to break some ankles on the Pugna, but he just wasn't able to find the distance. And mid lane, they get a kill now onto the Rubik as the... Well, which rune is it going to be? It's going to be top.
Oh, and, looks like Spartan wants to kill the Lash, but he actually runs to the jungle.
I didn't realize he picked that up. I thought it was a top rune spawn, but yes, Spartan, he does take that Invis rune, but with no detection out here. Look at the Skylark. He wants his kill. Axes fly through. Are they going to be able to do the job or not?
support.
Really good TP in from Supreme, and now they're even going to be able to set up Nightmare onto the Pugna. The damage should fall up now as well. Body blocks coming through. Now the blast, it's not going to be enough. The Gyrocopter is going to head back, but Supreme will be able to get himself a good kill on a killing spree here as the Gyrocopter heads back to base to heal up.
They don't even kill Narman. They dive the tower of the Rubik. They don't get that, and I mean, what seemed like a pretty decent start is already a 2k goal lead and a 5-0 score for Mouse. I guess the Wisdom Rune is at least going to be theirs. We see Skylark, I guess, in position to pick it up.
Yeah.
In general, JB just losing no fronts.
And what do you do? I mean, Narman, Wisdom Rune is going to go the way to both supports here, so there's not going to be Snatch, not going to be Steal. 3 heroes, though, grouping up onto Skylark once again. Supreme still up here. They're going to be able to come in with the damage. If they get this lockdown onto Skylark, there should be enough with the pulses. It is a Diabolic Edict into that Pulse Nova. They get the death of Skylark on the board once again. He's only just come back to the lane. Now he's going to have to do the Walk of Shame to the lane if he wants to get there, because he's going to have no TP for about 20 seconds after he respawns.
This last rotations have been so good, and it feels like Anami, he can't really do anything. He's just sitting mid. Yeah, he's getting his farm, but Leshreq is getting farm and enabling everyone else on his side. Now time for the runes, but the support levels, they're level 5, almost 6 on both supports on the side of Mouse. I don't think they can take this fight. They need to be lucky, and they get lucky.
Yeah, and I mean, oh god, Supreme, he's going to be able to find out the stack now as well. In fact, he might be able to get Astral as well. The D-Wall comes in. Diabolic Edict, Pulse Nova coming through. Astral, he can't decrepify himself because he will just go down here, drops that ward. And it's actually going to be the neutral creep deny that takes down Astral. But at least Lash, he's going to be able to farm with that full stack and take it away from Skylark.
Alright, that's good. At least they are able to do that. But look at this. Bane has more levels than Skylark. Position 5 is level 6 at 8 minutes. And they didn't even steal the Wisdom Rune. It just goes to show how, I guess he just fed a lot of boars. That's the only reason for Oni to be this far ahead. There you go.
Fiend's Grip into the cooldown. They're going to have the damage coming through. Was it stolen by the Rubik? It was. It doesn't matter. Skylark will still go down. Another chase onto Olnit. Gets that Rocket Barrage, but the return Fiend's Grip going to be cancelled off now as well. Astral trying to chase down. Decrepify comes out. Gyrocopter, not a lot of mana left here. Just needs to back himself away. Olnit, is there going to be in 1 second? There will be that slowness for him to pick up, get some health, get some mana back. And he will just be able to back himself away to his tier 1 and heal up from this one. While this is going on, you can see the Centaur as well as the Darkseer. They're hunting onto Focus, and Focus is going to stop to do a little bit of farming here. And how's the Centaur looking? Chase down, he's already used that Stampede. Won't be able to get on top of Focus. So Focus, he's getting brave here though. I suppose he can do with Skylark down here. He might be able to go for the kill.
They have vision. There's no way Narman's going to be found. This feels so bad. Skylark already having a terrible game. 0-3. TPs to the same lane as his core and now doesn't get to do anything. In fact, this Luna might be dead.
Yeah, and meanwhile this is going on, they are going to be able to get the kill onto the Bane. Luna does go down in the bottom lane here. Wall gets dropped, and then so does Focus. But was it I think it was the Nightmare that was stolen by the Rubik, was able to help set up onto the Bane kill. But you're going to take that trade all day long. The Bane for the Luna? Yeah, no questions asked about that.
Oh yeah. This
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
This is somehow even worse than game number 1. They are losing...
Yeah.
They can't even show any heroes in the lane. This Luna just forced to full-time jungle now, but I guess he did finish the Mask of Madness, but I don't think he can farm the stacks very easily. It's gonna take some time with only 2 points in Moonglaves.
Yeah, he's I mean the aura is gonna be quite nice for him. Mid lane, looks like Ruby was taking some harass, but yeah, he has to use the Seeds of Serenity here as well as the Mask of Madness to keep himself going on this Luna, so these stacks will be a big ask, but he will get a couple of levels off this, it looks like, so, or at least a level and a half, so he should be able to get another point into these glaives.
There's a smoke.
Yeah, smoke coming through, and the Luna, not the healthiest hero in the world here, still trying to go for these Ancients. Is there going to be a gap closed through, though? Narman, how's that Stampede? Smoke doesn't break, they're not going to be able to find him. Making a move up the cliff. Might be able to interrupt on Astral. Yeah, Astral tries to do what he can. He can't decrepify the Lash. He just does so much damage through his spells. And I think it may be a little bit of panic there from Astral. He will go down. Narman picks up the kill.
Yeah, there's... I mean, they even got lucky, right? Luna could have died, so in a way you're happy that you get to keep on hitting creeps with Focus. But it just doesn't seem to be enough. This Beastmaster's going Ags. This is very reminiscent from the Kunkka game, where Kunkka just got trashed in the lane, force you farm an entire eggs while you're already 6,000 go behind.
Yeah.
This is not really a plan. Like, this is just hope for the best and hit creeps. They're all pretty much playing a pub game at this point. Like, you don't have an offlaner.
And you can see mid lane is going to be pushed in. You've got the Bane hanging around, so he's looking for something. Has that Fiend's Grip available? But you would have to lock down 2 of the 3 heroes to just make sure it wasn't stolen or cancelled off here. So Force, what's he going to be able to do? I mean, Force is going to be going towards a pipe as well. This is going to be really nice, I think, for the side of Mouse. And yeah, you look at the physical damage. What really do you have? You have the Luna and maybe some of the Beastmaster. If he does get in for the right clicks, but for the most part, this pipe is going to be a massive benefit to the side of Mouse.
Yeah, it's huge. Like, when you look at the Beastmaster, he's not going for the Helmet of Dom, so not a lot of physical damage. The Hawk is only magic damage when she boops people. Your ulti, your axes, they're all magical. So the pipe's going to be amazing. I really like what Force is doing. And it's crazy because it feels that these days the only offlaner that is happy buying pipe is Darkseer. So I'm surprised that we don't get to see this hero as much, because it felt like in the past, he's the counter to those physical damage illusion heroes because you can't create an illusion of your own. But I think just having pipe in your offlaner in a lot of these games feels so good, right? Like, heroes that are being played in the mid lane, like Shrek, Puck, they're full magic damage powerhouses, and you just can't go pipe on Beastmaster. I mean, you can, but it feels really bad.
And if you look at this, you're going to see another smoke gang. Yeah, they're going to be able to get themselves on top of Force. There's going to be the blink in now as well. This is a Centaur at 13 minutes in with a blink dagger. So, excuse me, let me clarify. It's a support Centaur with a blink dagger at 13 and a half minutes in. Being able to make moves like this onto focus, and you look at the net worth here. 4k net worth on your position 4 Centaur. He's having a great time in this game.
Oh yeah. Oh, they're gonna find Force, but do they have the damage? Oh my
the big
Lord.
vacuum back. Look at this one into the stomp. The Stampede comes out as well. There's gonna be the feed. They take down absolutely everybody. That was just the wall. Everything was absolutely point perfect there for the side of Mouse.
That was beautiful. They think they found a Darkseer, but that was the perfect setup for the vacuum. Norman delivering once again with that blink dagger super early, as you said. This game is, 2% chance to win at 14 minutes. That's how bad it is.
Yeah, it is not going great here for the side of JustBetter. You can see that there is going to be some pushing now as well on the bottom lane from the Darkseer. He's looking to use these Iron Shells to push through. Still have... Whose courier is that on the map? It's going to be... Okay, the Beastmaster, they used it to get the D-Ward out. He left it there for a little bit there too. It's taking a break. It's on holiday. It's got, 15-minute smoke break coming out for the Beastmaster's courier.
14-minute Kaya Bloodstone Lashrak, level 12. This is an absolute monster. I mean, you have Fate's Edict to maybe protect yourself, but, a lot of the damage is also pure because of the Edict.
And Chubb comes in, going to be able to get a really good 2-man stomp onto the Rubik as well as the Oracle. Oracle, he actually false promises himself here, trying to get away from this one, but I think the damage is still going to be off. And Spartan, he's had himself in the trees, but he should still pop. Skylark going to get low now as well. Spartan, he's just going to get the TP out. Is he on the edge of it? He's not. He don't get the damage out. I'm surprised he lived through this one, but now they're going to set up Nightmare into the stomp onto the Rubik. This is going to be Ashel giving his life literally to trying to keep this Rubik alive, just in vain here. And now Ashel calls out Supreme, doesn't even need the vision, just ticks him down with the call GG. We hit 15 minutes, 17-1 and a 13k net worth lead. JustBetter, they're done. They're out of this.
Yeah, it's a really tough position to play for. They are already out of the tournament as well. Can't really blame them, I think. Even Gaben agreed that this was pretty much an impossible game. I honestly like this draft, but they lost pretty much all of the lanes in the games that they played this series. When they had overall decent lanes, they struggled to keep their advantage in the mid game. So I think it's back to drawing board for them. They were also playing for standing, so can't really blame them. Although I feel like at least in the first series, Tug had some pretty good performances. His Puck and his, I think DK looked pretty decent. So I don't want to harp on him too much. I think he actually played fine.
Yeah, and that is going to be it here for JustBetter. They will be exiting the tournament here, Group A, in, I think, 5th position. Mouse will have that chance to move on. It is all down to the line. I think, can we take a quick look at the table before we jump into this last series? Just to see how it is going to break down here. Because I do believe it's going to put Mouse, 14 points here. I think if they lose, it'll put them on the same score as Navi Jr. And Navi Jr. and Mouse, they did draw yesterday, so that could be potential tiebreakers coming up a little bit later on after Group B. But if they do win, I think it's going to be tiebreakers between... how did Monty fare?
Yeah, I think it's tiebreakers. Doesn't matter, right? If Mouse wins 2-0, there's going to be tiebreakers between Navi Jr. and Monte. If Monte wins 2-0, it's going to be tiebreakers between Mouse and Navi Jr. If it's 1-1, you're going to have 3 teams. Oh, no. Then you're going to have 3 teams 7, right? Yeah.
I think if it's 1-1, you've got... so
Navi Jr. are out.
Yeah, I think we're looking at tiebreakers for placement then between Monty and Mouse. Maybe even done it. We'll come to that after the series is played. For now, we are going to be taking a break. We'll be back in about 10 minutes to see how this day is going to end. We'll see you then.
1xBet and Eva Alfie present betting on all esports events on the website and in the 1xBet app. 1xBet. Play with Eva.
What if Kunka knew that he could not only play Dota but also place bets?
Better the best black hole.
1xBet, bookmaker company.
Chances of breaking items in a tournament match are non-existent. Chances of winning at 1xBet are always real.
Join with me.
At your service.
Stealing Aegis from Roshan is very difficult. Winning at 1xBet is super easy.
your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
Look around. Screens are everywhere. They allow you to immerse yourself in another world, into hundreds of different worlds. Here you can be anything you want, and we will support you in this. OG, Team Spirit, 1xBet. If you are with us, you win.
Hello, son.
Hi, Mom.
Pretty girl.
This is Eva.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you very much. Your dad's just making his favorite dinner. It's duck. Come on inside. They're all probably too gruesome to tell you while you're eating at the table. How's your food? Is everything okay? Good, good. You seem to know each other.
Yeah. This is the new ambassador for 1xBet.
Oh, I see.
Everyone felt good when Eva Elfie became the new ambassador of 1xBet.
Welcome in, everybody, to the final series of the day. It is going to be Mouse in the second series coming up against Monte, and this is a playoff for the top of the table to see where everybody is going to land. Whoever wins this one 2-0 will be secure in the table, and I think if there is a 2-0, at least one tiebreaker will be happening. So we'll see how it is all going to kind of land at the end of this one as we get through into this one. And Bowie, you were saying Mouse are one of your outside favorites, but how do you think they're going to fare here up against Monte?
Yeah, that's gonna be a test for Mouse. They did bleed to a couple of opponents already, and Monte, they are looking super solid. Like, even I think it was JustBetter that was able to take a game out of them. Even in that game where JustBetter was incredibly ahead, Monte, they're very resilient. They never let go. They find like pretty much like magical ways to come back from games. So yeah. I really feel like it's going to be hard for Mouse. I would be surprised if they 2-0 this. I think it's going to be a 1-1. And as you said, I'm not entirely sure what happens in the 1-1 scenario. We know that if it's 2-0 either side, there will be tiebreakers for sure.
Yeah, if it's 1-1, I'm pretty sure it then just comes down to they just both have to play a tiebreaker.
Like for first and second, right? Because you get better... You get more points and stuff.
Because they'll have knocked Navi out and they'll be tied on points. They'll be tied, obviously, a 1-1 playing up against each other. So I think that does put them in then to the it does put them into the 1v1 tiebreakers after the group stage ends, and it would be Dandelions, I think, at the top. No, because they'd all be. Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. Yeah, we'll see what happens when this series is over. There's no point thinking about it using that limited brain power of mine when we don't actually know what is going to be happening. So as we do get ourselves into the draft, we can see Monte, they ban out the Lesh after that last series. Yeah, they're not going to be letting Supreme though get his hands on that Leshrac once again. And standard ban coming out from the Chen. So we'll see what this is going to leave open here as the Enigma gets taken away by Mouse as well. So. This is going to open the window again. Tiny's Primal Beasts, Dragon Knights, all these heroes that we're used to seeing, not in these first few bans. Shadow Demon even being banned out as well. So there is going to be an opening here for a good couple of these heroes that we usually do see first phase ban out.
Question: how do you pronounce Monte's mid laner? Like Vijknos? Like, what is that nickname?
Moonlight?
Almost feels like you typed a lot of words.
For
5 seconds remaining.
Hang on, let me actually find it. What's? Oh, you're looking at just the player names. It's Moonlight, isn't it?
Oh, okay. Because I use Spectro.gg and it was also that name there, so I thought that maybe that was actually his nickname in game. All right, so it is Moonlight. They're gonna get the Tiny. Primo did get banned. Both sides actually play it. Monte plays it mid. Mouse plays in the off lane. It's going to be Tiny versus Bat. Pretty standard, I think, response to Bat
10
Rider.
seconds remaining.
Yeah, and being able to flex this Tiny, we've seen the power spike these Tinies have had. Playing it as the 4, like you say, up against if it is up against the Bat Rider, as soon as that lasso comes out, you're going to have that toss back onto the Tiny. It's going to be able to save some lives. So put the Bat Rider into a real bad situation, or whichever one gets tossed back here. Monty going through, buying out the Dragon Knight. They take down the Gyrocopter. Timbersaw, and like you say, that probably is being taken away here as well. So both teams, taking out some of those, it feels like those comfort heroes and letting through the more meta heroes through in this first game between the two.
5 seconds remaining.
So Monte, they have one less ban here. They ended up taking away the Gyrocopter. What else that's super high value here? They played a fair amount of Sven on the side of Mouse, but I don't think it's worth a second phase ban here. Maybe you just take away.
Let's go for that standard morph ban.
Yeah, the morph for the TA. I think they did play TA a fair amount on Mouse as well. Just taking their time here.
And we've got the voice lines coming through. This is all I've been hearing from Force, for the past 2 days. It's just that Slack's voice line. I don't know if it's coming through on the stream as well, but yeah, that's been ringing out pretty much every time off cooldown here from Force. As Monte, they do actually ban out the Darkseer this time. And yeah, it was a good setup in that last game. That Darkseer looked massively impactful. And the Centaur would still be available if they wanted to run that back. So yeah, Monte this time they're just saying, no chance you get that Darkseer.
10 seconds remaining.
Even against that Oracle, the Darkseer somehow looked amazing.
Yeah.
Might as well take it out. They're gonna take away the puck. Alright, even though you get the Tiny, still banning the puck and picking the Bane again. Now that's pretty fresh. I have not seen this being picked up at all.
And yeah, I wonder why they did quite well with the Bane last game, so it's not surprising to me that the Mouse are going to run it back here, but I wonder what's made them go for this hero in the first place. Is it just the amount of control that comes out from this one? I suppose in this particular instance it is a good answer against the Bat Rider here as well, so that's going to be 2 for 2 in terms of being able to answer back against the Bat Rider here for Mouse.
I mean, it's a bit awkward because once you have the Napalm stacks, your turn rate... So Bane's turn rate is already awful, and like if you're being chased by the Bat Rider, you have to turn to get the Nightmare off, get the Fiend's Grip off. It takes a fair amount of time, but nonetheless, they're gonna get this Beastmaster. We saw the same thing being picked up against Bane, and this time there's no gyro to offset the boar. So very curious to see how Mouse is gonna try and deal with it. I think in the past, Wraith King was a hero we saw against Beastmaster a lot. Sven is okay-ish, not that great in the early levels, but you do have the Cleave Elise to deal with the boars.
Yeah. Yeah, I do wonder if they want to go back. It's not going to be the... as far as we know, it's not going to be the Pugner in the lane here with the Beastmaster, so it shouldn't be maybe as squishy a hero. If they do they're going to go for the Grimstroke here from Monte. And what hero... Are you going to be using the Bat Rider to engage on this? With, I guess, a late Blink Dagger or Force Staff, something like that here for Monte. Trying to get that Inkswell off, because it's just not... I don't know. You don't really put that with the Beastmaster, right?
I think you want to lane the Bat Rider of the Beastmaster. I think the displacement, the slow from the boars, I think they work pretty well together. I would love to see this Grimstroke with a melee hero that has some aggressive potential. Void doesn't strike me as a bad option. I know the times of Juggernaut have passed. So I don't think that's possible, but that used to be a really good combo. I guess PA is not bad either. Monte, I think they played a little bit of PA. Let me double check. No, they didn't, but they play Alk. I actually think Alk is not bad here for Monte either.
Okay, Mouse, they go for the Terrorblade. Now, big question, position 1 or position 5 on this Terrorblade, because this hero has been running absolute riot as that support Terrorblade in other regions, and I wonder if that's something that Mouse might be trying out here today.
Yeah, from the data I have, Supreme has not played Tiny, so I'm assuming it's going to be Narman on the Tiny, and it's going to be Own It on this carry Terrorblade, but you never know. I do like the Terrorblade pick, though, because having Refraction against the Beastmaster feels awesome. It also dissuades the Alk pick that we're talking about, right? Very high armor hero.
Yeah.
You usually the Alk can't really burst through the Terror Blade before Sunder comes off. You have Nightmare as a save too. This becomes a pretty bad Alchemist game, so I like that they're preparing here for what Onit likes to play without necessarily having to ban it. So now the options that they usually play are the Sven, the Void, and the PA still left in the pool, or the Dusa.
Would you go for the Dusa here? Is that something that you think's not accessible?
I don't like the Grimstroke. I think you want a melee hero if you have this Grimstroke. Only having the Batrider to play with feels a bit weird. I feel like Grimstroke, you get more value out of this hero when you can actually pressure in the lane with him. Like, sure, later on, like, you can pick a Puck, you can pick a mid hero that also plays with the Grim. But I think he's kind of a mediocre laner if you don't have that melee hero to actually play aggressive with.
Okay, Uwu's done the calculations for us, so I'm going to read this off the message he sent so I don't mess it up. If it's a 1-1, it will be a 3-way tiebreaker for Dandelions, Mouse, and Monte. Navi Jr. will be out. If it's a 2-0 to Mouse, Monte will proceed to the playoffs as third due to head-to-head record between the tied participants. And if it's a 2-0 for Monte, Mouse will be playing a tiebreaker with Navi Jr. Because of the head-to-head between the two teams.
Okay.
So,
all right. So
the
no
only way, the only way we
remaining.
don't get tiebreakers, like 1v1 tiebreakers, is if Mouse 2-0 this.
Okay. We'll see if they're going to be able to do that. They picked this Kato hero, so it's going to be mid Kato, pretty much guaranteed. Decent against the wave clear and the push of the Beastmaster, but I love this Storm pick. Very good to find the Bane in the back lines. He can't usually. We just can't do anything about it. Tiny is relatively decent against Storm, but eventually, once you have the Shard on Grimstroke, it's so easy for you to cancel the Fiend's Grip. As long as the Grimstroke can play with the Storm, maybe even get a Blink Dagger so you can have that Inkswell on him. It also uses the Inkswell, as we said. I love it. I think this is a great Storm pick by Monte.
And yeah, it's going to be really nice to just be able to get off and cancel, like I say, just be able to get the dives. And in the mid lane, I think if this is going to be the Keeper Light, I think the Storm Spirit, he does fairly well up against the Keeper. He should be able to get it, any rotations coming through. There's no escape on the built into the Keeper Light, so there should be some easy kills coming through here. And like I said, that Inkswell into the ball line and jumping for the Storm Spirit, this should be some great backline dive coming out from Monte.
Radiant team ban.
Yeah, for sure. Now they ban Death Prophet here for Mouse. They do need an offlaner. What else do you want to take here? I would ban PA, and I would ban Void, I think.
Okay.
10 seconds remaining.
I was just looking for Mouse. If this is going to be an offlaner that they need, I mean, the Centaur is still there as well. Just a nice, reliable hero to try and get this chase down on. What else are we looking at? The Mars might not be awful as well.
They're gonna have double melee, I think. That's the problem, especially because you might be fighting into this Grimstroke plus melee jump on Mouse. But yeah, I like the DP ban. I think you probably want to ban another range offlaner. I wonder if they would even ban Viper, right? We kind of saw a couple of Viper bans. I don't think Mouse has played it, but it can be very good, so you don't have to care too much about the Grimstroke.
Yeah, and with 20 seconds left on the reserve time, we'll see what Mouse actually want to be banning out here. Maybe just talking through this final pick as well, because they are going to have a response, so maybe coming up with some answers depending on what Monte pick is the carry, what they want to reply with. And like you say, they are going to have that offlaner to come through, so they are going to be able to answer back to whatever carry gets picked up here. So Mouse, they ban out the Lifestealer. How did Monte want to reply to this one? Do they just take out that old reliable Centaur here and make Mouse go for something else? Or do Mouse, like you say, want that ranged offlaner? I'm taking a look. Maybe, I mean, again, it depends on what comes out here for Monte, so we'll see what this final pick is going to be. But if you don't want that double lane, you're leaning towards something like a Razor pickup here. Maybe even something just a little bit out of the box like an OD.
I think looking at the heroes they played for Force, the only one that's available is Magnus. But again, you do have that problem with the double melee. They kind of lack reliable lockdown until this time he gets a Blink Dagger. So it would be nice to have a stun.
Team pick.
They take the Mars. So yeah, maybe they're gonna go for the center now that the Mars gets banned out.
Yeah, Slark on the board here for Monte. How much do you like this? Because, again, another Ink Sword target could be able to get the dives in, can try and get on top of the Keeper Light. Again, Keeper Light not really going to be able to get away from that, but it might be vulnerable a little bit earlier on to the burst damage coming through from this Tiny.
I like this Lark. I think it's very good against Bane. You can always, especially because of your night vision, it's going to be really hard for Bane to ever get a good Fiend's Grip. Ooh.
Yo, the Doom. Completely forgot about this.
Yeah, it slipped through. Ooh, that's a good Slark counter. I think the lane's going to be a bit weak because it's double melee and Doom. It's kind of a Pepega hero. So I hope Monte can capitalize on the laning stage a lot. But once you get those Dooms off, the lack of regen, man. I hope that they fix this in the next patch. Like, make the healing reduction scalable. Like, make it, 40, 60, 100 or something. I feel like 100% from level 1. It's such a hard counter to so many heroes. Like, I get where they're going from. I still feel like it's way too good of a hero. It's an amazing pick. I was kind of on the Monte train. I feel like this Doom kind of changes things a lot. They didn't really have any saves. Yeah. It's really going to go down to them really pressuring Force early on and making sure that he struggles. Because if he had like a decent laning stage, this game's looking really good for Mouse. I think they just scale much better. And there's no Dark Pack that's going to save you from Doom at the end of the day.
Yeah, okay. Well, we'll see if they are going to be able to ride this high here, Mouse, after the last 2-0 into this final series of Group A. Get themselves into at least a one-game advantage here, which would secure them, at least some playoff potential here. And we'll see if Monte... It's not just their hopes and dreams here for the group, it's also Navi Jr.'s hopes and dreams rested on there as well. So the extra pressure coming through, I'm sure they're not going to be thinking about it. But Navi Jr. might be gathered around the monitor here to see how this one is going to play out. And Monte, yeah, I don't mind this draft, but Mouse, with that Doom coming through, it just looks a little bit tastier here to me. So I think I'm going to be backing Mouse at least for this first game.
Yeah, I really like their draft. The big thing is also going to be this Supreme Kato. To me, he's one of the best Katos in Europe. But, yeah, like, if he wins his laning stage, if he actually gets 6 before the Storm, you can solo kill the Storm a lot of times, even without rotation. With rotation, it's even easier.
Yeah.
But if somehow the Storm gets a good start, and then, Grimstroke rotates there, you kill the Kato before level 6, and you snowball off of that, Kato can feel like a very... mediocre hero, and you have a greedy draft on the side of Mouse in the sense of the cores, and I mean everyone but this Bane, like, they need items, right? You need Blink on Tiny, Doom needs like levels and gold, Kato needs Vessel, needs Travels, needs whatever it is you're gonna buy for him. Same thing for Terrorblade. So you need to go at least even in lanes, because there's a lot of snowball potential, right? You talk about Storm being the snowballer hero, Slark's the same thing. And even the supports, like, you don't need their 6s just to run at Mouse in the early stages of the game.
Yeah, look at this smoke coming through from Monte here as well. They want to try and take advantage if they can. Trying to go for the big wraparounds. Not going to find anyone. You can see that Mouse are sticking together here as well, moving themselves away just around this mid lane on the high ground here as well. So we'll see if there's going to be any wards coming out here from Monte, just to try and get some information. They are taking both of these watches, though, in the south part of the map, and they might actually come across. If they drop this ward on the high ground, they're going to see the Terrorblade. They might be able to make a move for this one. It's just in ward range here now. Yeah, the Flame Break's going to push him back into this 5-man mosh pit coming out from the side of Monte, and the damage onto Olna, it's surely going to be enough. It will be QBFY that gets that first blood, and in fact they might even be able to snipe a couple of bounce runes off this here as well.
Alright, so first blood, very nice, super deep wraparound, and they capitalize on it. Key BFI getting the kill. Not the ideal target, but still nice to get all of that extra gold early on. Might even get early boots if he wants to.
Yeah, and early boots would be nice. He hits that quick level 2. He's going to be able to run heroes down with a Firefly. You look at Olnit here on the Terrorblade. He's got himself a whole lot of armor. Look at this, yeah, now the balls onto Bengen. Bengen's going to be taking a lot of harass from this one. And yeah, if like I say, if QBFY gets these quick boots, what's he actually got coming out? It's going to be some regen as well as the stick. They might actually be able to get another kill onto Bengen here. Bengen going to be slowed down. Flame Break comes back in, knocking him back into the path of the balls now as well. Another blood grenade. And Infernal gets it with the boars. Really nice for him.
Oh, that's really, really good here, Monte. Just starting with a bang, and they've been ruthless in a lot of their series. Let's see how Mouse is gonna be able to perform here, because they do need at least one win, right?
Yeah,
that's the bare minimum for them.
And you were talking about the Doom needing an experience and gold. Are you expecting him to be, one of these rare builds where we see the Hand of Midas on the Doom, or do you think it's just still like the the standard off lane build at the minute, the Veil rundown, maybe an Eternal Shroud in there as well?
I mean, I've seen Force being extremely greedy with his build, so I wouldn't be surprised to see a Midas or something of that sort. But I feel like if they play this greedy on the side of Mouse this game, they're gonna need this Scuttle to never get picked off, to constantly be ready to illuminate the side lanes, so that the towers don't fall too quickly, because that's something Beastmaster is very good at doing.
Yeah, and yeah, he never really wants to leave this lane here, the Beastmaster, and the damage that comes out after this, we do get the reconnects, so should be able to get ourselves away. I swear I'm going to mute Force.
Well, I already did it. This is... Oh, wait, I can't. Can't? Oh, I can ban... I can mute a team, but not the player.
Just report him for for voice tech.
Toxic chat, yeah, I guess, or voice, because it is but it's Lex voice. So should I report Lex instead?
Why not both? I'm sure Slacks deserves it. Yeah, I'm sure he's done something to deserve. I mean, recording that voice line is enough to get a report there as well.
Very true. Very true. Well, in terms of the laning stage here, looks like Storm trying to pressure Supreme quite a bit here. Has to be careful. Use that Illuminate from pretty far away. But 10-1. Pretty good start on the Storm already.
And he does have that bottle coming out here, so he's going to be able to get the heals up, use these water runes as well. And yeah, there was something, just watching there as well, that Supreme, he doesn't have his bottle coming out. It might be, he's going to go for Boots on the Courier, so he's not going to go for bottle here on the Cube of Light. But, which I suppose makes sense, because you've got that mana restoration coming through with the Chakra Magic. But yeah, like you say, he has to be careful at how far forward he uses his Illuminates, because I just saw the Storm walk up, drop the Remnant, get a right-click off, and Supreme loses a third of his health here because he just wasn't using the Illuminate underneath the tower.
Yeah, you have to be very careful with your positioning, so you don't take a lot of damage. And there you go. I mean, Moonlight just being very, very aggressive. Not at all that easy of a lane stage that he had in the last series Supreme.
No, he is going to be under a lot of pressure here now as well. Meanwhile, you've got to look around the lanes. That all three cores on the side of Monte, they've started out, in terms of last hits, they are starting to climb up to the top of the charts here. So I wonder if we're going to see some early rotations. Narman already coming around for the bounty runes. I don't know if he was looking in for the Avatar onto the Storm Spirit, but the lane's pushed too far back now that they wouldn't be able to get the full advantage of that. So yeah, it looks like Moonlight for now. Meanwhile, on the bottom lane, are they going to be coming in? It's going to be the Avalanche coming out now onto the Batrider. Batrider tries to run himself away. He's got that Firefly glowing as well. And you've even got the Grimstroke coming down into this one, so the Stroke of Fate comes through 2 or 3 heroes. Now I'm going to be taking some damage coming through from the Firefly, but it looks like this is just going to be a bit of a skirmish and no results here, because both teams do damage, but no one's actually going to get a kill from this.
Yeah, I think this is benefiting Monte, because now Force has to be alone against Crystallized Slark, and you really don't want to be alone there. The bottom, the aggression continues. It's going to be a tie, but I think it offsets the lanes in a way that Monte is very happy with.
And yeah, these illusions coming through from the Terrorblade now as well will just be cleaned up by the 2 supports. So I wonder if they send back, because the Tiny's still roaming around into the river, coming down towards this bounty rune as well. And like you say, Doom might not be the most comfortable hero up against the Slark, so I wonder if this is going to try and force some pressure out. Force actually going to try and get this pull through from the creeps, should be able to take them back to his tower. Tiny got to be careful, the Grimstroke is going to come back on him now as well. Batrider on top of him, Flame Break comes out, he's going to have that Firefly now as well. Narman, he's just going to try and walk, he's going to walk through the Firefly. Nightmare's going to be here, the toss back onto Eknart, and he will be able to get himself away from that damage.
Yeah, that toss, the Tiny pick, very good against Batrider for the exact reason At least we have some stacks as well being done by Supreme. He has the large camp stacked once, and I think he's going to get another one. So it will offset this small disadvantage he's having in lanes. A bit more CS and denies coming from Storm.
Yeah, does he actually get the timing right for this stack? It looks
think
like it
he
is
gets
going to
one.
pull out. Yeah, it's going to
Oh.
move towards the hard camp, so he's going to be able to get...
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So he gets another stack, only one though from that pull. We'll be able to get
Oh, the
both
Storm
stacks
though.
up from that.
He's aware.
He is. He's coming in. He's got 2 points into the Remnant now as well. He's going to try and farm this up and take it away from the Keeper of Light. Keeper of Light with the Illuminate Blast, but he's going to move through here. He gets it just on the edge of that Illuminate Blast. So Supreme can make sure to secure those bottom lane though. They're going to go to Ulnit. There's going to be the dive in from the Storm Spirit onto Ulnit. Ulnit, he's a big boy, but again, the health-wise, he's got a lot of armor, but not a lot of health. Blood Grenade comes out. He's going to be taking a lot of damage. Axes fly through. Infernal gets a double from this one. And with the 3 heroes being down here, they're going to be able to put a lot of pressure onto this tier 1 tower. They have a catapult here as well. And again, while this is going on, Slark really does not care that he's 1v1 versus Force. Force, he's getting close to that 6, and Slark is a little bit further behind in terms of level, so he does have to watch out for that Doom. But for the most part, yeah, Crystallize is going to be happy with this trade coming out. And now rotation coming out from Supreme. Is he going to be able to get the kill? Only level 4 on Infernal, slowed down by that Solar Bind now. Toss comes up onto the Beastmaster, should be able to get a return kill. He's up a decent amount of gold there to Narman.
As you said, Force has his level 6 now, so this is really a window that they have on this Lark. If he can get that Doom off, he could totally change this lane. I think he's going to get it.
He's going to be able to get the kill, yeah. And
Crystallize through.
When the Infernal Blade, he just walks himself up here, and without the level 6 onto the Slark, he was hanging around at about a third of his health. That's not what he wanted at all.
He literally saw Doom getting 6 because of a lane creep that he killed, so very odd that he stays there.
Okay, QBFY going to be able to get the D-Ward coming out now, but it's going to be in the middle of 3 heroes, Nightmare to set up. You saw the Stroke of Fate being started coming out here from the Grimstroke Eknar. He's just like, and he sees the 3 heroes, he's like, nah, sorry bro, you're on your own.
I'm done.
Yeah, I'm out of here. Only though, they do get a 3-man kill here, and that was Moonlight just using that haste rune. It's a lot of damage coming through onto Ulnit, and again, because it's magic damage, he can't survive through it. He's only got himself, what, 934 health at level 4. So it's all the focus on the armor, but the magic damage at the minute from Monte, more than enough to overwhelm this Terrorblade.
Onit cannot stay in this lane anymore. He's 0-3 at 7 minutes. His tower is almost down. I feel like he has to start going to the jungle. He's going to have level 5 probably with his wave, and he needs to get the hell out. It's not safe for him to be here, especially because Beastmaster's going to get his 6 after farming some of these stacks.
Yeah, and I mean, you've got QBFY here as well. He's going to soak some of this XP trying to get himself to close to his own 6. But he is, what was it, level 4.5? Yeah, he's only level 4.5 on the back rider. Meanwhile, Slark, how's he doing? Wants to go towards this Diff Blade here now as well. There is going to be the rotation around through the Twin Gate. So they're going to look for the shutdown onto this tower. They do come through. There's going to be the dive into the real Ulnit now as well. Silenced up, and the kill participation. Crystallize, he gets the kill, but kills participation here. 4 heroes getting involved, and like you say, he's now going to lose this tower as well.
Yeah, that's really hard. That is awful. We kind of touched about that. Like, even though they killed this Lark, even though they were getting some things going on in the other lanes, Terrorblade being 0-4 is just awful. Like, the matchup, I would say, is kind of 50-50 between Slark and Terrorblade, but you need to be ahead. Like, that kind of assumes that a Terrorblade had an okay game, and he just farms way faster than Slark usually does.
And I think this is what they're going to do here. Once that Diffusal Blade's up for the Slark, I could see them, getting aggressive as a team on the side of Monte, just not letting the Terrorblade have that time to find its big items. And they're going to have the spells to do it as well. The Lasso, the Roar coming out, the Storm Spirit being able to jump in, get that Vortex off. There is a lot of crowd control coming out here on the side of Monte. And the Slark should be able to capitalize that and get a few kills of his own.
Yeah, really, ideally they would like to hunt this Lark because they already have Doom, but it's nighttime, so very hard to find this Lark unless you have Blink Dagger, which Forrest doesn't, because he's going for Midas, as I said. One of the greediest here players in this pool, as the Batrider gets turned into Sonata.
Yeah, and I mean, I did ask you about this because you were saying at the start of the game, he needs the XP, he needs the gold, so Hand of Midas that's exactly what he needs to get himself some good items there, some good XP. But like you say, I don't know whether Monte are going to let them have this timing once that Midas is out. You know, is it going to be enough here for the Doom, or is he going to be stuck farming while the rest of his team are losing their lives?
I mean, what is already a given is that this Terrorblade is not going to be able to join any fights in the next, like, 15 minutes. I'm okay with him farming. Can they get that Doom? Oh.
Nope. The ball line comes away here. Solar Bind, it wasn't lapped with the Avalanche, excuse me. It wasn't overlapping there. So the Doom didn't come out. Stormspirit was able to just get out of range with the ball lightning. And now he's going to be able to move himself into the jungle, find himself in farm. But again, got to be careful because he doesn't want to be caught out. But it looks like the rest of Mouse going to be moving themselves away. And yeah, Stormspirit, he is going to be just over 1,000 gold away from this Orchid. This Orchid is going to be really nice as well. Jumping on the Bane, jumping on the Keeper of the Light. He's going to make quick work of these two heroes.
Oh yeah, that Orchid. I mean, Grimstroke, Inkswell. It's probably already enough for him to kill most heroes. If he has the Orchid on top of it, there's absolutely no hero that's going to be able to sustain that. The Terrorblade is recovering. He did not go for Midas, but still, like, level-wise, he's the same level as Kibu FI. This is... It's so much time to recover.
He did actually take that early point. It's very rare that you see the Terrorblades go for that early point in the Sunder, because they're usually fairly comfortable in lane. But yeah, this level 6, level 7 now Terrorblade, he's been ganked out 4 times, so he's just like, he needs the panic button, he needs that safety of the Sunder ultimate.
Yeah, he even got the Seeds of Serenity here. Sometimes you see carries just, you know, getting the damage items. Oh, mid lane.
Mid lane, yeah, they're going to try and go. The Sans came out a little bit too late, though, so the Storm Spirit has to back himself away. Shoulder Blind pushes back the Tiny with the Flame Break. And there's going to be some more control coming out. Avalanche, the Inkswell, does he want to try and get back in here on Moonlight? Shoulder Blind comes out, the Illuminate damage, it's just going to be enough here. Taking down the Grimstroke, and didn't actually want to... Did he already have that Inkswell on cooldown? He did. So he wasn't able to use it, it looks like, to help set up for the storm.
Alright.
Did he not? So... Was it not the early parts of the fight? I don't know. Those graphs lie.
Go if I would TP away. So I mean, they're getting some decent kills with this Scuttle. The Vessel being done already is awesome, but the timing on the Orchid is really scary. 600 gold away. Gets a region. The Doom though.
It does come through, but there is going to be silence out onto the Tiny Flame Break, pushes him away. Yeah, this is going to be... And he's got the regen rune to come out right after this Doom was off, so if he wants to use the Storm Streak, he can pop this regen rune and just completely re-engage on this.
Yeah, they even sent Crystallize here to see if he could maybe find an opening. He's going to get back to farming, as you said. You have the regen. All you want is to wait this Orchid, and you're going to have it up before Doom is back online, so I think it gives Moonlight a lot of confidence with his next move in the map.
Yeah, and you can see that he's just using this regen rune, you know, to keep his health and his mana ticking up here as he farms through the jungle. And this is going to be it, 200 gold away now from this Orchid. This could be some big dive plays coming out from Storm Spirit, and he should be able to, again, I think he has the potential to solo at least the Bane, but I would put Keeper of the Light on that list as well.
He can definitely kill the Keeper of the Light, unless the Bane is nearby, or you know, there's a Sunder or something. I think he has... If the Grimstroke is with him, I think any hero can die, as they will smoke to try and use that Fiend's Greed. Beastmaster has the eggs flying out to him. Have to go fast, or he's going to have a lot of healing.
Yeah, the Storm Spirit is here, though, so he's going to be able to make this big dive in. If it comes out, there's going to be the Orchid comes through now as well from the Storm Spirit, going to try and do the damage. Raw going to be used as well. They go for the Terrorblade instead. They are going to be able to get this kill, and the Bat Rider comes in now, and Beastmaster survives through. They're going to have the lockdown. The sounds coming through onto the Tiny. What's he going to be able to do here? No one dead just yet on the side of Monty. None going to be chased down, killed off. I don't believe that the Beastmaster got away from that one. He was so low, but the change in targets forced some defensive action from Mouse, and yeah, the protection here for the Beastmaster, he just means he lives through that.
Yeah, I mean, he receives his items, he gets more HP, he had the Seeds of Serenity. Yeah. And they're gonna find Mr. Supreme as well. They have the Orchid, but no gap close.
No, not a lot of mana left there as well into Moonlight, so they're not going to be able to go onto this one. Slark rotating in for that fight now as well. Backs himself away. Goes for that TP out, just back to the tier 2 tower. Once carrying farming out, he does have that Diffusal Blade. Once that Aghanim Scepter is up, I think that's the early power spike that the Slark's going to be looking for to get involved with the rest of his teammates. And you look at the net worth difference now. He's only a little bit ahead of the Terrorblade, but that's a big thing. This is an illusion farming hero that you'd expect this Terrorblade now to be about, what, 500, 1,000 gold above this Slark.
Yeah, at least that. You would expect the Terribly to be doing just as well as Moonlight or this Doom. You do have the Doom with his Hydas, just amassing a lot of gold, and his Doom is back up. So let's see if they can find an opening. Ideally, don't want to support though. You want a high impact kill. The Storm is probably the best one. He's nowhere to be seen.
Yeah, and Eknat is going to be using the buddy system here to hold hands with Crystallize to make sure if anyone does come through onto where Crystallize is found, they're going to come across Eknat first. So he will be able to, again, put that warning system on alert. And we're going to see a smoke coming out from the Storm Spirit now as well. Tiny, he might just... Does he want to go for the dive onto this one? He's waiting for someone to come forward, toss him back into the rest of his teammates here. But the Storm Spirit coming through. Again, still in that smoke form. Does he want to try and come through for a dive? Has that Orchid up. Might be able to make quick work of Norman if he gets that jump onto him. Ward's going down now. Solarbind comes out. They're going to get the silence.
Oh.
No, dude. Is it? It's a disconnect from the Grimstroke. So the Grimstroke lags, so immediately jumps in, though. The silence is out onto this Tiny. So he's going to be taking the extra damage coming through at the end of this Soul Burn. Is he going to be able to finish it off, though? Because Tiny, 1,300 health. That is a big ask here. And like you say, the Doom, he's wandering in. The Doom is up. If he gets in range of Storm Spirit, I think he's just going to dip himself back out here. Maybe leave the Batrider to his fate.
So there is a shard on the Grimstroke. And I think they have vision. So with this pause, they actually know that there's a shard on Eknart. You cannot Fiend's Grip anyone right now, or it's going to be dispelled. So what do you do?
Dive comes in. They're going to be able to get the Doom here onto the Storm Spirit. Storm Spirit lasso lockdown though on Storm. Is he going to be able to live through this one? Look at the Tiny damage coming out now as well. They get the kill onto the Tiny. Might even be able to get the kill onto the Doom. Batrider gets one. It's going to be QBFY and Eknart picking up the kills to two supports, and then the Storm Spirit. After that Doom was off, they're going to go for a full cleanup. And again, Olnit isn't here. So his teammates, it's going to be the 4-man wipe. That was a good engage coming out from Mouse. And they were able to turn it around onto Monte.
Yeah, No, first of all, it's a 5 vs 4. The Terrorblades in no position to fight physically and also just poor. So it's kind of a hard fight to take. It's nighttime against Slark, so your vision advantage is going to be bad. They even had a ward there, but really good sentry gets placed by Monty. Even though they were able to eventually destroy the ward that gets planted, it was already enough intel for Monty to know they could take the fight. Number-wise, they knew they had the advantage. And yeah, this is getting pretty hard. It was like a 50-50 minute 10, and now it's 82-18.
And this is the Storm Spirit that I was expecting in the first years as well. Just this snowball out, 4-0-7, that's what I say. 16 minutes in, 17 minutes in, this is where you want your Storm Spirit to be sitting, because this is where he has the impact. If he doesn't have the high impact items like the Orchid coming out, like a Witchblade there as well, it's actually going to be the BKB next into the Linkers here for the Storm Spirit. But yeah, that makes sense because of the Doom coming out. He wants some protection, but this Orchid is doing more than enough work here offensively for the Moonlight.
Yeah, and you can see the difference, how Doom doesn't feel as strong if you have to go for this Midas build rather than the Shivas we used to seeing. Obviously, the item got nerfed quite a bit, but I think it actually speaks a lot to why this hero isn't picked as much, why isn't it banned as much, because you feel like you like damage. Like that Storm just walked it off, they didn't have enough slow with the Shivas or damage with the Doom nerfs to get anyone there. Bottom lane, they might find Supreme.
Yeah.
Fish has vision.
Crystallize is hunting now as well. There could be that jump in from the Storm Spirit. There is going to be the jump in from the Storm Spirit now as well. The Force Staff comes forward. Was that drag back though? Avalanche going to be able to cancel too. There's Flame Break. Knockback comes through. Supreme, not the fastest hero in the world. 3 heroes and Moonlight will get the credit for the kill. And yeah, this Keeper of the Light, man. It's item wise, like he could have done this as a support. Genuinely, he could have done this as a support. On this Keeper of the Light. He's not really had any impact in this game. 2-2-2 here on Supreme.
I think
and go on.
Getting the Koto, like Koto is a good mid. I like it, but you can get it this early, like especially when you know the Moonlight can play Storm. I think you have to wait for the matchup. You need to because it's a Storm Grimstroke as well. That Force Staff not even enough to keep him alive. And as you said, now it feels like he has this support item build because you have a Force Norman.
Norman, yeah, it gets killed off. 3 heroes around. He was trying to interrupt the push of the Beastmaster. But heroes just rotate in, tries to get that TPA Crystal. As you said, you ain't going nowhere, mate. Be able to pick up another kill here. And yeah, no, like I said, like you said, the impact of this Keeper Light here, picking it up so early on, it's just been negligible, and I don't know if he's going to be able to keep Lasso. Drag back now as well. There's going to be a jump in. Do they get the kill? The Soulbind comes out here onto the Bane. There's going to be the dive forward, and they have more than enough to get the kills here on this lane.
Oh my god, yeah. Tries to save his friend, gets killed. Supreme has to be very careful here. He doesn't have TP for 36 seconds, so even attempting to shove the wave could be dangerous. They have no map control. Like, look where the Beastmaster is. Terrorblade, he's trying to skip the waves. That's kind of smart, actually. We'll see if he gets away with farming this deep on the Dire side, because, you know, in general, all of their wards are going to be more aggressive towards the Radiant, towards Mouse.
Yeah, but you can see that Terrorblade net worth-wise... Okay, it's just under the creeps. Terrorblade net worth-wise now, he's only just by literally 100 gold or so above the Slark, and this isn't where you want to be. There's going to be the Dire Scan coming out now as well. They know something's up, and in fact, the Slark's going to be making a move onto the real Terrorblade now as well. Only going to be slowed down, and the damage is going to be coming through. Pounce, yeah, the damage from Diffusal Blade, so he's not even going to be able to get a Sunder off. The dive comes through, and Moonlight's going to get the credit for the kill, but Crystallize just scouting that one out. He sets that one up absolutely impeccably. And yeah, Olnit, just in no man's land there, gets caught out and killed off.
They are looking ruthless here, and Mouse, we already talked about it. They need at least one win, and to be honest, this game number 1, this is looking like a very tough ask to even get a team fight going. Imagine winning this game. Oh,
yep,
hello.
Dive in. They're going to be able to get the lasso. Doom going to be dragged back now as well into Infernal. The Roar comes through. The damage, it's going to be more than enough, surely, to take him down. Yeah, Infernal, he's going to go and get that kill up against Force. And Ben going to try to do what he can with the Nightmare to help protect him. But the Hawks dive through, and this is going to be another death. Bane goes down this time. Infernal with a double kill. 20-5. A 10k net worth in here at 20 minutes here. Monte, they're just absolutely running game number 1.
And that's... Oh, hello.
Dive comes in. There's even going to be the... Doesn't matter. The BKB's out for Moonlight now. The damage coming through. Look at this one. It's going to be a solo kill. It's going to be a 1 versus 2. And they get it out. And now Tiny could be in trouble. There's going to be the toss back. But that lasso was already used. So they're going to go for the slowdown. Can't go for that lasso control, though. The damage is going to be more than enough to get that kill onto the Tiny. While this is going on, Infernal is still putting pressure onto the bottom lane. Looking to mount an offense now onto the tier 3.
This is ridiculous.
Yeah.
Moonlight is gigantic. They have 2 cores just farming the side lanes while they dive triangle with absolutely no punishment coming from Mouse. His Terrorblade, I mean, if you just finish his Manta, he is, you know, he's the same farm as Crystallize, but he should be, you know, 40 to 50% ahead if this was a game Mouse was winning.
And Crystallize, he's going to be able to dip inside the Roche pit here with the help of Infernal, and they're going to be able to get themselves a free Roshan because the TBs are coming into the mid lane from Mouse. Apart from that outpost, they have no way to get to this one. Smoke's coming through here, but I think even just the 2 heroes is going to be more than enough to take down this Roshan before Mouse get themselves over here. And you've got, you've got the Grimstroke that's going to be playing that, again, the early warning system as a support. So, damage-wise, the Mouse want to try and go for this kill into the Grimstroke and then take a fight 4v5, even if there's an Aegis up. In fact, they're not even going to be able to do this. And now, Lasso jump back. They've got themselves on top of the Terrorblade now. They've got the lockdown damage coming through, the silence damage coming out on it. He's going to be able to get the Sunder off that, but he's still ticking down to this one. But he might just be enough to get himself to get the walk away. And now the Doom comes out onto the Storm, so what can they do? He's going to BKB. He's going to go for the TP now as well. And there's no way to lock him down. Thanks to that BKB, Crystallize inside the Shadow Dance should be able to get the kill onto the Doom. Whereas that Pounce locks him down even more. Tiny trying to do what he can to waste some time, but they're cleaning up absolutely everybody.
Storm lives with 30 HP in the base. He was so close from dying. 30 HP. Oh, yeah, this is looking pretty over. Terrorblade, no, not even close to a BKB. He needs more damage, so has to go Scotty, but can't stand his ground. That was actually very lucky that he even got the Sunder off, and even then, they're just like damage, right? It feels like Akado has to be really far away from the fight to even cast any spells, but then there's no damage. Like, this Tiny is underleveled. The Bane he only offers control, but he have like 5 counters to his Fiend's Grip. So he's supposed to like win his lane, but even that actually didn't happen. I think they drafted pretty well around this Bane. Another pretty early pick that they ended up going for.
Yeah, and now they're going to be able to get on top of Ulnit. Ulnit, he doesn't have the mana to get this Sunder off. There's going to be the blink in. Reveal flies through, axes into the Raw. This is going to be another death of the Terrorblade. Yeah, 26-5 here at 23 minutes in. I don't know how Mouse get themselves back into this one because it is just looking real rough. And every time Monty take a fight, they're taking 2 or 3 heroes. You know, they're going to be taking objectives. They've still got this Aegis now as well for 3 minutes or so. And Mouse, they just can't get any kind of trade going at the minute.
Yeah, this is a stomp. There's no going around that. This Beastmaster from Inferno looking amazing. This is one of the best Beastmasters I've seen the whole tournament. Just got such a fast axe. They're gonna steal the Tormentor as well. And no trade. Like, you're just trying to be greedy with this Midas. But the Doom, like, even though he ended up going for this really greedy build, doesn't even have a BKB at 24 minutes. And even though the BKB is nice, doesn't solve the lack of damage they seem to have in the fights.
Yeah, I think they were kind of hoping Slark would get that shard there as well, because the Batrider shard, it's not great. It is pretty bad, to be honest, and I think the Grimstroke already had his anyway, so yeah, it was that 50-50 now as well. They're going to be able to get the lockdown into Bengen. Bengen in behind enemy lines here, just gets caught out. The TPs come in, and they make quick work of that Bane, dead for 30 seconds now.
Yeah, just really tough position. They do see Moonlight, and they get that Doom off.
Yeah, I'm going to be able to do it. He gets that BKB. If he wants to, this time he should. It's going to go down now. But they're going to be able to get immediate revenge. The lasso comes through. Only he's going to be interrupted. Couldn't get that Thunder off once again. And now the Soulbind onto 2 of them. It's going to be the damage coming through from the side of Monty. It's more than enough to clean up here. They take down 4. Only the Doom lives because he bravely runs away here. And even with that Storm Spirit being down, they should be able to break this tier 2 tower in the mid lane.
Yeah, just underestimating how fast Monty was able to connect on the Storm. It's a juicy kill to kill the Storm. He gave away, what, almost 1,500 gold. But you lose everyone. You have a Catapult Wave. You have Beastmaster and a Slark with 11 permanent agility. This is really hard to come back from. You know, luckily for Mouse, not only they siege really poorly, they have Discotto. So, you know, once he's back up, maybe they can delay this a little bit.
And it looks like, again, even with the Aegis, this could be the leap away from the Slark, so they didn't want to fully break that tier 3 tower. It took about half of its health, just over half of its health down, and if they win another fight, you know, they can come back and finish it off. But yeah, like you say, this high ground hold coming out from the side of Mouse, it isn't the worst in the I've ever seen, so Monty just going to respect this now as well, just trying to take the map control away from Mouse. Maybe look for another fight once the ultimates are all back up, because, I mean, okay, Aegis 45 seconds before this resets on Crystallize.
And that's Linken's now on the Storm Spirit, so even harder for Doom to get those OTs off. He has no way to break the Linken's either. No Halberd, no creep to eat. You're gonna need what? You're gonna need, I guess, Kotto's OT to get that, you know, very long cast range. Linken's breaker on him, and look at that. They're looking for the Kotto. The scan is on point.
I mean, they're also going to be able to find Ulnit. Ulnit needs to run away from this one. He's going to be silenced up once again. Look at the damage coming through. And he'd already used the Manta Style there as well, so he wasn't able to purge off that silence now. Jump coming through, Storm Spirit. He wants to be going for this. Just a matter of now, he's going to be able to get the TP away.
Really close.
Yeah.
Well, Supreme does live. He's the one that gets scanned, but it's Ulnit that ends up dying. And I mean, 1-9-1. Not really the performance that we expected from Ulnit.
No. And what can you do now if you're Mouse? Because, like, you're high ground. Oh, they're going to be able to chase down again. The Keeper of Light gets caught out. Storm Spirit wants to go for the chase, but the Orchid will be wearing off. Do they have the damage? Well, Crystallize comes in with a pounce, and that between the two of them will be more than enough damage here. So, are they going to try and force down tier 3s at some point here, or do they just wait for the next Roshan? Because Monty aren't really in too much of a rush.
The Batrider bottom here, I think it should be a kill.
Yeah, they spend the Fiend script for this one as well. Avatos comes through with the Raw. There's going to be the BKB from the Beastmaster now. Gets the kill onto the Bane, forced off away. Because he gets chased down into Norman. No, Norman is going to be slowed down. The chase is on here for the Tiny. And he is slow as a rock here. They get right on top of him. Yeah, Crystallize. It's going to take a little bit of time. But Inferno will secure that kill. 3 heroes dead once again. I suppose the advantage is it's nowhere near the tier 3, so it's going to take them some time, as well as the creeps some time to push in, so they're not going to be able to put any harass onto the towers from this.
Yeah, own it. At least steals a Wisdom Rune, but it feels like they are very aware of his position once again. The Slark already trying to get in position to find him, and he will. Hello.
And own it. What's he going to be able to do? If he gets low, the Shadow Dance can come out from Crystallize here now as well. The jump in the silence out, and that's just another death. Is that double figures? It is 110 and 1 here for the Terrorblade. He's just not been at the races here in this first game.
He also gets very unlucky there. His BKB gets delivered as he's like 1% HP. If he was like 5 seconds faster, he can pop his wand, get the BKB off, TP away. There's no basher on the Slark. But unfortunately, just a little bit too slow there, the courier usage.
And yeah, what do you try and do then? If you're on it, item-wise, you've got this BKB out, you've got your Manta Style, but you don't have much else. It like it's break. Was that a Lincolns? It was Lincolns on the Beastmaster though.
And they have 3 Lincolnses. Slark, Storm, and the Beastmaster. Doom, like, can't play the game anymore. He ended up going for the Veil, so they don't have a Lincoln's Breaker. And even if you do, they can just coordinate the Lincoln's usage on whoever's... Oh, they find another
They've got the
one.
catch out onto the Keeper of the Light now as well. Big dive in. Can they get the damage out? No, Moonlight going to be able to catch him up. And they just absolutely ruin Supreme there. He was trying to farm out those Ancients, and it's going to cost him his life for doing so.
Yeah, no, it's a lot of smokes and mirrors here for Mouse. You have the Illusion pushing waves, you have Kato pushing waves, but they're always able to find them. And a big part of that is the Slark, his night vision, just allows him to track down these heroes. They've been, like, the map control and the map awareness of Monty definitely seems like the biggest difference in with both teams here. They are very good at predicting exactly what and where Mouse is going to be doing things, whereas... Mouse, I mean, with the position they're in, all they can do is split push, so obviously it's going to be easy to kind of guess what they're doing.
Yeah, and they're just pinned right back into the base here, because it feels like every time one of them shows, the Crystallize and Moonlight just have such a great combination to jump on top of them and get these kills here. But they're going to smoke out here. Maybe Last Chance Saloon coming out from the side of Mouse, and... do they... I mean, yeah, like I say, how are they going to be able to break these Lincolnses now as well? The BKB comes out from Infernal. Going to be able to get the Roar off. There's going to be the Soulbind now as well. They get the damage onto the Doom. Doom, he's got his own BKB going, but there's going to be the pounce coming in from Crystallize once again. Trying to get on top of him, and now his BKB wears off. He's going to be dead. Buyback comes out from the Tiny here. Only, what's he going to be able to do? His own BKB, but it's going to be the Lincolns being broken here. He doesn't actually get that Sunder off onto the Beastmaster to get any health back, and now Narman once again caught out, killed off. This is, I mean, you've got the Storm Spirit, you've got the Bat Rider, but this still opens up the pit, I think, here for the side of Monte.
Yeah, it does. It's actually not a bad fight considering how far behind they were. They even got more gold and experience than Monty did, with a buyback on the side of Tiny. So it does say a lot. The debut of the Kato Eggs is huge. But yeah, I mean, just not enough. They are so much more farmed on the side of Monty. When you know the Slark's ahead of the Terrorblade, you know the game has definitely took a turn too.
Yeah, and this is just going to be an easy Roshan here for the side of Monte. There's no contest coming out without the Doom, without the Tiny. Mouse don't even want to make a move towards it. So, going to be another Aegis coming through. Storm Spirit won't be up for another 14 seconds, so probably goes away with Slark. In fact, he's making room for it here as well. And then the Disperser on the queue here for Crystallize. And he's already got that shard through there as well. So he is absolutely just immense in terms of his farm here, the Slark.
And he's looking for some Keeper of the Light action. It looks like Supreme will be safe for now. Even TP's away.
Yeah, he's going to be able to get himself out, just hides himself in those trees there, and moves himself back. But 32 minutes in, you've got a 22k net worth lead, you've got an Aegis, 39 kills on the board. It's a 99% win probability coming through from Gabe, and surely this is really the point where you've got to look to try and break this high ground. Even with the Keeper of the Light, the Tiny being here, you know, you maybe hold the Storm Spirit in the backlines for that backline jump, but is this where you look to go high ground?
Yeah, I think you do. It is tough to go high ground though, so you have to approach this pretty... You have to like poke and prod, and more than going high ground, you just want to force everyone back to the base and want to force mistakes, want to force an engage. Maybe, you know, Tiny tries to go for a toss back, he throws a creep, and then you gotta fight, because what they actually want is not go high ground. What they want is get kills, so that going high ground is easier. The heroes are, as we already established, pretty garbaggio at breaking towers.
Yeah, Grimstroke, heading towards his Ags here as well. He's about 900 gold away. He's even got the Philosopher's Stone for that. So it's going to be a little bit quicker than the ordinary support Ags. And that's going to be... Who do you throw that out to on? Do you still want to throw it out onto the Terrorblade?
Let me think. Probably, yeah. Probably.
Okay.
It's... Yeah, I mean, it's definitely the Terrorblade. Ideally, after he uses Metamorphosis, so that you can create that big boy.
Yeah. Okay. We'll keep it. I mean, he might. The way
You
this
wish
game's
he was
going,
stronger,
600 gold.
but you know, it's still...
Yeah, yeah. That's one of those, right? Suffering from success here. Moonlight needs to be careful. There is going to be the smoke out of the base. He's going to show onto the illusion here. Do they get the toss back onto the Storm Spirit? Storm Spirit was that Doom. It doesn't matter. The Soulbound comes out, gets that BKB. It's going to be a really nice kill if they get onto two of the cores here. Force will go down. Buyback comes out for the Keeper of Light here, but this is going to be outside of the base. And again, Lasso Lockdown. What are they going to be able to do? Bat Rider, he's trying to do his best, and Crystallize here has to pop the Shadow Dance. QBFY trying to get himself away from this one. There is going to be the Will of the Wisp coming through. QBFY is going to try and get the Force away from the Illuminate. The pounce back in. Supreme. He's got to be careful here. They have broken that link, and so now the Fiend Grip comes out onto the Slark. Can they do the damage? They can't now. And the pounce comes through from the Slark. He's going to be coming in once again. Depth Charge, Shadow Dance both being used, so Crystallize needs to back himself away from this one. But he's going to be in the middle, bounce around like a pinball. Aegis is still up. Doom has been used. He's going to be able to get himself away from this one. They're closing down the gaps. So if he tries to go away from the pounce, Sunder. Look at just the quick shift on the health here from Olnit. But now the Roar, it might cost Olnit his life. He's going to be controlled a little bit now. The Nightmare saving his life. But the damage coming through from the Beastmaster, again, it's enough to get the kill into Bengen. But not to take down Olnit. That was a great hold coming through from the side of Mouse.
Damn. And I mean, that's exactly why their draft is kind of hard to close this game out. Why they were trying to poke and poke. Force played that fight beautifully. He almost died. The Cloud was the first one to die, but he had buyback. He was able to get all of his spells off at the end. Amazing Sunder. Honestly, the way Onit was able to go from 1-10 to 6-10 in this gruesome, pretty much impossible series is impressive. He has this butterfly now. The Slark has no MKB. He's trying to finish a Blowthorn. Still needs a fair amount of gold to finish that off. And without the Aegis, this is going to open up like 5 minutes where Mouse can maybe keep on farming and reach a point where, you can maybe actually get Roshan yourself. You can contest for fight. The Doom Ags is not that far off. His Shivas is also, I think, flying out to him. This is a huge breath of fresh air for them.
Oh no, they're going to be able to find out the Keeper Light here. Keeper Light, he did buy back. If he goes down, that's going to be a dieback, but he does drop the Will of the Wisp. So with the Solar Ban here, onto Grimstroke. Backlines, Olnit, which one's going to be the real one? Rider has to pop his own BKB. Olnit is going to jump in now. Does he have the BKB to use on Olnit? He does. And can he get the kill from this? Drive back to Keeper. Supreme, the pounce comes in. Crystallize from downtown. QBFY will go down, but Supreme's going to go down eventually. Crystallize will get that kill here. Moonlight trying to run himself away from these Terrorblade illusions. Crystallize as well. He pops that. The Doom, though. It doesn't matter about the Depth Shard. Yeah, it doesn't come out here because he gets the Doom off here, Force, and he might be able to turn this one around. But do they want to go into Nam? And Nam, there is a Raw available. These illusions from the Terrorblade are going to be a little bit too tanky. I don't think they got the, the Dark Portrait did come out, though. But it was cleaned up almost immediately.
Dude, the tenacity on Mouse here. They broke the Lincolns with 4 Staff of Tiny. They are getting, even though they had 3 Lincolns on Monty, they're still getting some really clutch Dooms just because of how well they're playing these fights. Obviously, winning these fights doesn't necessarily change the state of the game that much. Roche's still pretty far away, but it's buying more time and more time. The biggest problem is that Supreme looks like a support this game. It's just a terrible Kato game because of all of those gap closers that they have. But Onit, he's now actually substantially ahead of Crystallize. This Doom is also kind of growing up in the ranks. He has a freaking Octarine core already. Things are changing.
Yeah, and you can see that net worth wise.
Oh, hello.
Yo, though they're trying to get the jump onto Norman. Can they get the kill into this one? Ogre Seal Totem will be used here, and Tiny is fairly tanky out. But with the 2 heroes grouping up on him, is this going to be enough for the kill? It will be. Moonlight's going to be able to pick him up. One last right click. He's dead for a minute here. 50 seconds. No buyback on the Tiny just yet.
All right. Roche still pretty far away, so doesn't really change anything. Terrorblade keeps on farming. The Kato's gonna keep doing his thing. And it's now on Monty to try and keep getting this pick off the troll. Mouse, like, the only thing they did the entire game was farming, and once every 15 minutes they try to get a fight going. I don't think the plan really changes for Monty at all. You just want to pin them back into their bases and make sure you can get the next Aegis. Because I think if somehow Mouse gets the Aegis or wins a fight when Roshan's happening so that they never get to go high ground without Aegis, Monty might be in trouble. I think their draft might start to fall off a little bit.
Yeah, I can't believe that, they've been... I mean, what was it at one point? It was something like 9 kills to I don't know. It was a lot, though. The big gap, 13k net worth here as well. It's come down quite a bit. So they're still fighting into this one. The Soulbinders come through, though. They're going to be able to get the lockdown onto a couple of heroes, including the Bane, as well as Onit here on the Terrorblade. Terrorblade pops the BKB. They've got some control in the backlines with that lasso, trying to grab the Keeper of Light right back into this one again. If he goes down, he's already used that buyback. Wouldn't be able to get back into the fight. The Roar comes through. Do they have enough to get the control out onto the Terrorblade? They do. He is dead. 90. He is gone. And the Dark Portrait now trying to chase down onto Force. Do they get the kill? They don't. They don't take down the Keeper of the Light, but there's no Terrorblade now for the next 80 seconds. Doom hasn't been used, though. So if Force gets a good jump in, he can make something happen with this. And you can see that the Tiny here trying to do his best to skip this wave, try and take the pressure off the base.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate. During nighttime...
Does the Bane, he's in this Glimmer Cape, it's going to be wearing off the silence now. Lincoln's going to be broken out, but the Nightmare comes out. Bengen's going to try and run himself away from this one. Supreme going to come through with the Will-O-The-Wisp, try and back up his teammate now as well. QBFY gets out of it now. Force jumps himself in. There is going to be that Shadow Dance. Do they get the kill into the Batrider? Batrider will fall. Infernal, he wants to go. He's going to be able to take the Roar, but the Tiny comes through. Great Avalanche coming through here. It might cost Norman his life. Nightmare's going to keep him alive a little bit longer. The toss comes out, and it's going to be the Doom onto the Beastmaster, but the Beastmaster, he is a big tanky boy here. Lots of health, 4,000 health here on the Beastmaster. So that Doom, it's not going to be able to get the kill out, and they might even be able to get the kill onto the Bane. The Bane's going to be caught out here. 4 heroes dead on the side of Mouse. 26 seconds before that Terrorblade is back up. What can Monty do with this?
Yeah, that's the dream for Monty. Pick them apart out of the base. I'm surprised that they were posturing during nighttime against this Lark team. It's really hard to do that. They get picked off, and that's how Monty can come back to the game. Once you only have the Scotto alive, like, he can't even show. Like, he's not going to be in the base for 50 seconds probably. You need at least the Doom to even dreaming of fighting. He's going to have Doom once he's back. And because they push so slowly, maybe this is the best 2 lanes of barracks here for Monty.
Yeah, you can see the Keeper Light trying to push away. Double catapults now as well onto the tower, though, so they are going to be able to break down the tier 3. Narwin jumps in, but there's going to be the jump away here. Quick fingers coming through from Crystallize, and then Moonlight, he wants to get himself in. There's going to be the Lotus up onto the Tiny. BKB comes out, so the Vortex isn't going to get the drag back onto the Storm Threat now as well. Infernal gets himself in here, taking a lot of damage. The Dark Portrait is out onto that Ulnet. Is he going to be able to try and trade this? Look at it! The Dark Portrait just ripping through the actual original Terrorblade here. We do get a pause.
Yeah, so they didn't even buy back anyone, right? That was just the respawn timers. Like,
yeah.
Can you imagine that? 41 minutes into the game, you team wipe Mouse, and you can't get a single lane of barracks just because you don't have a Beastmaster. Like, you're supposed to be very good at taking buildings. Obviously, he has no auras. It's a different type of build. But Mouse, like, they hang on. They hang on. The Aegis, they're going to be alive to try and contest Roshan. In terms of, like, lane pressure, they have better heroes for that as well. So it is possible. It's just unlikely. Like, they're going to have to keep playing ridiculously well, like they did in the last team fights.
And yeah, like you say, the fact that they don't really have that building hitter because of the way that the Beastmaster's built, it's going to be hard. I mean, Roshan's going to be up in a minute and 10, right? So that might be another opening here for Monte to try and get a Roshan win a fight, maybe try and take down a lane of Rax. But yeah, it's still so rough that they can't win a fight like that and then sweep up 2 or 3 lanes of Rax. I mean, you know they wanted to try and take as much of that as possible, and like you say, all they get out of that is a tier 3 tower. The Doom. He's invis. He's got himself an Amp Rune here as well.
All right.
What's he looking for, though? Gonna pop that Shiva's, trying to scout around. Won't be able to find anything. 35 seconds until the big man's back up. So this is gonna be a daytime Roshan.
Have any new items here? They're gonna smoke up.
Radiant are scanning.
They see the Grimstroke courier coming through from where the the direction of the Roche pit. Smoke coming out at the back lines. What's Force going to be able to do? This double damage rune is to be wearing off now, though. Do they get the reveal? They do. Smoke's going to break. He's going to be able to jump onto the Grimstroke here. The Sheepers comes through. Immediately pops that BKB. The dive comes out now. Can he get that Doom off? Because the Roar's going to be here with the Soulbind. Soulbind, excuse me. So there's going to be 2 lockdowns onto the Tiny as well as the Doom. The Doom taking way too much damage. Has that buyback available. The Will-O-The-Wisp should be cleaned up here by the Beastmaster. Gem on the deck. And now the Bane. He's going to be the next one. No, the Nightmare saves him for a little bit. But then he does fall. Dark Portrait out once again. This Terrorblade, it might just help them take down Roshan.
Oh, that was a really good wraparound, but the position of the Grimstroke was impeccable. He broke the smoke, was in between the trees. They are forced to like BKB and use a lot of stuff on the support Grimstroke, but he survived, gets the spells off. This is 3rd Roshan, and let's see if Monty can finally, break through the barracks, because they've been on the driver's seat the entire game, despite a couple hiccups. But yeah, it has been a very slow and painful death for Mouse.
And Slark actually the one to take that refresher shard here. He's going to be able to get off the double, well, I suppose double orchid, but the double shadow dance, the double depth shard here. It could be really nice for him if that Aegis pops and he's caught out in no man's land, because he doesn't want to get doomed here. The Dark Portrait's still going to help them push this lane in before it wears off. And surely this is going to be at least 1 Rax here for the side of Monty.
Well, they still have a glyph.
Okay, Blinding Light comes in, Crystallized though. Gonna try and do his best. Will-O-The-Wisp comes through, but he's just gonna hit the building still. Not gonna be too fussed about the Will-O-The-Wisp. Yeah, just goes for the Shadow Dance, picks it up on that Rax, and then gets himself out. And again, they took another really good fight. I suppose they stopped for Roshan, but all they're able to get out of that is a single Rax.
Yeah, exactly. It is so tough to deal with this Kato, even though he's 2 and 8. When you're in the base, when you're in a tier 4, it's much harder for them to close the gap. So they ideally want to bait a fight outside the base. They want to somehow lure Mouse outside. But yeah, they've been decent. I think Mouse at split pushing. Their heroes obviously very good at it. The Terrorblade, the Kato, even Doom to some degree can wave clear pretty fast.
Dive in. They're going to be able to get another kill onto, the sound's coming out here, onto the Bane. No, the Sunder. Own it. That was brave, dude. Because if this Blink Roar comes through, they could have been able to get the kill into the Terrorblade, something like that. But the Beastmaster wasn't close enough to close that gap. And, well, they keep the Bane alive, but risky business there coming through with that Sunder onto your support.
Yeah, still 20 seconds. I'm not sure if they saw the Sunder being used, but regardless, you got to be careful now. 20 seconds until you have it. The Bane obviously doesn't have a buyback, so it is worth it to use the Sunder on him.
Yeah, Lasso drive back here onto the Tiny. There's going to be the Will-O-Wisp being down here, but can they do the damage through this one? Forstaff back up to the high ground. There's going to be the Stone Spirit jumping in. Vortex comes through. Doom will be used, but look at this. The Soulbind comes out once again. They take down 2, they take down 3, and Doom, he's a big tanky boy, but not with 4 heroes around him. He is going to be chunked down, killed off. They pop the Aegis, and the Grimstroke's down now as well, but it's going to be a 1 versus 4, and I think this might be finally where Monty break the full base.
They're going to clip the wave here.
Yeah, they're going to be coming back for the creeps. And look at this. You've got this Terrorblade illusion trying to skip the creep wave, trying to do as much damage as possible. But it will be at least 3 creeps pushing into this one. And yet 3 heroes with the help of the Batrider that was coming in now off that wave. Yeah, and keep it light. What's Keeper doing here? He's going to chase down. He's going to reveal himself onto QBFY, but he's outside of the base. Don't stop. Just carry on going here, Monty. Yeah, they carry on going. Supreme. Does he have a TP scroll to get himself back to base? He does, but he's going to lose at least 1 lane of Rax from this while he's doing that, and they might be able to completely take down the Megas here as well.
Yeah, he can't show. Slark at nighttime. We're going to get vision of him. He has to play really far back. He's trying to, but that's Slark. 27 permanent agility, Blowthorn.
Oh, dive in. Even, yeah, they're going to be able to get the lockdown now as well. 3-4 heroes. Only tries to get the Sunder off. Forstaff comes out to the Keeper of Light, gets himself back into the base. Will survive. Going to be the toss onto the Batrider, so QBFY goes down. But what can they do in terms of trying to defend this one? There's going to be the Fiend's Grip, the lockdown here onto the Storm Spirit. Storm Spirit out of mana, Moonlight. And there's going to be the Death Shard. Is that enough? No, it's not. Pops his BKB. The right click still coming in through from Olnit now as well. He's trying to get himself away from this one. Lincoln's going to be broken. He's taking a lot of damage, but Moonlight, he's still surviving, surely. Spirit Vessel, is it going to be enough to get the kill? Storm Spirit, no, he's still not ticked out to this one. He's going to live. Use the last of his mana to get a little bit of distance here with the Ball Lightning. And he doesn't have a TP, so he's going to have to go back to base on foot.
He disjointed the tree grab from Narman with like a zero range Ball Lightning. That was so beautifully played by him. Survives. Obviously, they defend top, but at a cost of a lot of buybacks. And we're back to 0% win probability here. But I gotta say, even though Gaben hasn't really given Mouse a lot of credit this last couple of minutes, it still feels like they're making this really hard for Monty to close it out.
Yeah, and Monty, they've tried the best. It's a 32k net worth lead here between the two teams. And they're still not comfortable in taking these fights out, like you say, closing it out here, because when the spells are up, it is really hard to fight into. So they have to get a great double soulbind into the Raw, get 2 core kills before the fight even really starts. Yeah, and what are they going to be able to do here? Yeah, high ground, jump in, Storm Spirit. Is he going to be able to get himself on top of the Bane? There is going to be the Avalanche coming through, though. So Moonlight just leaves himself, but on the back lines, onto the Keeper of the Light. The Doom comes through. It's going to be a lot of damage coming through here. The control as well. Doom, what's he going to be able to do here? Getting the chase down onto that Storm Spirit. Moonlight's got his BKB going. Not going to be able to lock him down in time. And they will be able to take down the Doom. 98 seconds without the big man here and his ultimate.
Yeah, no buyback on him. He does have it, but no gold. Hit by that Shiva's. Still, they cannot go high ground. This game just keeps on going, but Crystallize, he is so farmed. Like, he's gonna lose a couple of the stacks. But it's really hard for Mouse to take these engagements when Doom's on cooldown. And I gotta say, like, the amount of Dooms this Doom is getting is very commendable considering how many Lincolns they have. Crystallize. Fishing.
He's just going to try and come in and hit onto these racks. Lincoln Sphere gets broken now. He dives himself in. Do they have enough lockdown now? The Raw. I think the Nightmare, it keeps it. It doesn't matter. It doesn't keep it alive for long enough. Terrorblade is gone. 124 seconds on the deck. And they know now it is going to be GG. Yeah, they can't defend this one without the Terrorblade, without the Doom or the Tiny. And game number 1, it's a 50-minute affair. But in the end, Monty will be able to pull it in their favor. So they at least will be safe moving through into the playoffs, and we'll see if it is going to be that tiebreaker between Navi Jr. and Mouse, or if Mouse will be able to pull one back. But for this game, at least, you know, how could Mouse have done it? They held on for so long. It's such a big disadvantage here. Was there anything you think they could have done better to try and swing the game in their favor?
I think the biggest problem for them this game was that Coddle pick. They went for it so early. I think Supreme played really well. All things considered, everyone on the side of Mouse played really well considering how far behind they were.
Yeah.
But it's, you know, third pick Coddle, when you're not even flexing it to support the way they did it, I think it was way too bold, you know.
Yeah.
You're very aware that Moonlight plays Storm. They have that Grimstroke. It was just a field day for that Storm. He got Doom a couple of times, had a couple of deaths, but in general, I think they made the game really hard for themselves. If they had a better draft, I think they could have done it. They were very resilient, and I don't think they're going to go in game number 2 feeling down or demoralized. They had a really good run, all things, considering how bad of a lane stage they had.
Yeah, and that is going to be it for game number 1. We're going to be back with the final game of the day, but first, we're going to take a quick 10-minute break, so we'll see you after this.
1xBet and Eva Alfie present betting on all esports events on the website and in the 1xBet app. 1xBet. Play with Eva.
What if Kunka knew that he could not only play Dota but also place bets?
Better the best black hole.
1xBet bookmaker company.
Chances of breaking items in a tournament match are non-existent. Chances of winning at 1xBet are always real.
Join with me.
At your service.
Stealing Aegis from Roshan is very difficult. Winning at 1xBet is super easy.
skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
Look around. Screens are everywhere. They allow you to immerse yourself in another world, into hundreds of different worlds. Here you can be anything you want, and we will support you in this. OG, Team Spirit, 1xBet. If you are with us, you win.
Hello, son.
Hi, Mom.
Pretty girl.
This is Eva.
Nice to meet you. Thank you very much. Your dad's just making his favorite dinner. It's duck. Come on inside. They're all probably too gruesome to tell you while you're eating at the table. How's your food? Is everything okay? Good, good. You seem to know each other.
Yeah. This is the new ambassador for 1xBet.
Oh, I see.
Everyone felt good when Eva Elfie became the new ambassador of 1xBet.
Hey. Hello.
Is am I back? Is it working? Okay, cool.
Yes.
That was on me. That's final game of the day. We've been going for a while now, and we are into the final game, so we are getting straight into it here. The draft is already underway. We'll be able to jump into that in a second. And yeah, just taking a look how this is going to break down. So we've already got that one on Monte. If Monte take this 2-0, Mouse play up against Navi Jr. for tiebreakers in a 10 days or so. No, it's going to be longer than that. It's going to be a while off. Because we do take a 10-day break after this. We'll be back on the 25th.
It's 5 days of groups, right? So
yeah,
it should be like 15 days away.
End of the month-ish. Meanwhile, if Mouse take this victory here, so it's a 1-1, there will be a 3-way tiebreaker between Dandelions, Mouse, and Monte, just to see who goes where in that top 3 placement. And yeah, so Monte, once again, not only fighting for themselves, but fighting for the lives of Navi here as well, to give them that second chance. And Mouse want to close it through. They want to guarantee at least playoffs and getting that win, and then it would just be down to placement. So Bowie, that last game, it was a 50-minute affair. It took, so long to get through it. It felt like Monty were always in control, but Mouse were taking the fight backs here. They get the Primal Beast. What do they need to do to secure this win in the second game?
I mean, I already like this a lot more than what they had in game number 1. You're taking away a big hero for Monty. You get this Primal Beast. They do get the Tiny in return. And I think for Monty, did they play Core Tiny? I don't think they did. All right, so it's probably gonna be a position for Tiny there. Yeah, I mean, I like it. I think Force, a lot of his really good heroes were being banned. I think in the last game, he banned his Enigma Darkseer and the DK. So his other option was Magnus, but he decided to go for something different. I like that he's actually getting a hero that he feels really comfortable. Just make sure you secure it in the first phase. I think Prime was definitely strong enough of a hero where you don't care about counters, even if you pick it early. And
do you want to see this, matchup? Actually, they ban out the Grimstroke themselves. Obviously, it's a good combo there with the Grimstroke, but if we run through the bans quickly, Monte, they're going to be taking out the left, the Dragon Knight, the Shadow Demon, as well as that Bat Rider. Meanwhile, on the side of Mouse, it's going to be the Chen, Enigma, Timbersaw, Marana this time. Didn't see the Marana all day, but maybe thinking that, it is a long-range interrupt, can try and stop that Primal Beast before he gets that BKB out, and the Grimstroke themselves. So not actually going to be able to pick up that Grimstroke for that deadly combination in the off lane. Monte as well, they do have the Avalanche coming out from the Tiny. Is there anything else you'd like to see here from Monte that kind of counters out this Primal Beast, even though, it's still a really nice pick?
Oh, they're gonna go for the Crystal Maiden. It's nice-ish, right? You can't really interrupt the onslaught, but once he already used it, it is a really good way. You have a slow in a route. That is the Bane of Primal Beast until BKB or is 15. I think it does help a little bit in the laning stage, but I hope they pair this Crystal Maiden with kind of a bulky hero to to at least beat his wall and protect the CM, because even without that Grimstroke you talked about, that is a good combo with the Primal. I can still just see Crystal Maiden dying a lot of times. Like when the Primal has the vision, he has the upper hand and jumps in. It is so hard for CM, and I mean this NP is already. I love this. Very aggressive lanes. I think they just struggle way too much, right? They had that Midas Doom and Terrorblade. This makes their early game much better.
10 seconds
And yeah, the Undying coming out here as well. We've seen it ban out a few times, but it's not actually been able to make it through into the drafts here. So this time, Mouse, like I say, will be able to pick it up. Prophet, we've seen the global presence of the Prophet already, how much of a nuisance this hero can be, and how hard it is to answer back to. So yeah, like you say, Crystal Maiden could be in massive amounts of danger here. If the Primal Beast gets to jump in, the Prophet joins in as well, we might just see the Crystal Maiden reduced to well, ice cubes, I guess, here in this draft. And Monte, like you say, I wonder what they want to go for, because we're not really seeing too many of those tank up and fight frontline carry heroes coming out. So the Lina comes out here. We've seen it as a carry already from, was it Focus this morning? Picked it up as a carry, but do you prefer this as a mid laner here to the carry for Monte?
For sure. I don't think you can play CM Lina lane. I think that's really weak, considering you have a Primal Beast, considering you have this NP teleportation to assist as well. I hope it's mid Lina, and you're going to have to find a hero that doesn't really care about laning against Primal NP. Maybe Life Stealer is okay. I think you can, deal with the Tombstone. You just have that Rage, so you don't care that much about the Primal Beast damage. What else could they go for?
I mean, with the Crystal Maiden Frostbite, I was thinking maybe something like the Sven as well. Big frontline hero. He's got an extra stun built in, so if the Primal Beast tries to get on top of him, can interrupt the trample there as well. Doesn't really care too much because he is going to be moving into the jungle for farm. So once he gets that BKB up, maybe you still have to worry about the ultimate coming out from the Primal Beast, but for the most part, you can run through the Nature's Prophet. But I suppose you have to worry about the Undying then.
Yeah, I hope they pick their carry here, regardless of what happens, because they pretty much know the lane that they're going to be playing against. They do go for the Darkseer, so at least they keep the flex open. But we know it's not going to be carry lane. I think it's very unlikely. It's just such a weak lane to have.
Carry tiny.
Okay. All right. That'd be pretty cool. So yeah, it's the Darkseer tiny. Very strong combination. It's nice that they can get this Darkseer because both supports were already picked. So, there's not going to be any Oracle action, any dispels here to ruin the Darkseer game.
Yeah, I'm just looking through again what carries are left. The heroes like the Juggernaut not going to be a thing. You don't really want to pick up. I don't think you want to pick up a Luna here.
Anti-Mage.
Yeah?
Oh.
Okay. Oh, big comes out here for Mouse, and might make it a little bit of a harder choice now for Monty. But again, I've spoken about this the past couple of days. Unless it's going to be a different build for the PA, I think that the Battle Fury builders, it's just such a hard build-up that Monty's been good at pressuring out these safe laners as well, which is going to hinder Mouse, hinder Allnet on this farm. So I wonder if this is just going to be like a maelstrom into it to desolate the build coming out here for the PA.
I get what you're saying. I just really like that Mouse is playing heroes that are comfortable for them. Like when I look at the most picked heroes, they play a fair amount of PA, Force on Primal Beast. I think this NP, the other time that they played, they had a really good run. So even though it might not be the most standard hero, I think PA is slowly gaining popularity again with the slight buffs that she had. So I like it. I think it's decent. I think Lina hates gap closers, and they have a lot of gap closers. They have Primal PA and NP. Sure, she can deal with the Tombstone, but even when they picked the Lina, I was already not that confident that it was going to be a good Lina game. It's probably going to win the lane, but that's usually how it goes with Lina, right? You beat your opponent, but you still get ganked 2 times in a row, and your game already feels pretty bad.
And if this isn't going to either ban out the lifesteal here on Mouse, pick up the Invoker. I like this, just being able to get the amount of control out. It's a really nice pickup as well. I think it does go well with the Primal Beast as well. Just that area of denial that you're going to be able to offer for the Invoker. Monte, how did he answer back here with again, more than likely going to be the carry here for Monte?
You can Slark if you want to. It's not
Could you though?
a bad
With the Primal
Slark game.
Beast? I think the Primal Beast runs over. Yeah, Faceless Void is probably the best pick because, again, from what I've seen, not to question my analyst, you know, but the Slark does take a lot of damage coming through, you know, the trample and the damage that the Primal Beast offers. So I think maybe the Faceless is going to be the best of the bunch here for Monte.
All right. Crystallized Faceless Void. I do like it with the Darks here. You're going to have some Iron Shell damage, so the Chronos, the early Chronos are going to be pretty strong. I don't know. I really like this Invoker from Supreme. Lina usually beats a lot of laners, but the thing is, if you're just draining her mana constantly, you don't really get all of that harass. And you have the Dispel for the Iron Shell and the Surge. You have the Tornado for when crystallizes in the Chronosphere before his BKB. And the eventually just having the Alacrity on Own It could be so powerful. It is one. It's a really strong late game combination. I feel like this game, if it goes pretty late, like we saw in game number 1, I would give Mouse the advantage for sure.
Yeah. Are you favoring them from the draft, you know, just from the heroes that we're seeing here, or do you think it's going to be a little bit too even to be able to tell before this game kicks off?
I think I'm going with Mouse. I like it a lot. I think they were able to balance comfort and meta picks together pretty nicely. So I'm going for Mouse. I think they showed a lot of resilience game 1, and with this draft, I think unless the PA gets absolutely trashed in the lane, I think they should have a really good shot. But you know, that's what Primal Beast does sometimes. It is a very strong laner, but yeah, we'll see what's going to happen there.
Okay, let's get into it and see how this is actually going to pan out here between the two teams. We've got the smoke coming out from Mouse. First blood potential might be here for them. You know, if they don't really have too much level 1 lockdown, but they do have a decent amount of damage here, so we'll see if they're going to try and go for this one, or if this is just going to be the walls coming out here as well. Narman didn't actually opt to scale anything up in terms of like TP sprout, anything like that, so he's not going to be able to TP right to the mid lane, get these wards down. The ward that is in his backpack is the sentry here as well, so it's not going to be like he's going to be able to place the vision. Just leaving it up to Supreme. Supreme scouting around, not going to be seen by the tower, so they know there's no wards here just yet. But yeah, again, Monte, they're keeping it close and making a similar path to the last game. It's going to be... Was that a fresh smoke? It was a fresh smoke here coming through, so they might be able to hunt down, but they got Bengen waiting there close to the tier 1 tower. Allnet, is he actually going to show? I think he just stays close to his own tier 1 as well. It's going to be a big wraparound as they take these watches again. This is something that Monte seem to have practiced doing. They want to take this early vision.
Very, very nice here. Doesn't seem to be any danger of first bloods. They're wrapping around, but with the Undying, you're buying that ward. I think it's really hard for Onit to die.
Yeah, they know something's going to be up. There's going to be the ward on the cliff here, so the pings come out, and QBFY not going to be able to close the gap. Faceless Void's going to be on his own. Are they going to try and go for the 3? They do get the 3 bounties here. No major, there's no damage actually coming out from it. Only Bengen using the level 1 decay. So QBFY, he's going to lose a little bit of strength, but for the most part, are they actually going to try and do... Okay, Iron Shell's going to be coming out now as well. Infernal's going to be a 2 versus 3. Crystal Maiden, no, the TP comes in. It's going to be a 3-man Avalanche coming out now. Only, no way he goes down. Again, he does. Gives it the first blood. Infernal picks it up this time. He will go down in the end, but that's going to be more than happy here. And Narman's going to be traded out now. Bengen going to try and do what he can with these decays, but I think QBFY just walks himself away. And Bengen going to take some harass from Eknot, but again, another first blood goes the way of Monte from that. They do get a kill in return, but it's going to be a 2-for-1 right off the bat here for Monte.
I gotta say, Inferno has impressed me a lot. Pretty much every single game that I've seen from him. He's so aggressive in the laning stage. He gets a lot of impact done. He knows when to be greedy with his items. He knows when to just get defensive. We saw him building pipe in one of those Darkseer games. I think he's the standout player for me in the entirety of Group A. He's been like super consistent.
Yeah, he's looked absolutely amazing here, and be able to stack it up like this, like you say, on the Darkseer, you know, on so many different offlaners here that he's played, and he kind of knows I mean, that's kind of your job, right? You know, your offlane players supposed to know these offlane players, but he just seems to know the limits of the heroes in and out, where some players might not be as confident on certain heroes. He's just got this wide roster of heroes that he feels comfortable playing.
He definitely impressed me quite a bit. A lot of pretty wide hero pool as well. They do get a courier kill here. That tiny QBFY. That's actually a bracer on PA. So Own it. You don't actually never see this, but he is just afraid of all that burst damage.
Yeah, and going to be going back into the power treads, it looks like, and there is going to be that Battle Fury build. Mid lane, there's going to be the TP onto the Lina. Are they going to be able to get the kill onto this one? Tornado will connect onto Lina. Lina, though, he's got a decent amount of health. He's got the bottle charges now, as well as the Fairy Fire at Tango as well. Blood Grenade's still coming through, so he's going to eat that Tango. And they're trying to get the charge up. A Supreme Dragon Slave. It's not going to be able to get the kill. Moonlight on the chase down. Nature's Prophet's already backing himself away. Stole that Water Rune out now, but the Ghost Walk, for Supreme. So Moonlight, he's looking for whatever he can get out. He's still got one bottle charge left here. So you just want to try and throw this Dragon Slave out. Supreme's already backed himself away. Level 3 onto this one. So it's going to be the 2 points in the Fiery Soul.
Yeah, pretty lucky that they're able to deny the Water Rune from the Lina. That's a very important move. Even if they don't get the kill, it just doesn't give Lina... She's already out of mana. Only has one Dragon Slave left. So I think Supreme should be able to eventually equalize this lane and feel more comfortable.
Yeah, is this where... I mean, it's going to be a minute or so without the mana to do anything, so it will be that means that the Fiery Souls can't stack up because you've not got it. Boots coming out. Do you want to bring out a Clarity as well for the Lina, just in the meantime, before these Water Runes come back up?
Yeah, you want. Probably prioritize the Boots, though. Yeah, he has one Clarity, and probably stacks for herself, gets the Bounty Rune there. Should be okay. Just not going to be able to pressure as much as he was doing it.
And... meanwhile, this is going on. We're going to see the pull-through coming through from QBFY. On this Tiny, again, big tanky boy is going to play for the leader here. Just with his big baton leading the creeps through here. And Bengen's trying to do the same, but the Iron Shell is, every time it gets close, doing a little bit of damage here to Bengen. So it's not a massive amount of damage. It's nothing that he's not going to be able to regen back here. But
rotation
it
here
does make it a little bit harder. Yeah, the Crystal Maiden, actually, they might be able to go. Tombstone's going to be dropped on the deck. Avalanche comes through, though. Do they get the toss back? TP in from the Nature's Prophet. Narman, what can they do? QBFY, they are going to be able to take down that Tombstone, but it is going to cost QBFY his life. They might be able to get the return kill, though, onto Bengen. Bengen's going to fall. Is he, though? There's
blocks.
A lot of damage coming through, and yeah, the Iron Shell, it's just not enough. So they lose 2 heroes from that. They take down the Tombstone, and the Darkseer just has to go for the TP away.
Yeah, really good awareness here from Narman. Gets the TP. And finally, some stability here for Own It. He was actually already doing pretty well in CS despite the death. But getting those kills is going to make things much, much easier. The trade-off is, obviously, this Primal Beast is going to feel a bit pressure, but looking at his CS, he actually has standing eyes. Like, he's not having a bad game whatsoever.
Yeah, he doesn't care. I don't think there's many lanes that he actually loses here. It's just that the Faceless, with the Time Walk, it shouldn't be a lane. In fact, he gives that last hit to Force. It's a bit of damage coming through on Force, but it shouldn't be a lane that he loses. In fact, the Trample's going to come through. Time Dilation, though, the slow comes out here. Force, is he still going to be able to get the kill? Still on top of Eknar. Oh, the Frostbite TP comes in. Narman gets the kill here. Force, is he going to pay with his life? Crystallize going to be able to get the Time Walk forward. What are those bashes? The Sprout, he's going to be able to eat himself out of this one. The level 1 on the bash, it doesn't come out, and Force is going to live with, what was that, like less than 50 health on that in the end?
Yeah, a lot of patience from Narman. Waste the Time Walk to get the Sprout off so that Force is able to live. And I mean, he doesn't even have that many tanky items on Force. No bracers, just the gloves and the boots. And he just tramples the Crystal Maiden. Like, in theory, would he expect Crystal Maiden to be able to, like, hold her ground and, you know, root before the Onslaught connects? But it's too fast. If you're close enough to the CM, it's just impossible to cast the Frostbite fast enough.
Yeah, and with no boots on the Crystal Maiden here, Force having his boots, you know, the 385 versus what, the 325, 310 movement speed. Well, they're going to try and make a move here. Toss comes out, Crystal Maiden makes a move from the Death Timer. We'll be able to TP to the bottom, and Infernal gets a kill now onto Own It. And all of a sudden, you know, it's going to be another 20 seconds without this PA in the lane. It's going to really slow down this farm. Mid lane, though.
Really patient.
What? I was just going to say mid lane.
Yeah, really patient move there. They wait for the Crystal Maiden to connect before they cast their spells. There was no target for the PA to Blink Strike. Very nicely done. Own It, though, still having a decent game. He did fall off a fair amount, but still, you know, 24 CS is like 5 CS behind the Void. It's not the end of the world.
No, that's fine. And you can see that he is just going to be able to come back and farm. In fact, Crystal Maiden and Tiny both hanging around here. If he can get in and get this kill onto Ulnet again, he's going to have no TP for about 30 seconds after he respawns, but it looks like they back themselves away to the couriers. Just pick up their items, and while this is all going on, I mean, Force, he's getting solo XP as well in the top lane, level
here.
5.
Supreme wants some Inferno meat.
Yeah, gonna try and get the dive onto this owners now as well with the control coming out here. Using those one charges of Surge, it's not enough. And the Tornado, if it hadn't been the damage from Bengen, it would have been there from either Ulnet or Supreme. And they do pick up a really nice kill onto... Because they know the timings, right? They've got the Nature's Prophet covering that Wisdom Rune. And they can just make a move with Supreme because they know the supports are going to be out of lane in the off lane to try and pick up the Wisdom Rune on the dire side.
Exactly. Moonlight is getting a bit more farm because Supreme is forced to go for these rotations. But if your PA is farming as a result of it, you probably don't care. Like, this is not a game where the Invoker necessarily needs to be doing too well.
Yeah, and it's going to be level 6 coming out on Force. He's going to go back to base here. He did get the level 6 before the level 6 on the Faceless Void. Crystallize, how's he looking in farm? He wants to go towards the Mask of Madness, so no surprises there.
Toss back.
To bottom lane. Yeah, they're going to try and chase down. This could actually be pretty big, but the Crystal Maiden wasn't in range to get any spells off, and now the Frostbite comes out onto the Undying. TP coming in, Primal Beast. He's going to be able to get the Twin Gates back to the high ground, to the top lane if he wants to. There's going to be 4 heroes down here. Surge comes out, Infernal. He gets grabbed out. Is he? No, the interrupt comes out from the Avalanche, and do they get the kill into Infernal? Infernal is going to get low. Toss up into the air. Time Dilation comes in now as well. Should be able to get the kill into the Nature's Prophet. Surely does someone secure the kill. And yeah, even it's going to be... Is this a 5 versus 5? Everyone down here trying to get into this one. Chronosphere comes out. It catches Alina on the end of the Chronosphere though, so he's not going to be able to throw in that extra little bit of damage. The Laguna Blade comes out. They have the reveal. They are going to be able to get the kill onto the Invoker, and now the Undying will go on after that one. Just a little bit of a mess up there catching Alina in the Chronosphere, but it doesn't cost them the kill.
Yeah, they don't lose Force at least. He knew that, you know, he couldn't really do anything else after casting his spells. Does disengage, but losing the Invoker feels pretty bad. At the end of the day though, big cooldowns being used. Laguna Blade, the Chronosphere. It does mean, I think, you know, mouse cooldowns when you look at your heroes. Way less dependent on those timings. So they could actually be aggressive if they want to.
And what are they going to be able to do from this? Because, again, they're just trying to interrupt. And this is what I was talking about, right? That one team is putting pressure onto the enemy carry, and the other team can't counter pressure here onto, because the Faceless Void, yeah, Force is up here, but the Faceless is still pretty much free farming. Meanwhile, Ulnet, he's scared to step up into the lane. He's going to be coming up to 9 minutes now. He's got his Power Treads, he's got his Bracer, but he's got just enough for the first piece of the Battle Fury, and if he goes down again, this is going to delay him so much. The smoke rotation coming around here, Tiny and Crystal Maiden, they are looking for this.
Yeah, the smoke breaks, but very smart opponent here. He plays to his ward, he plays with his support, he doesn't want to be too far away, so now they know exactly what Monty wants to do, and it's nasty. It's not pretty.
No. At least he does have the 6, so he's got his ultimate to come through if he gets in these fights, but just being caught out. I mean, the Dark Seer isn't level 6 just yet, so there's no ball to come out either.
Gonna find Moonlight.
Moonlight, it's going to be the dive in now as well. Is he tanky enough to survive through this one? The ultimate coming through from the Primal Beast. It's not going to be. Well, the EMP, Eknat TPs himself into danger here. Underneath the tier 1 tower, Frostbite will come through, but he's a big tanky boy while this is going on. Tornado wall has been dropped. Can he get the kill onto it? He's going to fall onto QBFY. And Infernal at least gets himself away, but that was the wall being dropped there. That was the big opening. The Monty wanted it, and he fluffed it with the TP away from the Crystal Maiden.
Flush TP from Supreme stops the tiny TP away. Own it. They, you know, as long as you drop that tombstone in the high ground, it's really hard for Monty to fight. So a little bit of an overextension by them. And yeah, I mean, this Primal first pick and looking amazing. Net worth wise, it's not that high, but the impact's definitely there.
What is the counter to the Primal Beast? Seriously, because I've never... In the past couple of months, even with nerfs, changes, you know, even nerfs to items, the heart, stuff like that, I still don't see him regularly lose lanes, even when he's such an early pick.
Yeah, I think lane-wise, there's not a lot of heroes that do well against him. I think in terms of counters,
oh, the vacuum back. They get the Cliff Teasy here onto the Undying. Even going to be able to get the Frostbite. Not going to be able to get the Vision. He will be able to TP himself down here, so no interrupt on that. But it's just a bit of a feels nice.
I think, you know, Timbersaw is pretty strong. Lifestealer is good. anything that drains mana in the laning stage. I think anti-mage is pretty good against Primal. Like, you have to play with mangoes. It's definitely pretty hard to lane against him.
Time dilation comes out. There is going to be a Chronosphere now as well. TP coming in from the Invoker. The Tornado, it cancels out a lot of that Chronosphere, but they do still get the kill. Moonlight's going to be able to use the Laguna Blade to finish him off. And Crystallize, does he just want to get himself out? Maybe leave. That Tombstone did get dropped. He might be able to get the kill onto 3, but they do lose the PA again and again. The PA, he's losing this time on the Battle Fury here. It's a nice rotation out from Monty. Even if they did lose 3 heroes, it's, at the minute, I'd still say that's worth the trade.
I don't know. I think that's really good for Mouse. They had to spend everything. The Chronosphere was very mediocre. Ended up stuck in 2 heroes from his team inside the Chrono. They use literally everything. You know, PA will always get the farm and recover. I think if you're not losing towers, which they're not, but actually look at the H1 towers, they're super healthy. The siege on the side of Monty is pretty meh, right? This is no right-click Lina, so if you were losing towers with that PA death, maybe you would be. Oh, hello.
Oh, they take down the Faceless Void. TP comes in, Narman, and Force, he just rocks the Faceless Void back and forth, up and down, well, on his head, so not as pleasant as it sounds here. And Force gonna be able to get another kill onto the Faceless Void.
Looks like we're gonna see a Eternal Shroud on the Primal Beast. Very good this game. Iron Shell. Freezing Field, lots of instances of damage. The Invoker is going for an Orchid, right? I think it's actually ready. It's flying out to him.
Yeah.
Oh, Witchblade, sorry.
Oh, mid lane. Yeah, what are they going to be able to do here? Because the rotations are coming in. TP out. Moonlight, he's already on the retreat here. Sprout won't lock him down. The Lena still has the Quelling Blade there as well to get himself away. D-Ward coming out. Frostbite, though. They might change targets. Freezing Field's going to use the LSA onto with the Laguna Blade. Do they have the damage? They will. They're going to be able to take Narman down here. Do they want to go for more? QBFY is going to be charged up here by the Surge, but can't close the gap onto the Undying. So they won't be able to follow up onto another kill after that onto the Nature's Prophet.
Looks like Onit's getting a lot of free farm because of all of that action. Room's going to be Lina's, but at the end of the day, before they have this blink on Tiny, it's just pretty hard to hunt this PA. Not only have to find where she is, but you just don't have the gap close to kill her. So
yeah,
I think this benefits Mouse a little bit. If this goes late enough, I really believe in Mouse lineup, especially, you know, this PA just jumping the Lina, jumping the CM.
Yeah, you can see that, like you say, yeah, if they are able to get these jumps off, I mean, PA's just moving through the jungle now as well. It's going to still be a ways off onto the Battle Fury, but it's not going to be an awful time in here for Only while this is going on. I think the Maelstrom, it's nearly done. Okay, it's not nearly done. He doesn't have the Mythal Hammer. I thought Faceless had the Mythal Hammer. I thought he was a little bit further ahead than he is. But yeah, it's going to be a ways away. In fact, it might just be similar times here between the two heroes, getting these farm items up.
Supreme is Ghostfox, maybe trying to go for a mission here with Mangun. They don't really have a lot of other heroes nearby. Not the easiest kill.
They might be able to, with a smoke, make a move to Force. The scan comes out. They know somebody's in the dire jungle, just not who. Force trying to take down these camps, and with the 4 heroes around. Even though he's a big tanky boy here, this should be. Laguna Blade comes out. They're going to be able to stop him without trying to get himself away here. Frostbite into the chase. Avalanche comes through, and Crystallize even gets credit for the kill. That's a decent amount of gold. Really big boost to him getting towards that Maelstrom.
Does at least alleviate some pressure here for Onit. He knows that he can show mid. And Invoker going straight up for the Shard, huh? Getting that EMP pull. I guess this is very good against the Chronosphere, right? You can cast it inside the Chrono, try to put heroes that don't want to actually be there inside the Chrono.
Yeah. Yeah, who needs a black hole when you can just buy a Shard for the EMP?
Oh yeah. Definitely a fun one. Pretty strong Shard, in my opinion. What's the Darkseer going for? He's gonna have Shiva, so that's huge against PA. Just reducing that attack speed.
Yeah, no, would you expect him to... Because he's not even gone Greaves here, you know, he's not even gone for a mechanism. Would you expect him to go back for those aura items or like a pipe, something like that? Or are you happy to see like a Blink or a BKB to come out after the Shivas?
Yeah, that's a good question. Oh, wait a second.
Crystallize could be in a little bit of trouble here. There is going to be a 3-man rotation onto him now as well. The freezing field comes out from Eknar. They get the damage out, but the Chronosphere is going to be here. What can he do? Laguna Blade comes through. Crystallize, he's still alive. Bengen's going to try and get the kill. He will eventually fall. Tombstone gets dropped. Faceless Void is dead. Sunstrike, it does connect onto Eknar. He takes down that Tombstone before he dies. Big turnaround coming out from Monty there, because that was the engagement coming through. But Mouse, he might not be done just yet. Allnet and Supreme, they are both looking for maybe another kill. But it looks like Monty, they're going to split from vision. Make it really hard to be hunted down here.
No Inferno's nearby, but his Ghost Walk gets gives him away. Inferno just runs away there. But Battle Fury is done. The Void died as the PA is farming. So yeah, it's a 3-for-2, but I actually think Mouse is happy. All you need is to buy time for this PA. Like, if this PA gets to the BKB, gets to the Aghanim Scepter, this game becomes so hard. That Alacrity, we already have, what, 7 points of Wax, 2 points of Exort. It's going to be a big boost for Own It.
And let's see, are they going to take the kill into QBFY? QBFY trying to get himself away here. Just runs himself out. I mean, he has that blink as well, so if he got a whiff of the Bengen being around and Bengen dropping wards as well, so he's going to be aware with that. That Chantry ward at least being dewarded here. QBFY... Actually, is that Phase Boots? It's going to be Phase Boots coming out for the Tiny, it looks like.
Invisibility.
Tiny did finish that Blink Dagger. There's a Midas being built on the Invoker, for the Standard, after finishing one big item.
Of course.
Couldn't go for the Vessel, because Nature's Prophet did build one. An Orchid on Armor. That's pretty cool. Gonna stop the Freezing Field. And stop the Void until he has BKB.
Well, they're going to make a dive with Blink away. QBFY quick fingers there. Tornado didn't connect, so QBFY was able to get himself out. But it does show what Force is. Force, I think QBFY was trying to go for this D-ward onto the left side of this dire jungle area. But he's just being chased away. Ghost Walk comes up for a Supreme. There's 3-4 heroes around here, so you do have to be careful. Faceless Void nowhere to be seen. Doesn't have that Chronosphere for another 24 seconds anyway.
Force has the Eternal Shroud now. Oh, good toss back. That's the hero they want.
They're going to be able to blow him up. He does get that Tombstone before he dies now. And Moonlight, no, the Avalanche, it cancels out the Primal Beast's ultimate. They've got the lockdown into the Frostbite. There's going to be the TP in, but immediately there's going to be a Yule Scepter here onto Narman. So the TP's out. QBFY going to be cancelled out by the Tornado. 1-for-1 trade. And can they get any more from this? Well, the PA can. Jumps himself in, gets the kill onto QBFY. Sunstrike. Not connecting onto anybody.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
So Moonlight is gonna keep on farming, but yeah, I mean, this early fights, they even early on, it feels like Mouse is getting the upper hand. If you don't burst the Undying before Tombstone gets dropped, the team fight is pretty much over for them. If it's a 5 versus 5, that Primal Beast can soak so much damage. You have to commit, the time and the spells to kill the Undying as well. So you're not gonna have enough damage to spare between both of them. It's a tough choice.
And now Supreme, he's in this Ghost Walk. He's just trying to track around, see what he can get. He might finally get this tier 1 tower. Nope. Fortification is going to be used. And Monty back themselves away. What are we looking at? We're looking at even odds before any updates, anything like this. So, yeah, not even one expect knowing which way this one's going to go. Jump in now. Once again, they get themselves on top of the Lina here with that Yule Scepter. Is it going to be enough for the save Frostbite? But Primal Beast, he's just not able to get this ultimate off. The damage, it's still going to be off. Doesn't need it in the end. And we've got the Flesh Golem coming out from Bengen now as well. And just to celebrate, Primal Beast, he uses it on the creep wave.
Dude, this EMP purchase on Supreme has been so good. He bought it before his Midas. I feel like a lot of Invokers would go for it. But it's clutch. Like, you drag people towards the Tombstone, you drag people inside the Sprout, you drag people to the Chronosphere if you want to. I really feel like these fights have been really hard. The Lina, wants to get the eggs instead of... you never want to rush BKB on Lina like this.
Yeah.
But I feel like that's the item you need, because she's just being dragged up and can't disengage from the fight, so...
Oh, Narman, he gets that Wisdom Rune. The vacuum comes out. Oh, God damn, he gets a kill on QBFY before it goes. And the neutral, he burns down to the Tormentor.
Oh, my.
What?
Damn.
Surely you should get the credit for the kill there on the Darkseer. And it wasn't even... It was the last 10 magical damage there from the Tormentor that ticked him out.
Yeah. Crazy that he was able to pull all of that off. And now it's a 5k goal lead. The PA is actually highest net worth in the game. Has a BKB. Going for it. Oh, look at that. They're going to have a Phylactery build here. That's nice.
Is it? I'm genuinely asking you, is it? Because I've seen a lot of people complain about this build.
I honestly like it. I think if you're playing against high armor heroes, which Tiny has, Faceless Void has, even the Darkseer to some extent is going for the Greaves, I do like it. I think it's... I think, you know, the PA's strongest and biggest weakness is that once you commit with your Blink Strike, a lot of the times you're also like pushing yourself to be killed. But this poking build where you just have your blur and you keep like poking and eventually kill someone seems to be really hard to punish, right? How do you get vision when PA has Eggs and blur? She will have both of them eventually, and then you can infinitely just keep fishing for kills, and it's so much damage that you can't really out heal that in the late game.
Well, I suppose one way is to stand next to the Tormentor while the PA has vision. Narman could be in a little bit of trouble now. Laguna Blade does come through, get an easy kill onto the Nature's Prophet. Yeah, and if anyone doesn't know what we're talking about, go look up the... I'll not spoil it, just go look up the... Was it the finals? For
right, Diracho, Tormentor, and see what pops up. There's a lot of content, a lot of high quality content built around that. Oh, can they go for Crystallize? He doesn't have BKB just yet.
No, there's going to be 3 heroes moving over now as well. The Crystal Maiden, though, I think came across the Primal Beast. So the ping comes out, and yeah, the time walk could be used by the Faceless Void.
Eknard's... Okay, he doesn't go for it, but...
It's a risk.
If he knew Eknard was alone, he could have gotten that kill.
Yeah, do we just see then, if they're going for this Phylactery build on the PA, we just see mass blade mails coming out there for Monte?
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely not bad. They don't have standard blade mail heroes, but I would love it. I think Tiny and Darkseer can probably buy it. It's a bit harder on the other heroes, but yeah, blade mail seems to be the bane of PA, especially when you go for the magic build.
Oh, dive coming in once again, but there's going to be that Yule Scepter. Great cancel on that one. Moonlight going to be able to get himself away from this one, but is there going to be a chase back? Tree Toss comes through onto the Primal Beast. Going to slow him down a little bit longer once again. Sunstrike going to be off the mark. Toss up onto Narman, but again, backlines coming through. God damn, QBFY. He just straight up disappears, and now Moonlight caught out between 3 or 4 heroes. He's just gone, and this is kind of where... it felt the synergy on Monty in this last game was so good. You know, they were rotating, they were finding picks, they were finding these great kills. But it just feels like they feel so separated in the second game that Mao's are easily picking them apart.
Yeah, I mean, this Primal Beast can go anywhere. He can just pressure, and nothing can really stop it unless you commit Chrono, unless you commit so many spells that you're eventually going to be in a position where Mouse can still take a good fight regardless. So, choosing... You have to Chrono the PA every fight, but now she has an Aegis, so what do you actually do?
Lay down, try not to cry. Cry a lot.
Yeah, it seems to be the case. Like, the win probability, you know, still 20% on the side of Monty. His draft, it feels like Mouse, he feels so much more confident than he were in game number 1.
And it looks like they're going to be able to take away the Dire Tormentor as well. Just how quickly they're going to be able to do this one. And Force, he gets himself the shard on the deck. So that is going to be the Boulder Toss coming through. Which...
mid lane.
Okay. Direct example coming through now into the ultimate, but it's going to be cancelled off by the Avalanche. Has he put himself in risk here? Laguna Blade going to be thrown out. Holy crap, how does he take all of that and live? They're going to be able to drop the wall now. Tornado connects, but Norman should still fall. LSA onto the Undyne. Undyne might be the next one to go down, but they spent so much getting the kill onto the Primal Beast. Can they? Do they have enough now? It's going to be a tower that they want to go for now. Chase down onto the Invoker as well, but Invoker just going to be able to walk himself away.
Yeah, it's kind of a weird fight. The Invoker wasn't nearby, so we just ended up feeding one hero at a time. It's not gonna like change the status quo that much because, you know, Age is still on PA. They're gonna be alive pretty quickly because of their respawn timers. But yeah, ideally don't feed that kill. You lose mid tier 1 tower. That's a big loss.
And now Olnet has a shard. Is everybody Yeah, shot onto the Nature's Prophet. Undying. Okay, Undying's got unlucky twice. That he's the lowest net worth on the team, and he's not got the shard out of it. But I guess it's nice on the 2 cores as well. So maybe Undying not going to be as fussed about not getting the shard here.
I really think he has to buy it though, because you know we're playing against Chronosphere. Just having that, just casting the Tombstone on top of it is could turn a fight completely.
And yeah, it is. It is a nice shard, but does he actually have the gold to go towards it? He's got it queued up as well, so he's going to be a ways away, and the gold's going to be about 1,000 gold, just over 1,000 gold away from it. But he will be going towards picking that one up. Only with the Fan of Knives as well. This is a really nice one, just to have in the middle of a crowd, just being able to do that damage. You know, yeah, just chunk the heroes down. With what's the cooldown on it? It's 50 mana, but what's the actual cooldown? 15 seconds? That's actually really nice. You can get that off maybe twice in a fight here. Maybe even 3 times.
Yeah, it is. And I mean, now he has this enchanted quiver as well. The burst damage that Own It's going to be packing. Like, you have Phylactery plus the quiver, plus a possible crit, and the Fan of Knives. Most heroes, like this Faceless Void, has to be so careful. Oh, scan. Very nice from Dire. We'll scout exactly what Mouse is doing right now.
Yeah, grouped up. 3-man smoke coming through here, Mouse. 8k net worth lead. Shield Rune could be picked up by Supreme, so they don't actually save it for Forster. I mean, he's tanky enough. Letting the Invoker have that, it's not going to really hurt you too much. But you can see that only the Faceless Void away from his base. Everybody else playing it safe, you know, trying to stick around as 3 and 4, not get caught out. Faceless needs to be careful, though. Is there going to be that connection? I think he just saw... Did he not even see the end of the tornado? He was going to go for the time walk. He's going to get himself away. Surely BKB into that TP away. And, I mean, the BKB's ticking down. He's got the time walk again, but the Sunstrike should get on top of this. No. Just couldn't get in range to get the ultimate off there, the Primal Beast.
Yeah, if you had a Blink Dagger, maybe that was a kill, but... I mean, that's actually pretty nice. They're wasting the Age's duration. Own It never really got to fight with all of these items. Like, he shows up for some pickoffs, but I think Monty did a really good job at just throwing lots of smokes and mirrors. They are losing net worth advantage because of it, but at least you're avoiding a fight that's very, very hard to win.
Yeah. And what do you do then? Do you just have to keep... I mean, the Sages, it's going to be here for another 40 seconds or so, so they're not going to be able to pressure the high ground. Mouse, do they just keep playing like this as 4 or 5, look for the rotations, look at the pickoffs, and just slowly work away at these objectives?
Yeah, I think so. Can probably get this tier 2. Still have 30 seconds here of Aegis duration. There's a glyph, but probably don't want to use it on the side of Monty. They only let the Primal, though. So being pretty careful here with their positioning.
Okay, dive in. Yeah, Primal Beast is just going to clear off this creep wave, and Olnet's not going to be too far away from his Aghanim Scepter now as well, which is what he's looking to go towards. He's only going to be about, what, 900 gold, 800 gold away from picking that one up, so he is good. Like you say, he's going to have that upgraded blur, and okay, I'm going to say, in this instance, I was wrong. The Battle Fury hero is looking absolutely amazing.
Yeah, I mean, he was trash in the lane stage, right? He had a pretty late Battle Fury, but Mouse, I think, got some pretty good fights. At the end of the day, Monty, their cooldowns are low, are very long, so it's hard for them to like pressure constantly. You need to have Wall, you need to have Laguna, and that Chrono, but they will smoke now. But there's an amplified damage on Own It. Oh my lord.
It's going to be the toss in the river. Did they get the kill? And Dine's going to go down. Can't drop that Tombstone. He's going to be dead for 50 seconds now. What can they do with this? It's going to be a fairly nice opening. They might even be able to go. They've still got the Chronosphere here as well. But it's going to be the double smoke coming through. Or just the double invis here with the Invoker as well as that PA.
Oh, Moonlight. Oh boy.
Wasn't a crit though. It wasn't a one-hit KO coming out onto Moonlight, but he does have to be careful. That amplified damage rune, that could have done some work here. They might be able to go toss back onto the Primal Beast. What can he do with this one now as well? He's going to be frostbitten, trying to get himself away from this one, but there's going to be a meteor being dropped. Chronosphere, it catches out just onto the Primal Beast. Sunstrike, it's not going to be enough damage, even if it's pure damage now as well, but it's going to be enough damage coming through from Olnit. With that dagger, he takes down one. Fan of Knives will be coming through now as well. Naaman uses his BKB, going to be able to get on top of Eknot. And the rest of Monty just need to leave.
Super patient from Own It, even though he had the Amplify, never even showed up, didn't do anything, waits for the Chronosphere, gets the Void kill. So, very stoic in his approach, and it does work out. Now they get a free tower. I'm assuming they get a free tower. And that's fine, right? You lose 2 heroes, but at the end of the day, it's all about PA. Like, this is a 4 protect 1 draft.
And that is the Aghanim Scepter complete here for Ulnet. Going to be able to push in on this high ground. Supreme going through the enemy triangle. He's just using the Alacrity on himself. Going towards the Parasma. Going to be a really nice pickup once he does get that on board. Because, you know, you've already got that Witch's Blade to upgrade it as well. You're going to have that extra slot. And this Invoker is going to be apart from the spells that he can cast, he's also going to be a right-click menace when this comes out.
Yeah, he definitely will. Already level 21 here. Once you get that triple stifling dagger, this PA just becomes absolutely disgusting.
Going to be the brooch build coming out for the Phantom Assassin as well. So yeah, he's going to be able to get the extra damage from that, and it's just a gross build, you know. And yeah, if they can. And again, I am surprised. I'm a little bit surprised there's no blade mails coming out from anyone on the side of Monty, but it's not a priority for them. It looks like, you know, Darkseer wants to go towards that Lotus Orb. Tiny, he's struggling enough. He's got that Yule Scepter going towards a 4-staff. He's going full support here, this Tiny.
Yeah, trying to kite that PA, see if they can.
He's going to the grave, this Tiny here. EMP is going to try and use that Yule Scepter. Can they catch up? Because it's a lot of damage coming out from Supreme. Uses this Avalanche now as well, but there's going to be the jumping backlines. Narman's going to be able to get on top of him now. And can they get this actual follow-up here? Prophet came through, helped out his character. I mean, you look at this Prophet. He's got
own it.
Still not enough to get the kill into Moonlight. But yeah, the Nature's Prophet, Orchid, Spirit Vessel, Black King Bar. Going towards a Nullifier. This isn't a support Nature's Prophet. This is a 4th core.
I mean, he's ahead of the Invoker network. He really is. It is really, really big. He's about to surpass this Darkseer, mind you. And I really like Darkseer's build. I think that's all of the armor you can ever wish for. He has 50 armor, but the thing is, as we already pointed out, all of that's going to become magical damage in not that much time.
No.
So maybe you just wanted to have a pipe at the end of the day? I don't know.
Yeah. So it's one of those things, though. If you, I don't mind the pipe anyway, but if you were building into a pipe to deal with Ulnet just turns around and goes like a Basher or something like that, right?
Yep. Definitely a very hard choice. Can't really do much. Now they're just going to wait for the Aegis. I think just like game 1, Mouse, they don't have the best high ground. PA is not a great hero at that. You're also fighting into wall, into Chrono. So this is a game where Mouse... It's a game of cat and mouse, mind you. Because you want to force you want to force a fight outside base, but I'm not sure Monty is going to give it to them. They, you know, just like Mouse's game 1, they're being very cautious.
Yeah.
Obviously, this allows Mouse to get a huge net worth lead, but doesn't also win them the game, right? You can still make a mistake and easily give all of that back.
And yeah, we've seen bigger swings even today, so you do have to be incredibly careful here. Going to be about 1,400 gold, this Phantom Assassin from the Brooch. And then the Rapier queued up after that.
Yoink. Oh, there's another one. What? Okay, what a gracious lad, only picks one.
Yeah, didn't pick up the last one and just leave it to Bangan. So I think that was enough to get the Undying to 18. So it gets him that level 3 flesh golem. While this is going on, though, they've made a quick beeline into Monty. They've made a quick beeline to the Roche Pit. Does it get the... No. Okay, I thought the Sunstrike was going to get that. That was super close. TPN from now on to the backlines. Laguna Blade comes out. They might just leave Moonlight here. Trying to use the E-Blade on himself. Narman's inside his own trees here. What are they going to be able to do? Yule Scepter, he's going to be spanned right round. Just right round here, Moonlight. And he will be the sacrificial lamb as everybody else gets out alive.
Still huge that they get the Aegis on Monty. This is going to slow down this game even further. Because now Mouse can't necessarily do anything in the next 10 minutes. Like, they're going to try and force fights and get even more map control. But I think going high ground is even harder now.
It's a little hard that without this Aegis, but only, I mean, in terms of net worth, you look at him, he's going to be about 5,000 gold above the next highest hero here. Tormentor going to be started by the side of Monty. Who's going to get it though? And nobody's going to get QBFY Just get a shard. Sunstrike comes out, doesn't actually land onto anyone.
Dire's top
Yeah, it's a pretty bad shard to get. Tiny is probably the worst one possible.
Yeah, as a core, it feels
it
great. As a support, it feels bad.
Yeah, can't even leave the base. You're not going to be using that tree for much.
So,
you do have NKB on Crystallize though, so it is. Really? They have a reliable way to kill the PA inside the Chronosphere now.
And he's going to go back for the Mjolnir, so he's going to have that extra attack speed to come out as well. Cheese dropped in front of the tier 3. They're going to give that over to Moonlight, because Moonlight isn't having the best game. Not having the worst game, but not having the best game here as well in the Lina.
Yeah, just a lot of gap close as we talked about pretty early. Lina pick ended up going for. Crystallize. Getting close to his Mjolnir. Maybe that's the timing they're trying to strive for. You get the Mjolnir and you go for a smoke, but their vision is very limited. They have one ward here in the mid lane, one close to the big jungle, but that's the full extent of their vision right now.
And you can see that maybe having this Aegis, I mean, it's given the safety blanket here, but it's just... They're still playing so cautious on the side of Monte, and I mean they are kind of safe, but they don't want to be going off into the tiebreakers, right? They want to be taking this one as swiftly without having to go into those tiebreakers. So they are still looking for this win. There's an Amp Rune in the river as well. Nobody scouted it out just yet. Faceless might come across it, but nobody on the side of Mouse is even close to it.
Yeah, I wondered he was feeling a bit scared. Okay, so now he knows no one's here. Maybe he's the one that can get that amplified damage, and that's with his 25 getting close too. That could have been huge, but hey, might just actually be... no one's actually gonna find it.
No, okay. Yeah, not scouted out at all, and again, you can see Monty, even with the Aegis, just moving through his 4. They're gonna look for a pickoff here. Might be the Invoker. They want to be coming through. No, okay, they go right back through the Twin Gate. Don't know what they were doing there. Genuinely, they were just in out, and wanted to shake it all about through that Twin Gate.
Just making sure it works, you know. They're a bit bored. They have the Aegis, but they know fighting is just really hard. Good move, though, from Supreme, forcing them to TP back to the base. They have the Aegis, but at the end of the day, it's just formality. It really doesn't feel like they're in the driver's seat whatsoever.
No. Yeah, 19k net worth. In fact, the Aegis, if they didn't pick that one up, I think we would have already seen Mouse going high ground here. So, Mouse, they have all the patience in the world. They're going to be able to farm up like this. They're not going to be scared about just, sitting back, maybe waiting out until the next Roshan comes up, pick that Aegis up that time, and then looking to break the high ground. They've got,
look at Onit.
Super patient.
He looked at the Tormentor, and he is like, nope, I refused. I refuse to attempt my luck.
25 is out now, so he has that triple stifle and dagger. So then maybe that's where Monty just needs to fight around the tormentors every single time. You just bait them in.
Yeah, man, it is possible. You don't get your tormentor intentionally. Oh, the double damage. Unfortunately, it was not.
No,
yeah, it's on the dark side.
But yeah. Which, I mean, it's an amp damage rune now. It's not just double right-click damage. You do get 80% amp on all of your spells as well. So it's not... You can put that with the Shivas. So you could drop some Iron Shells in there, try and get some effect through it that way.
Aegis, though, it's going to expire. I wonder if Miles now feels more confident trying to go for plays. They finally got a 25, as you said. So this PA is absolutely a menace. Still holding the Quiver, by the way. I guess either didn't get the neutral or felt like this is a better option than the other ones that he had.
Yeah. I've just noticed the Darkseer is only skilled at 1 level in the
they find a PA?
Ooh, jump comes through, but he is going to be wait time. What comes through? Does he actually catch him with the crossfire? He does. There's going to be the BKB now as well. Look at this damage coming out. They get the kill onto the PA. No buyback. He's down for the next 99 seconds here. The chase is on. What else can they get from this one? As Mouse just starts to retreat out. That is a massive pickup. They're even going to be able to get the kill onto the Undying as a little bit of a bonus.
Oh, Mouse. Looks like you're crumbling a little bit here. Got to be careful. They have the Surge. I think this Primal Beast is in danger.
Yeah, the chase down comes through, and he's still not going to be able to get away on the onslaught. Toss comes in. Do they have the stun locks? They do. He's not going to be able to... Oh, he assembles the aim disc, but with the Yule Scepter coming through, he's going to be locked down for a little bit longer. The physical damage, does he get himself away from this one? No bash. And the Primal Beast, E-Blade comes through. Moonlight wants to chase. That BKB will be wearing off in the next second or so. So do they have the control to take him down? He dodges off the LSA, but the bash comes back through. He's going to be vacuumed back into the waiting arms of everybody on Monte. And he will go down. Holy crap. A good turnaround here. Moonlight trying to try and go for the TP out. Was that a bait? I don't think they knew that the Supreme was here, but he cancels off the TP. He puts himself at risk, trying to get himself away in that invis form. The LSA just barely on the edge of it. The wall doesn't connect there either, but slightly off to the right there. And Lena, that's a 4th kill going the way of Monte.
Yeah, I mean... Gotta be careful. We went from 90% to 76. There's still cheese on the Lina, so that's kind of a hard kill. The Chronosphere cooldown is not even going to be abused as much for Mouse because the Primal died way after the PA. So they're not going to have a 5-man roster. Chronosphere is going to be up. Crystallize getting closer to 25. This is looking scary. Like, you really need the shard and this Undying close to the PA so that if the Chronosphere comes up, you can at least buy some time with that Tombstone.
Yeah, because the PA there on that last Chronosphere was at the very edge of it. So if you were able to get that grab off, you might have been able to save the PA there. But inside the Chronosphere with his MKB on the Faceless Void, he just absolutely deleted the PA. And that's the lucky thing is for the Phantom Assassin, he hadn't bought up the Rapier just yet.
True. He's getting pretty close to it. Actually queues up Boots of Travel. He's been farming a lot, so having a way to attend those fights is definitely something that would be great. So I even sell it now. Sell the treads, buy Travels, or maybe he wants to say buyback first.
Yeah, quite possibly here. Crystallize going towards his Lincolns, which gonna make sure he can't be interrupted. Roshan, it's gonna be a minute before the big man respawns here. So 5-man smoke coming out from the side of Monte. Are they just gonna make it? They might just go through the Twinkie, which it's a little bit risky. They're making a move through here now as well. Lena in the river, just trying to force this mid lane out a little bit. Yeah. They're pinging out the Twin Gate, but there's going to be a smoke on the other side from Mouse here as well, who putting pressure onto this tier 3. Oh, Moonlight. Dude, you are alone. This is scary stuff, but he will be able to just dodge off the approach from Mouse.
Roche is very close from spawning. 20 seconds, Mouse. You cannot make the same mistake you did last time. You cannot give them a free Roche. You've been ahead this entire freaking game.
I wonder if both teams... Roshan is going to spawn in the Radiant side, but he's only going to be there for about 30 seconds or so. So I wonder if they're going to try and come through this one. But they're setting up on the high ground here. There's going to be the TPT outpost from the Lina. Smoke coming through. Force just needs to back himself away. Smoke isn't there on him. Boulder Toss comes out. Does connect onto the Faceless Void. But they're not going to get anything from that apart from a little bit of information, it seems like. And Roshan respawning will be coming through that Twin Gate in the next few seconds. I think they were baiting that Twin Gate activation there as well with the Crystal Maiden Courier of Force right on top of QBFY. He's
so close.
Taking some... Yeah, he was actually taking damage from the Iron Shell that was coming through. Supreme gets caught out. Do they have that reveal? It's going to be the Yule Scepter now onto the Invokers as well. Do they have the damage to take him down? It doesn't look like they do. And it's going to be the Infernal here. He's got that Lotus up on top of him. Yule Scepter once again. Crystal Maiden taking a lot of damage coming through Norman with that BKB. It looks like they're going to be able to get the kill onto Eknar. What else can they get from this one now as well? It's going to be the Surge coming away onto the Lina. Lina trying to get away for dear life, but he will be taken down. Has buyback if he wants to get back in this fight. Now QBFY, he's going to be the next one to pop, and then it's the Darkseer. 4 heroes dead, and now it's going to be a free Roshan going the way of Mouse. This should be enough for them to be able to try to think about taking a tier 3 tower here.
Yeah, really good engagement from Mouse. That's the thing, like it's a fight, it's a dance between PA and Void because he knows he has to chrono the PA or else he will die. But the PA can actually do damage even when she doesn't show, whereas the Void can't. Yeah. And that's what makes these fights very easy for Mouse if it is a 5 vs 5. They're gonna fight this Void Hex? Oh no.
My dude, this is not where you want to be. They have 3 buybacks on the side of Monte, but yeah, this should be a breach of the high ground. Okay, the creep waves are still pushing through. I didn't realize actually how far that creep wave for the Dire was pushing. But does the PA... No, surely it doesn't get through backdoor protection.
Yeah, it definitely needs the alacrity to do so. There you go. The creeps get there in the bottom side. They're going to go for 2 lanes.
Yeah.
You definitely don't want to buy back, but I think you will have to, at least on the Faceless Void, probably wait for the Lina and you buy back the Void. But that's going to be a lot of damage and Aegis on top of it. This is not an easy fight for Monty.
No, they're going to be able to force out another fortification here. Mouse, yeah, looking for that second lane of racks, but they might just play it safe, not overcommit, back themselves away, just look for Monty to overextend and get themselves in for another fight, because if they do take another fight, Lena's back up now as well, Faceless Void, 40 seconds on the clock. If they can force out a buyback here, get a kill onto the Faceless Void, Mouse could look to end the game here and now.
You get the melee barracks only with the catapult wave anyways. Void buyback, there you go.
Look at this.
Solo.
Yeah, he's taking so much damage though. He's going to be controlled. His penalties, he's already using that BKB. The knives, look at it. No!
Oh, the tombstone.
The Crucifix, yeah, the tombstone's going to be up. They don't get enough out of this and own it. He's just going mental here. That's going to be the dieback on the... That's going to be GG. They've got the buyback on the Lina on the Darks here, but Olna is just ripping through heroes left, right, and center. Back lines, Norman TP's in, pops his BKB. They're going to be able to take the Rampage here on Olna. He's going to be able to get the double Rampage. He does. Godlike Spray here as well. GG is going to be called. It's going to be the 1-1, which means, if I'm not mistaken, it's going to be 3-way tiebreakers between Dandelions, Mouse, as well as Monte.
Yeah, Navi Jr., unfortunately, they're going to be knocked down. I mean, it's going to be an interesting tiebreakers here for second, third place. If you're not aware how the format works, getting first and second place gives you an advantage because you already get prize pool and you get 4 points for the land at the end of the year. So yeah, very important tiebreakers. Regardless though, I'm happy to see Mouse take it. I think they are showing a lot of promise. Sometimes they are shaky, but when they get a draft that they really vibe with, they play this really well. One big mistake, but they were so far ahead that it didn't matter.
And this is going to call a close to Group A. We see the final standings here. Dandelions, Monty, and Mouse all going to be moving through. Excuse me, all going to be moving through on the same points. So it is going to be those 3-way tiebreakers coming out. Navi Jr., unfortunately, by a point, will miss out of making that top 3. JustBetter there as well, on 13 points, and Havu right down at the bottom in 6th place. They didn't pick up any wins this time round, but there is always next time for them. And that is going to be it for Group A. Just to let you know before we do disappear, we're taking a break. We're going to be back on the 25th for Group B. That is going to be when Group B starts. We'll see the fresh teams coming through to see 3 new teams make it through into the top 3. And Bowie, any final thoughts on the day itself or the group itself?
Yeah, I'm sad we're going to get this break because a lot of the Group B teams, I'm so interested. We didn't have an NA there. But yeah, at least we're going to be very hyped. We're going to probably have a new patch. I hope so because, it's been so long and it never comes. But yeah, very happy that we get this break so we can chill, get the new patch, and hopefully it's going to be awesome.
Yeah, so thank you very much, everybody, for tuning in, and we'll see you in 10 days' time on the 25th for Group B. But for now, bye-bye.
Fuck.
Use your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.